The Clockwork Grimoire, The Hearth Crust Mysteries Book 4, Win Valentine, first edition published by iHype, LLC 2025, copyright 2025 by Win Valentine, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored, or transmitted in any form by any means, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, scanning, or otherwise without written permission from the publisher. It is illegal to copy this book, post it to a website, or distribute it by any other means without permission. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or localities is entirely coincidental. Win Valentine asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. Designations used by companies to distinguish their products are often claimed as trademarks. All brand names and product names used in this book and on its cover are trade names, service marks, trademarks, and registered trademarks of their respective owners. The publishers in the book are not associated with any product or vendor mentioned in this book. None of the companies referenced within the book have endorsed the book. Book cover by Dana Sacco. Chapter 1. Whispers from the Workshop. Jill Cricklepot hummed a cheerful tune as she wriggled her way behind the ancient copper pipes that lined the Hearth Crust Inn's basement. The melody, something about a brownie, a bucket, and a very unlucky toad, bounced off the stone walls as she squinted at the problematic joint. "Would you look at that?" she muttered, tapping the corroded section with her favorite silver wrench. "Someone's been using magic to patch plumbing again. Amateurs." Her magical t-shirt, currently displaying "Measure twice, fix once," in glowing blue letters, shifted slightly as she twisted to get a better angle. From a nearby wooden shelf, Coggs let out a mechanical chirp, his blue eyes glowing in the dim light. I know," Jill replied, blowing a wayward strand of chestnut hair from her eyes. "But you can't just enchant metal not to leak. That's how you get pipe sprites, and nobody wants that mess again." The Clockwork Raven tilted his head, gears whirring softly beneath his metallic feathers. With surprising delicacy, he plucked a pipe wrench from her open tinkerer's toolkit and dropped it into her outstretched hand. "Perfect, thank you," she said, swapping out her tools. "See? This is why you're my favorite creation. Devil Cat would have just knocked everything over." Jill worked methodically, her small brownie hands perfectly sized for the delicate pipework that would have frustrated larger beings. The basement was peaceful, just how she liked it. No guests asking for extra pillows or complaining about the occasionally sentient furniture. Just her, Coggs, and the satisfying challenge of fixing things that were broken. She tapped along the wall with her wrench, testing for water damage and listening for the hollow sound that might indicate trouble. Tap, tap, solid, tap, tap, solid, tap. The wrench hit a stone that shifted unexpectedly, producing a distinctly hollow sound. Jill froze, her pointed ears perking up. She tapped again, more deliberately this time. The stone moved a fraction of an inch, and a puff of ancient dust billowed out. Her t-shirt shimmered, the letters rearranging themselves to read, "Ooh, secret found," in excited pink lettering. "Did you see that?" Jill whispered to Coggs, who had already fluttered down to investigate, metallic head cocked inquisitively at the loose stone. "Please be a treasure cache, or at least some vintage gears. I'm not picky." She set her tools aside and pressed her fingers against the stone's edge. It was cool to the touch and moved with surprising ease, as if it had been designed to be removed. With careful precision, Jill worked her fingers around the edges and pulled. The stone slid out smoothly, revealing a dust-filled compartment cut deep into the wall. Centuries of accumulated grime coated whatever lay within, but in the dim light, Jill could make out something solid. "Jackpot!" she whispered, her voice trembling with excitement. She reached in, her slender brownie arms stretching to their limit as her fingers closed around something unexpectedly heavy. "Oof! Heavier than it looks," she grunted, bracing herself against the wall as she extracted the object. Despite her preparation, the weight caught her off balance, and she stumbled backward, landing unceremoniously on her behind with a cloud of dust erupting around her. "Ack!" She coughed, waving away the dust while maintaining her grip on her discovery. As the particles settled, Jill's eyes widened. In her lap rested what appeared to be an ancient tome. But unlike any book she'd seen before, this one was encased in a complex series of brass gears and copper inlays that shifted and realigned themselves even as she watched. Delicate filigree decorated the edges, and from within its mechanical cover came a persistent rhythmic ticking, like a heartbeat made of metal. "Well, aren't you a pretty thing?" Jill murmured, her tinkerer's mind already racing to understand the intricate mechanisms decorating the cover. Coggs hopped closer, his metallic talons clicking against the stone floor as he inspected the find with mechanical curiosity. Jill ran her fingers gently over the surface, brushing away layers of dust to reveal more of the gleaming metalwork beneath. As her touch connected with the central gear on the spine, the book responded. The brass wheels began to rotate faster, whirring with renewed purpose after what must have been centuries of stillness. A soft, amber glow emanated from between the pages, pulsing like a mechanical heartbeat. "Oh my," Jill whispered, feeling a strange vibration against her fingertips. The book seemed to hum with recognition, as if it had been waiting specifically for her. The sensation tingled up her arms, not unpleasant, but decidedly magical in a way that made her brownie instincts twitch. A soft thud from above broke her concentration. With a jolt, Jill looked up to see Devilcat materializing on the shelf. The black feline had appeared from nowhere, a habit Jill found eternally irritating, and now perched with deliberate menace above her workspace. Its glowing yellow eyes fixed intently on the book in her hands, a predatory focus that sent a chill down Jill's spine. "Don't you dare!" she warned, but it was too late. With one contemptuous swipe, Devilcat sent her carefully arranged tools cascading off the shelf. Wrenches, screwdrivers, and her prized collection of enchanted screws clattered to the floor in a calamitous heap. "You mangy shadow spawn!" Jill exclaimed. "Those were organized by enchantment type!" Coggs squawked indignantly, fluttering up toward Devilcat with his metal wings spread wide. The shadow familiar merely yawned, revealing pointed teeth that seemed impossibly dark against its black fur. Before Jill could scold the cat further, the tome in her hands pulsed with sudden, intense energy. The basement's single lantern flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows that seemed to dance in time with the book's ticking. Small objects around her, nails, screws, and even her favorite wrench, began to float upward, suspended in mid-air as if gravity itself had decided to take a holiday. "That's not normal," Jill whispered, her voice barely audible above the increasingly loud ticking. She dropped into a defensive crouch, clutching the book tight against her chest. The wooden support beams around her seemed to phase in and out of reality, leaving ghostly afterimages in their wake. The ticking from the grimoire grew louder, more insistent, vibrating through her bones like a mechanical orchestra tuning up. Devilcat's fur stood on end, shadows rippling around its paws like liquid darkness. With a yowl that sounded more like ripping cloth than any noise a cat should make, it pounced toward Jill, only to be repelled by an invisible force surrounding the book. The shadow familiar landed with an undignified thud on the dusty floor, looking genuinely surprised for the first time since Jill had known it. Above her, Coggs circled frantically, his mechanical cawing taking on a warning tone she'd programmed specifically for danger. The floating objects began to orbit around her and the book in a perfect controlled pattern, like planets around a brass sun. The air in the basement changed, filling with the sharp smell of ozone and old metal, a scent Jill recognized from her tinkering work, but stronger, more intense. It reminded her of clockwork that hadn't moved in centuries, suddenly springing to life. "What are you?" she whispered to the book, momentarily forgetting the chaos around her as her tinkerer's curiosity overrode her common sense. What kind of enchantment? As if responding to her question, the grimoire's cover suddenly snapped open in her hands. The sound echoed off the stone walls like a thunderclap, and Jill nearly dropped it in surprise. Pages flipped of their own accord, revealing diagrams and text that shifted and rearranged themselves before her eyes. Jill caught glimpses of mechanical schematics for devices she didn't recognize. Things that looked like elaborate clockwork constructs, engines powered by unfamiliar energy sources, and diagrams of what might have been portals or doorways. The text surrounding these images shifted between languages, some she recognized and others utterly foreign, rearranging itself even as she tried to read it. One page lingered longer than the others, displaying what appeared to be a map with flowing lines of energy that reminded Jill of the ley line diagrams she'd seen in Lenora's books. But before she could study it properly, the pages began turning again, faster and faster. Devil Cat hissed from its corner, pressing itself against the wall as if trying to meld with the shadows there. The orbiting tools and screws spun faster, creating a metallic blur around Jill and the open book. With a final pulse of energy that sent a visible ripple through the air, the grimoire snapped shut. The floating objects dropped to the ground with a cacophony of clatters and clangs. Devil Cat darted up the stairs with uncharacteristic haste, vanishing into the shadows of the upper floor. In the sudden silence, Jill sat amid her scattered tools, holding the now quiet book. Its gears had slowed to a gentle tick-tick-tick, like a contented mechanical purr. The amber glow had faded to a subtle shimmer along its edges. "Well," she said, her voice sounding too loud in the quiet basement, "that was dramatic." Coggs landed on her shoulder, pecking gently at her ear in concern. His blue eyes studied the book with mechanical wariness. Jill ran her fingers over the grimoire's cover, feeling the intricate patterns of gears beneath her touch. As a brownie tinkerer, she'd worked with countless magical objects, enchanted devices, and mechanical curiosities. But this was something far beyond her expertise. Something ancient and powerful that would change everything at the Hearth and Crust Inn. "I think," she said slowly to Coggs, "we might need to close the inn for repairs today." Her t-shirt shifted its text one last time to read, "Found trouble, need backup." The Clockwork Raven nodded, his gears whirring in agreement. "And maybe," Jill added, struggling to her feet with the heavy tome clutched against her chest, "we shouldn't mention this to Lenora until I figure out what exactly we're dealing with. You know how she gets about potentially reality-altering magical artifacts." Coggs tilted his head, his expression as judgmental as a mechanical bird could manage. "Fine, yes, I'll tell her," Jill sighed. "But first, I'm going to need my magnifying specs and at least 3 cups of enchanted coffee. This is definitely not your average magical doodad." The grimoire ticked softly against her chest, almost like laughter. Draven wiped his hands on his leather apron and turned at the sound of frantic, high-pitched chatter filling the common room. Bartholomew Tixsprocket, a gnomish clockmaker who'd been staying at the Hearth and Crust for nearly a fortnight, approached with wide eyes and wildly gesticulating hands. The diminutive figure barely reached Draven's waist, but made up for his size with sheer volume. "Mr. Ironroot, sir, my pocket watches, all 7 of them, they're floating. Just hovering there, ticking in perfect unison when they should be set to different time zones." Bartholomew tugged nervously at his silver-streaked beard. "And my furniture! My writing desk slid across the room and positioned itself precisely beneath the window, and my armchair keeps rotating to face east no matter how many times I turn it." Draven's amber eyes gleamed with faint luminescence as he regarded the gnome. This wasn't the first such complaint today. The Ashbury sisters had reported their teacups arranging themselves by size rather than set. And Madame Willowbrook's enchanted knitting needles had abandoned her half-finished scarf to clack against her window in what she swore was a pattern of clicks and taps. "I'll investigate immediately," Draven assured him, his deep voice carrying the calm authority that had settled many a panicked guest over the years. "Please wait in the garden pavilion. Refreshments will be provided." The gnome nodded gratefully and scurried away, still muttering about chronometer synchronicity and magnetic anomalies. Draven strode across the common room with purposeful steps, his heavy boots barely making a sound against the polished wooden floors. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the bay windows, illuminating dust motes that seemed to dance in unusually orderly patterns. He paused by the hearth, drawn to something odd about the mantelpiece. The collection of small metal figurines, gifts from various guests over the years, had changed. Usually arranged in a haphazard, charming jumble, they now stood in perfect geometric alignment. Draven ran his stone-textured fingers along the mantelpiece, feeling a faint vibration. The figurines had positioned themselves to form what appeared to be a miniature mechanical schematic, complete with what looked like gears and levers. A chill that had nothing to do with the spring breeze crept up his spine. Whatever was happening affected metal objects most strongly, it seemed. Something mechanical in nature. His orcish battle instincts stirred as he scanned the room for other changes. The brass candelabras had rotated to point in the same direction. The decorative wrought iron frame around the guest ledger had twisted itself into a spiral. Even the iron pokers beside the fireplace stood at precise angles to one another. Through the bay window, a movement caught his eye. Draven narrowed his gaze, focusing on a figure standing at the edge of the property. Partially obscured by the twisted trunk of an old willow tree stood a cloaked silhouette he recognized immediately. Mordane Shadecloak. The gaunt face was illuminated by those unsettling violet eyes that now seemed fixed intently on the inn. His blackened, claw-like fingers sketched frantically in a leather-bound journal. "What are you up to now, Shadow Walker?" Draven muttered, already moving toward the door. The orc innkeeper stepped onto the front porch, the wooden boards creaking beneath his considerable weight. The spring air carried the scent of wildflowers and fresh-turned earth, but beneath it lurked something metallic and strange. Draven moved deliberately down the steps and across the garden path, but Mordane must have sensed his approach. The shadowy figure melted into the darkness with unnatural speed, seeming to dissolve into the shade of the willow tree. Draven approached the spot where Mordane had stood. The grass bore imprints of boots, but these footprints seemed wrong somehow. They shimmered with faint traces of shadow energy, like oil on water, before slowly fading away. He crouched down, touching the earth with his palm and closing his eyes, reaching for the connection to stone and soil that was his birthright. Something was off. The familiar ley line energy that coursed beneath Willowmire felt disturbed, agitated. The magical currents that normally flowed like underground rivers now pulsed with an unfamiliar rhythm, as if being redirected. A commotion from inside the inn pulled Draven from his contemplation. He rose and hurried back, pausing momentarily to gaze around the property. Nothing else seemed amiss outdoors, but that gave him little comfort. If Mordane Shadecloak was interested in the inn, trouble would surely follow. Returning inside, Draven stopped abruptly in the doorway of the dining room. The antique cuckoo clock that had hung on the wall for decades, a wedding gift from the previous owners, had completely disassembled itself. Gears, springs, chains, and wooden panels hovered in the air, forming a complex three-dimensional formation that rotated slowly above the breakfast table. The pieces moved in perfect synchronicity like a clockwork planetarium. Nearby, an elderly wizard couple, the Thrushbottoms if he recalled correctly, watched in open fascination, sipping their afternoon tea as if nothing were amiss. "Marvelous entertainment, good innkeeper!" Professor Thrushbottom called out, his bushy white eyebrows raised in appreciation. "Much more impressive than those singing teapots at the Gilded Griffin in Thornmoor." Draven forced a polite nod, not bothering to correct their assumption. "I'm pleased you're enjoying yourselves," he managed, his mind racing. Once out of earshot, he muttered to himself, "It's the ley lines." The resonance beneath his feet was shifting in unfamiliar patterns. Something was disrupting the magical energy, causing it to flow in new and potentially dangerous directions. A loud crash from the kitchen drew his attention. Draven moved swiftly through the swinging doors to find a scene of methodical chaos. The enchanted cutlery had abandoned its drawers and now hovered above the central preparation table, sorting itself by size and material rather than type. Silver spoons formed a perfect line from smallest to largest, while steel knives and brass-handled forks did the same nearby. More alarmingly, the magical self-stirring pots had arranged themselves in a spiral pattern on the floor, each rotating at perfectly timed intervals. Draven watched as a copper saucepan completed exactly 3 rotations, then a cast iron pot beside it performed 2, followed by a brass kettle executing a single spin. The pattern repeated, spreading outward like the workings of an enormous clock. "By the ancient stones," Draven whispered, watching the synchronized movement of metal objects throughout the kitchen. As he stood there, the stone walls of the inn began to emit a low hum, barely perceptible at first, but growing steadily in volume. Draven placed his palm against the nearest wall, closing his eyes and using his stone-shaping ability to sense the vibrations coursing through the masonry. The stone felt warm beneath his touch, almost alive with energy. There was something beneath the inn, resonating with these disturbances, something mechanical and ancient that had suddenly awakened. The vibrations carried a pattern that reminded him of clockwork, but with a magical signature unlike anything he'd encountered before. Moving swiftly to the second floor, Draven checked on the protective ward stones he had carefully embedded in the hallway corners when he first purchased the inn. The smooth river stones, each painstakingly carved with protective runes, should have been glowing with a soft blue light. Instead, they now pulsed with amber energy, and the runes had physically rearranged themselves into unfamiliar patterns. The stone runes twisted before his eyes, morphing as if trying to align with an external force. The amber energy matched exactly what he had glimpsed in Mordane's sketches moments ago. A halfling maid rounded the corner, carrying fresh linens. She gasped at the sight of the glowing ward stones, nearly dropping her stack of towels. "We need to evacuate the East Wing rooms," Draven told her, his voice calm despite his growing concern. "Tell the guests there's a minor magical disturbance. Offer them complimentary dinner and drinks in the garden pavilion. Be discreet." "Yes, Mr. Ironroot," she nodded, eyes wide. Amara Dewpetal hummed a cheerful melody as she fluttered between the kitchen counters, her wings leaving tiny trails of silver-blue shimmer in the air. Morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the Hearth Crust Inn's kitchen, catching the dust motes and turning them into dancing specks of gold. This was her favorite time, when possibilities stretched before her like an unrolled sheet of pastry dough. "Today we'll make something special," she announced to no one in particular, or perhaps to the kitchen itself. The cozy space had always felt alive to her, responsive to her moods and magic in a way that made baking feel like a conversation rather than a task. Amara reached for her enchanted rolling pin, lovingly named Raleigh, which usually wiggled cheerfully at her touch. But today, something felt different. As her fingers closed around the smooth wooden handle, she noticed an unfamiliar coolness, almost metallic, against her skin. "Ready to make some whimsical whirl pastries, Raleigh?" she asked, setting the pin atop a mound of rose-scented dough. Instead of its usual gentle magical hum and the free-flowing movement that created swirling, cloud-like patterns, Raleigh moved with rigid, mechanical precision across the dough. Amara's silver-blue wings fluttered in frustration as she watched the rolling pin create perfectly straight lines, transforming her organic, flowing design into something entirely different. "What's gotten into you today, Raleigh?" she asked the utensil, which responded not with its usual magical hum, but with a series of precise clicks and whirs as it continued its methodical movement, leaving behind mathematical spirals in the dough that resembled clockwork gears. Amara tilted her head, studying the patterns with a mixture of wonder and concern. They weren't ugly, in fact, they possessed a strange hypnotic beauty, but they weren't hers. These weren't the spontaneous, joyful swirls that carried her fey magic. These were calculated, measured, exact. A loud clatter drew her attention to the sink, where whisks and spatulas had organized themselves into a neat row. Before her eyes, they began to move in synchronized rhythm, the whisks beating at exactly 60 rotations per minute, no faster, no slower. "Oh my," Amara breathed, turning in a full circle to take in the kitchen. The kitchen, normally filled with the chaotic but coordinated dance of enchanted utensils, had transformed into something resembling a precise factory line, knives chopping ingredients into mathematically perfect cubes and measuring spoons dispensing ingredients in exact, unwavering quantities. "Stop that," she said firmly to a knife that was dicing apples into perfect 1 centimeter cubes. Merry apple tarts need irregular chunks for texture. The knife paused momentarily, as if considering her request, then resumed its precise cutting, completely ignoring her. Amara's wings drooped slightly. Never had her kitchen companions disobeyed her so blatantly. A faint movement caught her eye, a shadow where there shouldn't be one, pooling atop the spice rack. The shadow deepened, rippled, and then coalesced into a familiar form. Devil Cat materialized fully, its sleek black body contrasting sharply with piercing yellow eyes that gleamed with unmistakable mischief. The creature's tail swished lazily as it observed the kitchen's transformation with what Amara could swear was smug satisfaction. "You!" Amara gasped, flour-covered hands on her hips. "I might have known you'd be involved in this mischief. Shoo! Out of my kitchen!" She lunged toward the cat with a flour-covered hand, but Devil Cat simply stepped sideways into what appeared to be a small portal that opened between two cabinets, disappearing completely. "That's not supposed to happen," Amara gasped, watching as Devil Cat's head emerged from inside a closed flour bin, then vanished again only to reappear from inside an empty mixing bowl. Amara rubbed her eyes, wondering if she'd accidentally ingested some of her own daydream dainties. But no. The kitchen seemed to be developing spatial inconsistencies, small mechanical portals opening and closing like the inner workings of a complex clock. "This is Mordane's doing, isn't it?" she muttered, recalling Draven's report of seeing the shadowy figure lurking near the inn. The thought of the Shadeborn manipulating her beloved kitchen made her antenna-like ears twitch with indignation. Amara reached for a bag of sweet cinnamon, hoping that if she continued her baking as normal, the strange effects might wear off. As she opened the bag, an unusually intense wave of spice filled the air filled with the scent of cinnamon, nutmeg, and something metallic, like freshly polished brass, as Amara's signature elemental baking went haywire. Her cloud cream puffs, which normally hovered just a few inches above their serving plate, shot upward toward the ceiling like wayward balloons. Her earthen bread loaves, intended to have the wholesome density of rich soil, transformed into actual stone with perfectly straight edges and right angles. Most alarming of all, her fire flake cookies began emitting sparks that ignited small, perfectly circular flames on the countertop. "Oh dear, oh dear!" Amara fretted, grabbing a towel to smother the flames. To her surprise, the flames didn't spread chaotically as fire should. Instead, they burned in perfectly contained circles, like tiny, disciplined bonfires. A startled yip from the corner drew her attention. Peanut, Lenora's familiar, who had been napping in his basket by the hearth, awakened with confusion evident in his big eyes as floating measuring cups began to orbit around his head. The small dog's nose glowed brightly as he detected the unfamiliar magic, and he began chasing and snapping at airborne utensils as they zoomed by in formation. "Peanut, be careful!" Amara called, but her warning came too late as the little dog jumped and caught a floating teaspoon in his mouth. Rather than bringing it down, Peanut found himself lifted off the ground, his legs paddling in the air as the spoon continued its predetermined flight path. "This is getting out of hand," Amara muttered, her wings beating rapidly with agitation. She needed something to restore order, some way to reclaim her kitchen from whatever mechanical force had overtaken it. "The golden whisk of harmony, that should do it!" Amara brightened, reaching for her most treasured baking tool. The golden whisk had never failed to bring balance and proper magical flow to even her most ambitious recipes. Amara's attempt to create order failed spectacularly when she reached for her golden whisk of harmony, which springs from her grasp and begins conducting the chaotic symphony of kitchen implements like a maestro, causing them to move in increasingly complex but mathematically perfect patterns. "No, not you two!" she gasped as the whisk hovered mid-air, its golden handle gleaming with an unnatural light. It twirled once, twice, and then, with a flick that reminded Amara disturbingly of a conductor's baton, set the entire kitchen into a new level of mechanical chaos. Pots and pans arranged themselves by size and began a rhythmic clanging that sounded unnervingly like the ticking of an enormous clock. Ingredients measured themselves and combined in bowls that spun at precise intervals. Even the fire in the oven pulsed with metronomic regularity, expanding and contracting like the breathing of some great machine. Most disturbing of all, mixing bowls began producing pastries without any input from Amara. Perfectly hexagonal cookies, spiral-shaped bread rolls with exactly 13 turns, and cube-shaped cakes with precisely measured layers, all technically flawless but entirely lacking her usual fey magic and warmth. Amara picked up one of the hexagonal cookies and took a tentative bite. It was perfectly baked, with exactly the right ratio of sugar to flour to butter, but it lacked something essential, the spark of joy that made her baking special, the subtle infusion of elemental magic that gave her treats their enchanting properties. These were perfect baked goods, but they weren't magical. "Something's interfering with the kitchen's enchantments," Amara realized as she watches a butter dish slide across the counter, leaving behind a trail of golden equations written in butter, while the shadows cast by hanging pots form intricate, clock-like patterns on the wall that shift with mechanical precision. She closed her eyes and extended her fey senses, feeling for the familiar currents of magic that typically flowed through the inn. The usual warm, organic pulse of earth and hearth magic was still there, but superimposed over it was something else, something cold, precise, and relentlessly logical. The magical energies weren't battling each other so much as the newer force was calculating, measuring, and redirecting the existing enchantments into perfect, soulless patterns. A soft thud from above made Amara look up just in time to see Devilcat reappear atop the highest shelf, its tail swishing dangerously close to her jars of rare magical ingredients. Before she could shout a warning, the cat's tail knocked over several jars that, instead of shattering on the floor, froze in mid-air and began spinning like planets in orbit. The cat's yellow eyes seemed to gleam with understanding as it watched the chaos unfold with an almost calculating gaze. "You know something about this," Amara accused, pointing a flour-dusted finger at the feline. "What has your master done?" Devilcat merely yawned, showing sharp teeth and a pink tongue, but its eyes never left the orbital dance of the ingredient jars, tracking their movements with mathematical precision. Amara's wings flutter in alarm as she feels the kitchen's familiar enchantments being overwritten by something older and more precise. Her hands glow with fey light as she attempts to reclaim control, but the utensils continue their mechanical dance as if following instructions from a different source altogether, one that values perfect geometric precision over the creative chaos that usually defines her magical baking. "Enough!" Amara shouted, her normally gentle voice sharp with authority. She closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, and clasped her hands before her heart. A soft green glow emanated from between her fingers as she called upon her deepest fey magic. The glow spread outward, washing over the kitchen in waves of emerald light. For a moment, the mechanical movements faltered, the rolling pin paused mid-roll, the floating measuring cups wobbled in their orbits, and even Devilcat's eyes widened slightly. But then, like a clock rewinding itself, the machinery of the kitchen reasserted its patterns, shrugging off Amara's magic as if it were nothing more than a gentle breeze against the gears of a great timepiece. "This is beyond my magic," Amara whispered, a realization that sent cold dread trickling down her spine. In all her years at the inn, she had never encountered a force that could so completely override the kitchen's enchantments, enchantments that she had layered and nurtured over decades. A soft padding of footsteps in the hall outside gave her a moment's hope. Perhaps Draven or Lenora. Someone who might make sense of this mechanical invasion? Instead, Peanut, who had finally freed himself from the floating teaspoon, darted to the doorway and let out a series of alarmed barks. The small dog's magical nose was glowing brighter than Amara had ever seen, pulsing in time with the mechanical rhythms that had overtaken the kitchen. "What is it, Peanut?" Amara asked, crouching down to the dog's level. "Can you sense where this is coming from?" Peanut whined, spinning in a circle, then darted back toward the pantry door, scratching frantically at the base. Amara followed, having to duck beneath a procession of floating pie tins that marched through the air in perfect formation. The pantry door, normally secured with a simple latch, now bore a strange, circular pattern etched into its wooden surface. A pattern that shifted and realigned itself like the face of an elaborate clock. As she stared at the door, trying to make sense of the pattern, the butter-written equations on the counter behind her began to glow with a faint golden light. The entire kitchen seemed to hold its breath, poised on the edge of some great revelation or catastrophe. And throughout it all, Devil Cat watched from its high perch, tail swishing in perfect time with the ticking that now filled the air. A sound that Amara was certain wasn't coming from any clock in her kitchen, but from somewhere deeper within the inn. Somewhere below. Chapter 2. Recipes and Riddles. Jill struggled to balance atop the teetering tower of encyclopedias and leather-bound tomes. Her tiny brownie feet sought stable footing as several volumes of veil-born histories and mysteries threatened to slide out from the middle of her impromptu research throne. The study of the Hearth Crust Inn had never been so disorganized. Scrolls unfurled across tables, reference books splayed open to marked passages, and hastily scribbled notes stuck to every available surface. "Almost got it," she muttered, stretching to reach another dusty volume on a high shelf. Her magical t-shirt glowed softly in the dim light, the phrase, "Research Mode," activated, scrolling across the fabric in animated letters. The Clockwork Grimoire sat at the center of her research nest, its brass gears shifting with soft clicks. Occasionally, a gear would rotate or a tiny lever would flip as if the book were following her progress. Each time Jill found a particularly interesting passage about veil-born harmonic resonance, the steady ticking from the book's mechanical spine grew perceptibly louder. "Would you stop making that face?" Jill said to Coggs, who perched on a nearby lamp with his head tilted dubiously. "I know what I'm doing." The Clockwork Raven's blue eyes flickered, and he made a soft, whirring sound that somehow conveyed extreme skepticism. "Okay, I mostly know what I'm doing," Jill amended, flipping through yellowed pages with surprising speed. "But somebody's got to figure out what this thing is before it turns all our brooms into tap dancers again. Amara nearly had a conniption when the kitchen whisks started doing the waltz." Coggs clacked his metal beak together in what passed for his version of laughter. Jill paused, her finger hovering over a particularly intriguing paragraph. "Listen to this." The Veilborn weren't limited by conventional magical constraints, instead, developing systems to mathematically quantify mystical energies through precise measurement and resonant harmonics. She looked up at her mechanical companion. The Veilborn weren't just using magic, she explained. They were engineering it, creating mechanisms that could channel and reshape leyline energy with mathematical precision rather than ritualistic incantations. The grimoire's ticking increased tempo slightly, almost as if in agreement. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the study's windows. Jill sneezed, then wiped her nose on her patchwork sleeve before turning another brittle page. The movement sent a small avalanche of smaller books tumbling from her tower, but she barely noticed, too engrossed in her discovery. "Coggs, listen to this!" The final experiments of Archmagus Talon centered around what he termed resonance engines, devices capable of transforming magical energy into mechanical motion and back again with minimal entropy loss. She looked up with wide eyes. This has to be related to our friend here. At the mention of resonance engines, the grimoire's ticking accelerated to an almost anxious rhythm. Several of the gears along its spine began to spin rapidly. "Interesting reaction," Jill murmured, carefully marking the page with one of her countless pocket scraps. She reached for another tome, this one bound in what appeared to be copper-infused leather that still held a faint metallic sheen despite its age. Opening to a section marked with what appeared to be ancient Veilborn calculations, Jill found herself staring at a beautifully detailed illustration of interlocking runic gears. The drawing showed how magical energy might flow through a mechanical system, redirected and amplified through precisely arranged components. "This is it," she whispered, her fingers hovering just above the page. "This is how they did it." The moment her fingertips brushed against the illustration, the grimoire reacted violently. It sprang open with a metallic groan that echoed through the study like a rusty gate. Pages fluttered rapidly, as if caught in a windstorm, before finally settling on a previously blank section. The exposed pages began to glow with an amber light that cast sharp shadows across the room. "Well, that's new," Jill said, sliding down her book tower to approach the activated grimoire. Suddenly, ghostly blue lines materialized above the book's pages, projecting into the air to form intricate three-dimensional blueprints. The holographic image showed a complex assembly of gears, crystals, and what appeared to be ley line conduits. Strange symbols floated alongside various components, shifting and rearranging themselves before momentarily translating to recognizable script. System Initialization Protocol. "Cogs, are you seeing this?" Jill whispered in awe. The projection rotated slowly, revealing different components and subassemblies. The mechanical raven hopped down from his perch, landing beside the grimoire. He cawed softly in response, his blue eyes reflecting the ghostly blueprints while his head tilted with mechanical curiosity. The study filled with the scent of ozone and metal as the projection grew more detailed. Jill circled the floating diagram, trying to make sense of the complex machinery. The blueprint showed connection points where the device would interface with existing ley line pathways, and Jill noticed with a start that the indicated installation location appeared to be directly beneath the Hearth Crust Inn. "It's supposed to go here," she breathed, tracing the outline of what was unmistakably the inn's foundation. "They built this place on top of a Veilborn, whatever this is." Cogs hopped closer to examine the miniaturized version of the inn, pecking curiously at one of the ghostly blue corners. "Don't touch it," Jill hissed, but it was too late. The projection flickered, then stabilized, showing a new cross-section of the device's internal mechanisms. Scrambling for her tinkerer's toolkit, Jill pulled out a piece of drafting parchment and began to frantically sketch the blueprints. Her tiny hands worked with practiced precision as she captured the essential components of the mysterious Veilborn device, occasionally pausing to glance up at specific details before they rotated out of view. "If I can just get the basic structure down," she muttered, "maybe we can figure out what it's supposed to do before it does whatever it's trying to do to the inn." But as if sensing her intentions, the projected blueprints began to shift and rearrange themselves. The labels transformed from system initialization to more ominous phrases. Jill's hand froze mid-sketch as she read, "Caution, resonance cascade," floating beside what appeared to be an amplification chamber. "That doesn't sound promising," she said, redoubling her efforts to capture the design before it changed again. Another section morphed to display, "Warning, harmony disruption imminent," before parts of the design began to blur and fade from view. "No, no, no. Stay put just a little longer," Jill pleaded, her pencil flying across the parchment. Suddenly, the parchment flew from her hands as if snatched by an invisible force. It hovered before the grimoire, fluttering like a trapped butterfly. Intricate Veilborn script began to write itself across her sketch, forming complex patterns that overlaid her drawings. The script pulsed once with bright energy, a flash so intense that Jill had to shield her eyes. When she looked again, the entire parchment was disintegrating into shimmering dust that sparkled momentarily before vanishing completely. "Hey!" Jill protested. "I worked hard on that." The projections collapsed back into the grimoire with a sound like distant thunder. The book snapped shut with such finality that Jill jumped backward, nearly tripping over cogs. The temperature in the study dropped noticeably, and even the dust motes seemed to freeze in midair. Silence fell over the study. The grimoire sat motionless, its previously active gears now still. The only sound was Cog's soft mechanical whirring as he cautiously approached the book, extending one wing to poke at its cover. "Don't!" Jill warned, pulling him back. She stared at the now silent tome, her expression shifting from disappointment to determination. The text on her t-shirt shimmered and rearranged itself to read, "Challenge accepted." "Well, that was rude," she declared, hands on her hips as she addressed the grimoire directly. "You know, a simple, 'Please don't copy my secrets' would have sufficed. No need to vaporize my hard work." Cogs made a sound suspiciously like a mechanical snicker. "Laugh all you want," Jill told the raven, "but I've still got this." She tapped her temple with one finger. "Brownie memory. I remember most of what I saw." She hopped back onto her book tower and began rummaging through the volumes. "If the Veilborn built some kind of resonance engine under our inn, we need to know what it does and why it's waking up now." She pulled out another tome and flipped to a marked page. "And why it's making everything mechanical go haywire." Cogs tilted his head, his blue eyes flickering. "No, I don't think you're in danger of going haywire," Jill assured him. "You're special. Besides, you were already peculiar before all this started." The clockwork raven puffed his metal feathers in what might have been pride or indignation. It was sometimes hard to tell with Cogs. Jill climbed down and approached the grimoire again, keeping a respectful distance. "Whatever secrets you're hiding," she told it quietly, "I'm going to figure them out. And if your Veilborn engines are putting my friends or my inn in danger, I'm going to fix that too." The book remained silent, but for just a moment, Jill could have sworn she saw a tiny gear along its spine turn ever so slightly. Draven watched the stone ward marker flare and twist beneath his touch. He knelt on the damp earth at the property's edge, broad fingers tracing the carved symbols that had rearranged themselves into perfect geometric patterns. Concentric circles and interlocking triangles pulsed with an amber glow, replacing the familiar blue protective light that had guarded the inn for years. "This isn't right," he muttered, pressing his palm flat against the stone. The usual comforting vibration of the ward stone had transformed into something mechanical and precise, almost like a heartbeat that had suddenly learned to tick instead of pump. Draven closed his eyes and extended his awareness into the earth, calling upon his elemental ancestry to sense what lay beneath. What he found disturbed him deeply. The ley lines, those ancient rivers of magic that flowed beneath Willowmire like life-giving veins, had always followed natural patterns, curves and meanders like any stream would carve through land. Now they seemed to be reconfiguring, straightening. The wild energy was realigning itself into rigid mechanical formations that mirrored the strange symbols appearing on his ward stones. "This isn't natural magic," Draven muttered, surprised to see his breath fog in the suddenly chilled air. He rose from his crouch, moving along the property line to examine a section of the garden wall where he'd personally carved protective runes years ago. His careful handiwork had transformed into what appeared to be a precise mathematical equation written in ancient script. The Veilborn language, if his limited knowledge served him correctly, elegant, angular symbols that seemed to pulse with an intelligence of their own. A soft breeze stirred the leaves of the garden, but it carried an unnatural chill that made the hairs on Draven's forearms stand on end. Something was fundamentally wrong with the magical balance of his home. The inn had always been a sanctuary, built purposefully over a gentle confluence of ley lines to harness their natural protective qualities. Now those same energies felt foreign, almost engineered. Movement at the eastern boundary caught his eye. A shadow detached itself from the gathering dusk, moving with deliberate purpose along the property line. Draven narrowed his gaze, recognizing the distinctive fluid motion of Mordane's shade cloak. The figure's long fingers manipulated a complex brass device that resembled a sextant combined with a pocket watch, which he aimed toward different sections of the inn. Draven set his jaw, moving silently across the grass despite his substantial frame. Years of mercenary training hadn't abandoned him, even if he'd abandoned that life. An unnatural mist had gathered around the property boundaries, condensing into droplets that hung suspended in midair like tiny crystal lenses. Each reflected the amber glow of the disturbed wards, creating an eerie constellation of lights around the inn's perimeter. As he drew closer, Draven could hear the soft clicking and whirring of Mordane's instrument. The Shadeborn didn't seem to notice his approach, too engrossed in whatever readings he was collecting. The shadows around him pulsed and shifted independently of natural movement, stretching toward the wardstones like curious fingers. "Your presence is unwelcome here, Shadecloak," Draven stated firmly, his voice a low rumble in the unnatural stillness, "especially when the inn's protections are in a vulnerable state." Mordane looked up, seemingly unsurprised by Draven's appearance. A smile spread across his gaunt face, unsettling in its genuine delight. His violet eyes gleamed with barely contained excitement as he adjusted a series of tiny calibrated dials on his brass measuring device. "The disruption isn't limited to your quaint establishment, Ironroot," he replied, his voice carrying an unnatural echo, as if speaking from the bottom of a well. "Several historic sites across Willowmire are experiencing similar awakenings." The device in Mordane's hands emitted a series of ticks and whirs, its needle spinning rapidly before settling on a particular reading. The shadow-infused man smiled with satisfaction, examining the result with the enthusiasm of a collector who had just found a rare specimen. Nearby, a sleek black shape prowled along the top of the garden wall. Devil Cat, its yellow eyes fixed unblinkingly on Draven, while shadows curled around its paws like living smoke. "What exactly are you measuring?" Draven demanded, stepping closer. He noted with growing concern how the earth beneath Mordane's feet had arranged itself into a perfect mandala of small stones and soil, as if the very ground was being influenced by some mechanical precision emanating from whatever had awakened. "History repeating itself," Mordane responded cryptically. He slipped the measuring device into a pocket of his shadowy cloak, where it disappeared completely, swallowed by darkness. "The Veilborn's greatest achievement isn't as lost as many believe. Their harmonics are beginning to resonate again, and the ley lines remember their original configurations." Draven's jaw tightened at the mention of the Veilborn. The ancient civilization had left their mark throughout the region, but their knowledge and methods had been lost centuries ago. Thankfully, many would say. Their manipulation of magic had crossed boundaries that perhaps should have remained intact. "You speak as if this is something to celebrate," Draven said, gesturing toward a nearby flower bed where the blooms had rearranged themselves into mathematically perfect spirals, their stems stretching and bending at precise right angles. "Look around you. The natural order is being disrupted." Mordane's eyes gleamed. "Natural? Is that what you think this is? Oh, Ironroot, you've built your precious inn on far more than a simple ley line convergence. The foundation stones of this place were cut and placed by Veilborn hands." He gestured broadly at the inn. "Why do you think the grimoire revealed itself here of all places? It's returning home." A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the ground beneath them, causing the wardstones to flare brilliantly. The earth trembled, and Draven felt the ley lines attempting to shift again, pulling against centuries of established flow patterns. He instinctively extended his stone-shaping abilities, creating supportive structures beneath the inn's foundation, reinforcing the earth as he felt it wanting to reconfigure. Mordane seemed unfazed by the disturbance. He watched the phenomenon with the calculating gaze of someone who had anticipated precisely this reaction. "You know more than you're saying," Draven accused, bracing himself as another wave of energy rippled through the ground. "The book Jill found. It's causing this, isn't it?" "The Clockwork Grimoire is merely a key turning in a long, dormant lock," Mordane replied, his voice taking on a reverent quality. "A beautiful instrument of precision. The Veilborn understood that magic need not be wild and unpredictable. It could be measured, calibrated, engineered to perfection." Devilcat leaped down from the wall, landing silently beside its master. The feline's yellow eyes seemed to glow brighter in the dimming light, and the shadows around it writhed with unnatural animation. "Whatever you're hoping to gain from this disturbance, know that I will protect this inn and everyone within it," Draven warned, feeling the earth beneath him shift again. The strain of holding the ground steady was beginning to tax even his considerable abilities. Mordane began backing away, the edges of his form already melding with the lengthening evening shadows. Some mechanisms, once set in motion, cannot be stopped, only redirected, and I intend to be the one holding the key when the final gear falls into place. As Mordane faded into the darkness, Devilcat remained behind for a moment longer. The feline's tail twitched with deliberate precision, and suddenly the suspended droplets of mist surrounding Draven collapsed, drenching him in a cold shower that seemed to carry the taste of metal. When he wiped the moisture from his eyes, both Mordane and his familiar had vanished. Draven turned back toward the inn, his brow furrowed with concern. Through the windows he could see objects floating and rearranging themselves in the common room. The lights flickered in a rhythmic pattern that reminded him uncomfortably of Morse code, if Morse code had been invented by beings who communicated in mathematical equations. He made his way to the kitchen door, already formulating what he would tell Jill and Amara. As he reached for the handle, the door swung open on its own, the hinges moving with a precise measured swing that no ordinary door should manage. Inside, Amara was frantically trying to corral floating cookware that seemed to be arranging itself into orbital patterns around a central point in the kitchen. A mixing bowl that spun on its axis while perfectly geometrical cookies emerged from it and aligned themselves in midair. "Draven!" Amara called, blowing a strand of hair from her face. "Whatever's happening is getting worse. The spoons are conducting an orchestra, and I swear the flour is spelling out equations." Peanut yipped nervously from beneath a table, snapping at a whisk that danced just out of reach. "It's the book," Draven said grimly, ducking as a perfectly formed hexagonal muffin sailed past his head. "And I just had a conversation with someone who seems very pleased about it all." He caught a floating teapot before it could collide with a cabinet. "Where's Jill?" "Study," Amara replied, lunging for a line of measuring cups that had formed a conga line along the counter. "She said something about the book projecting blueprints." Draven nodded, setting down the teapot, which immediately rose again and began to pour tea in a perfect parabolic arc into cups that hadn't been there a moment before. "We need to gather everyone," he said, his voice steady despite his growing concern. "The magic affecting the inn isn't isolated, it's happening throughout Willowmire, and I think it's just beginning." As if in response, the entire inn shuddered. From beneath their feet came a sound like the winding of an enormous clock, followed by a deep, resonant tick that seemed to reverberate through the very foundations of the building. "What was that?" Amara whispered, frozen in place as every magical disturbance in the kitchen suddenly paused. Draven placed his palm against the nearest wall, extending his senses into the stone. What he felt made his blood run cold. The ley lines beneath the inn had snapped into a new configuration, locking into place like the teeth of a gear. "Something waking up," he answered grimly. "Something old." Amara hovered anxiously above her cherished recipe book, her silver-blue wings creating gentle ripples in the flour dusted across the kitchen counter. The sight below her made her stomach twist in a way that had nothing to do with hunger. Her handwritten instructions, once filled with intuitive measurements like a happy handful and until it feels just right, were transforming before her eyes into precise mathematical formulas. 17.3 grams at precisely 72.5 degrees Fahrenheit, she read aloud, her voice barely a whisper in the unusually quiet kitchen. The tiny, glowing flowers in her hair dimmed slightly as her confusion grew. The page continued to shift beneath her gaze, the ink reorganizing itself like ants marching into new formations. "This isn't right at all," she murmured, gently touching the page with flower-covered fingers as her recipes continued to rewrite themselves. The unfamiliar, mechanical script replaced her flowing fey handwriting with ruthless efficiency. Cooking times shifted from "until golden and singing" to exactly 13 minutes and 42 seconds, while her creative notes, little reminders about which emotions to focus on while mixing or which memories made the flavor brighten, vanished entirely. The kitchen, normally filled with the chaotic warmth of magical baking, felt unusually sterile. Even the morning sunlight streaming through the windows seemed to fall in perfectly straight lines rather than the dancing patterns she'd grown accustomed to. Amara's wings drooped slightly as she pulled her golden whisk of harmony from its special hook. The enchanted utensil hummed with uncertainty as she gripped it, as if sharing her apprehension. "Well," she said to her whisk, "I suppose we should see what happens." Reluctantly, Amara followed one of the modified recipes for her famous sunrise cinnamon rolls. She measured ingredients with scientific precision rather than her usual intuitive approach. Exactly 283 grams of flour, 23.7 milliliters of vanilla essence, cinnamon measured to the nearest tenth of a gram. "This feels wrong," she whispered to her whisk, which vibrated in apparent agreement. "Where's the joy in this? The spontaneity?" Normally, Amara would dance around the kitchen as she worked, her wings shimmering with delight as she added a pinch of this or a splash of that based on the kitchen's mood or the weather outside. Today, she moved with mechanical precision, following the instructions to the letter, afraid of what might happen if she deviated. As she mixed the dough, she noticed it didn't cling to her fingers the way it usually did. Instead, it formed a perfect sphere, its surface unnaturally smooth and uniform. When she rolled it out, it expanded to an exact circle without any effort on her part. "At least that part's easier," she muttered, though the convenience brought her no comfort. As Amara placed the perfectly formed dough into the oven, preheated to exactly 353 degrees Fahrenheit according to the rewritten instructions, she wiped her brow and stepped back. Through the oven's glass door, she noticed something odd. Rather than rising organically as they baked, the rolls were expanding in perfect mathematical spirals, each creating an identical golden pattern that resembled the gears of a clock. "Sweet nectar," she gasped, pressing her nose against the warm glass. "They're moving like machines." The scent that filled the kitchen wasn't just the warm, comforting aroma of cinnamon and sugar, but carried an underlying metallic note like polished brass warming in the sun. Amara's nose twitched, her sensitive fey senses picking up something else. A faint electrical charge in the air, similar to the feeling before a lightning storm. Even more concerning, tiny sparks of amber light, the same color as the ley line disturbances Draven had mentioned at breakfast, danced across the roll's surfaces as they baked. The sparks followed the spiral patterns, tracing perfect geometric shapes before disappearing into the dough. Her golden whisk vibrated more intensely in her hand, almost humming a warning. "I know," she whispered to it. "Something's very wrong here." When the timer chimed, a sound that seemed louder and more insistent than usual, Amara carefully removed the tray from the oven after precisely the specified time. Before she could set the tray down, the rolls detached themselves from the baking sheet and arranged themselves into a perfect circle on the cooling rack without her touching them. They began to emit a soft humming tone that rose and fell in a pattern that sounded almost like a mechanical lullaby. "They're beautiful," Amara admitted reluctantly, examining one of the rolls. Each was geometrically flawless with exactly 7 spirals, each precisely the same size. The golden brown surface gleamed like polished wood, reflecting more light than ordinary pastry should. When she broke it open, instead of the usual puff of enchanted steam that would bring happiness, a small cloud shaped like interlocking gears emerged and floated toward the ceiling. Amara watched the vapor dissipate, her wings fluttering nervously. Her baked goods had always produced magical effects. That was the point of her fey baking, but never anything so structured. Mechanical magic, she murmured, like in those blueprints Jill mentioned. Curious about these unexpected effects, Amara followed another modified recipe for her hearth loaf, traditionally a simple bread that provided warmth and comfort to anyone who ate it. She found herself moving faster now with a precision that didn't feel entirely like her own, as if the kitchen itself was guiding her motions. The resulting loaf emerged perfectly rectangular with precisely scored lines across its top. When she cut into it, the knife met no resistance, sliding through as if the bread were eager to be divided. Inside, the crumb revealed layers arranged in a pattern reminiscent of a circuit board, straight lines intersecting at perfect angles, with small circular pockets distributed at mathematically precise intervals. "This isn't baking anymore," Amara whispered to her whisk. "It's engineering." The kitchen's ambient magic shifted noticeably when the loaf was sliced. The temperature fluctuated in rhythmic pulses, dropping and rising 3 degrees at a time. The enchanted utensils aligned themselves at perfect right angles on the counter, no longer scattered in the cheerful disarray she preferred. Most strangely, the water in the sink began to flow upward, defying gravity in a twisting helix pattern that caught the light like a crystal sculpture. A flutter of movement drew Amara's attention to the windowsill. Devil Cat had appeared, seeming to materialize from the shadows between the herb pots. Its yellow eyes fixed intently on the unusual baked goods, glowing with an intensity that made Amara's skin prickle. "Shoo!" she called, waving her whisk at the shadowy feline. "These aren't for you. I don't even know if they're safe." Before she could react further, Devil Cat darted forward with unnatural speed, snatched a piece of the hearth loaf in its mouth, and vanished into a shadow that seemed too small to contain it, just a thin line between the flour canister and the spice rack. "That can't be good," Amara muttered, staring at the spot where the cat had disappeared. Devil Cat had always been strange, but this behavior seemed particularly ominous. From the doorway came a familiar sound, a high-pitched yip that announced Peanut's arrival. The small familiar stood frozen at the threshold, the magical glow around his nose intensifying as he detected the strange energies emanating from the baked goods. His little body trembled, clearly sensing something that made him uneasy. "It's all right, Peanut," Amara said gently, though she didn't feel certain herself. "Just some strange baking today." She broke off a small piece of roll for him to sniff, hoping the familiar's magical senses might provide some insight. Instead of his usual enthusiastic approach to anything food-related, Peanut backed away with uncharacteristic caution, his ears flattened against his head. He yipped again, the sound clearly one of warning rather than excitement. Amara's wings fluttered in distress as she realized the full implications. Her baking had always been an extension of her fey magic, intuitive and organic, bringing joy and comfort through the unpredictable wonder of creation. But now, something mechanical was imposing itself on her craft, turning her nurturing creations into tools for some unknown purpose. The geometric pastries continued their soft humming on the counter, the amber sparks growing slightly brighter. Amara quickly gathered them all, placing the remaining baked goods in a sealed container that she marked with a hastily scrawled, "Do not eat," in bold letters. "Come on, Peanut," she said, her voice firmer now as she wiped flour from her hands. "We need to find Jill immediately." The familiar perked up at this plan, seemingly relieved to be leaving the kitchen. As they hurried into the hallway, Amara glanced back at her beloved kitchen. For the first time since she'd arrived at the Hearth and Crust, the room felt foreign to her, cold and calculating rather than warm and welcoming. "My recipes," she murmured sadly as they hurried down the corridor. "My magic. Whatever's happening is changing everything about the inn. She clutched her golden whisk tightly, taking comfort in its familiar weight and the faint warmth it radiated. And I have a feeling we've only seen the beginning. The container of geometric pastries tucked under her arm seemed to pulse in rhythm with her steps, as if counting each one with mathematical precision. Chapter 3. Tea Leaves and Timepieces. Lenora hurried through the inn's library, clutching a stack of historical texts that threatened to topple from her arms. Normally a place of familiar comfort, the library felt different today. The towering bookshelves seemed to have shifted overnight, arranging themselves into rigid, geometric patterns that made the room feel more like a puzzle box than a cozy repository of knowledge. "Did someone rearrange in here?" she muttered to Peanut, who trotted faithfully at her heels. The little dog's nose glowed with a subtle luminescence, a clear sign he was detecting magical changes in the air. Lenora had spent the morning gathering every text on ley line theory she could find. After hearing about the strange occurrences throughout the inn, floating objects, mechanical anomalies, and Amara's mysteriously rewriting recipe book, she knew something significant was happening. The answer, she suspected, lay somewhere in these dusty tomes. As she rounded a particularly tall shelf, she spotted the central reading table where Jill had left the peculiar mechanical book everyone was talking about, the Clockwork Grimoire. Lenora paused, taking in the strange artifact with its brass gears and metal inlays running along its spine like veins of silver. Without warning, her silver locket warmed against her skin, pulsing with an intensity that made her gasp. The stack of books nearly tumbled from her grasp as the locket's heat increased. Not painfully, but insistently. Looking down, Lenora saw the intricate spiral patterns along its edges beginning to glow with a silvery light, as if reaching toward the mechanical tome across the room. "It's never reacted like this before," Lenora whispered to Peanut, who whined softly and pressed against her leg. His large eyes remained fixed warily on the grimoire, which seemed to respond to the locket's activation. The book's gears shifted and clicked, turning of their own accord in tiny, precise movements. Peanut gave another low whine, ears flattening against his head. "I know, boy. It's strange." Lenora set her stack of books down on a nearby table, keeping her eyes on the grimoire. "It's almost like they recognize each other." With trembling fingers, she approached the mechanical tome. Each step closer caused her locket to grow warmer, vibrating against her chest with increasing urgency. The sensation wasn't painful, but insistent, like a message being transmitted in a code she could almost understand. The library filled with the familiar scent of old parchment, but something else lingered beneath it. Something electric and sharp, like the air before a lightning strike. The fine hairs on her arms stood on end as she extended her hand toward the book. "What are you?" she whispered, carefully placing her palm on the grimoire's mechanical cover. The contact sent a jolt of energy coursing through her fingertips. Both the book and her locket pulsed in perfect synchronization, their lights briefly merging into a brilliant flash that illuminated the entire room. Dust motes danced in the sudden glow, swirling in geometric patterns before settling again. Peanut barked once, sharp and surprised, before scrambling under a nearby chair. "Show me what you're trying to say," Lenora whispered, her amber eyes reflecting the glow. With one hand still touching the grimoire, she cautiously opened her locket with the other. The gem at its center, a stone her grandmother had claimed was older than memory, emitted a beam of silvery light that connected directly to the book's brass clasp. The grimoire's response was immediate. Its pages began to turn on their own, flipping rapidly before settling on a section filled with mechanical diagrams. The illustrations weren't static. They shifted and realigned themselves as if searching for something specific, gears within the page turning and clicking. Simultaneously, an ethereal projection emanated from her locket, a three-dimensional map that hovered in the air between her and the book. The silvery light coalesced into lines and shapes, gaining definition with each passing second. Peanut, curiosity overcoming caution, emerged from his hiding place. He barked excitedly, jumping up on his hind legs as the projection solidified into a detailed blueprint of the Hearth and Crust Inn. The map showed not just the familiar structure but revealed its foundations and, Lenora's breath caught, previously unknown chambers and passages beneath the structure, all glowing with the same silver light as her locket. "This is Valeborn craftsmanship," Lenora realized, her voice hushed with awe. The distinctive patterns matched perfectly with the stories her grandmother had told her as a child, tales of an ancient people who could weave magic and melody together, who understood the world's underlying harmonies. The map highlighted a hidden chamber directly beneath the inn's central hearth, connected to a network of channels that pulsed with what she recognized as ley line energy. "The inn was built on purpose," she whispered, understanding dawning. "It wasn't just a coincidence." The grimoire seemed to respond to her realization, its pages glowing brighter as it projected its own overlay onto the hovering map. Mechanical systems and devices integrated with the hidden chambers, creating a complete schematic that revealed the truth. The inn was built atop what appeared to be a Valeborn workshop or laboratory. "A workshop," she breathed, her mind racing. "Not just any workshop. A ley line manipulation site." As the projections merged and interacted, Valeborn script appeared along the edges of the map. Lenora had seen similar markings in her grandmother's old journals, but had never been able to decipher them. Now, to her amazement, the symbols gradually transformed into words she could understand, as if her locket was translating them in real time. "The harmony must be maintained. System instability detected. Recalibration required. Seek the stabilizer." The words hung in the air, glowing with urgency. Lenora's mind whirled, trying to connect everything she knew about the Valeborn with this new information. Her grandmother's stories had mentioned something called the harmony, the delicate balance of energies the Valeborn had worked to preserve. "System instability," she murmured, thinking of the strange occurrences throughout the inn. "The ley lines must be—" Her locket suddenly snapped shut with unexpected force, breaking the connection. The projections dissolved into particles of light that briefly swirled around her before fading entirely. The abrupt disconnection left her feeling hollow, as if something vital had been snatched away. But the grimoire's pages remained open, now displaying a single clear image, a detailed schematic of the hidden workshop beneath the inn, with a set of coordinates that corresponded exactly to the room directly beneath her feet. "Peanut, we need to find Jill," Lenora said, her voice steadier than she expected. "Right now." The little dog yipped in agreement, scampering toward the library door, then looking back expectantly. Lenora carefully closed the grimoire, feeling its gears shift beneath her fingertips. The book seemed almost alive, its mechanical heart beating in time with some greater rhythm she was only beginning to perceive. She tucked the book under her arm, its weight surprisingly light for something that contained such profound revelations. Her free hand went to her locket, which had cooled but still hummed faintly against her skin. "Jill will know what to make of this," she told Peanut, though she wasn't entirely convinced. The brownie was clever with mechanical things, but this went beyond simple tinkering. This was ancient Valeborn technology, designed to interact with the very foundations of magical energy. As they hurried through the inn's corridors, Lenora noticed more signs of the changing magic. Picture frames tilted at precise angles, furniture arranged in geometric patterns, even the decorative tapestries seemed to have shifted their woven designs to incorporate mechanical motifs. She found Jill in a side hallway, balanced precariously on a ladder, tinkering with what looked like a grandfather clock whose hands were spinning wildly in opposite directions. "Jill!" Lenora called up, clutching the grimoire tighter. "I need to show you something. It's about the book." The brownie glanced down, her pigtails bouncing as she moved. When she spotted the grimoire under Lenora's arm, her eyes widened, and she slid down the ladder with practiced ease. You've been poking at old Tickety, have you? Jill asked, wiping her hands on her colorful patchwork dress. Been causing a right ruckus, that one. It's not just causing a ruckus, Lenora said, lowering her voice, though they were alone in the hallway. It's trying to tell us something, and my locket, it connected with the book somehow. Jill, there's a hidden chamber beneath the inn, a Veilborn workshop. Jill's normally mischievous expression turned serious, her pointed ears perking up with interest. A workshop? Under our very toes? Well, butter my biscuits and call me toasty. Cogs, Jill's clockwork raven, swooped down from a nearby sconce to land on her shoulder, its mechanical eyes clicking as it focused on the grimoire. The book showed me exactly where to find it, Lenora continued, opening the grimoire carefully to reveal the schematic. And there was a message. Something about maintaining harmony and finding a stabilizer. I think the strange things happening around the inn are because something's wrong with the ley lines. Jill stroked Cog's metallic feathers absently, her clever eyes scanning the schematic. Well now, this explains the jiggery-pokery with all our mechanical bits. She tapped the page with a small finger. These patterns, they're magnetic resonance designs. I've seen similar in the old clock tower outside town, but nothing this complex. You understand what this means? Lenora asked, hope rising in her chest. Not entirely, Jill admitted with refreshing honesty. But I know enough to recognize danger when it's tap dancing in front of my nose. She pointed to swirling designs around the edges of the schematic. These are ley line flow indicators, and they're showing instability patterns. If this workshop exists and it's malfunctioning... That's what the message meant, Lenora breathed. The instability needs to be fixed. We need to find this stabilizer. Jill bounced on her toes, her constant energy bubbling over. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go dig up a centuries-old magical thingamabob before breakfast, shall we? Peanut barked in agreement, his magical nose glowing brighter than ever. Lenora couldn't help but smile at Jill's enthusiasm, even as worry knotted in her stomach. There's more to it, though. When my locket connected to the book, I felt like it was recognizing me, like it knew who I was. Jill paused, her head tilting curiously. Your Grand's stories about your family, didn't they mention something about Veilborn connections? Yes, but I always thought they were just stories, Lenora said, her free hand rising to touch the locket again. Something to make a little girl feel special. Well, Jill said, a knowing glint in her eye. Sometimes the stories we tell our little ones are the truest ones of all. She extended her hand. Let me see that map again. If we're going treasure hunting, I'll need to bring my very best tools. Jill clung to Draven's shoulder with practiced ease, her small brownie fingers gripping the fabric of his tunic while she balanced the lantern in one hand and the Clockwork Grimoire in the other. The book pulsed against her palm like a mechanical heart, its gears whirring softly as if anticipating what lay ahead. She'd fastened her tool belt extra tight for this expedition, its familiar weight comforting against her hip. Mind the ceiling beam, big guy, she murmured, patting Draven's shoulder as he ducked beneath a low-hanging support. Last thing we need is you knocking yourself out before we find whatever magical shenanigans this book is leading us to. Behind them, Lenora's footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs, her locket held aloft like a divining rod. The silver trinket cast an otherworldly glow that made the shadows dance and stretch across the stone walls of the basement. Amara brought up the rear, her delicate wings vibrating with nervous energy, shedding a soft bluish luminescence that mingled with the locket's silver light. I still think we should have brought some of my emergency scones, Amara said, her wings fluttering faster as they descended deeper into the basement. Clockwork magic makes me nervous. It's so precise, not like baking at all. Your emergency scones made the dining room chairs float for 3 hours yesterday, Jill reminded her with a grin. We're dealing with enough floating objects as it is. Cogs swooped down from the rafters, settling on Jill's shoulder with a mechanical chirp. The raven's blue eyes flickered as it surveyed their surroundings, gears quietly turning beneath its metallic feathers. According to the map, the entrance should be right about. Jill's voice trailed off as her lantern illuminated the basement's far wall, the same spot where earlier that week she had discovered the loose stone hiding the grimoire. But now the entire section was covered in a thin layer of frost despite the summer heat. Tiny gears and clockwork patterns etched into the ice like a master engraver had worked through the night. "Well, that's new," she whispered, tapping Draven's shoulder to set her down, "and decidedly on the creepy side of magical." The moment her feet touched the ground, the grimoire grew warm in her hands, its mechanical components whirring with increased intensity. The sound echoed through the basement, tick-tock-click-whir, a complex rhythm that made the frost patterns shimmer in response. Simultaneously, Lenora gasped as her locket pulsed brighter, shooting a thin beam of silver light that traced a perfect rectangle on the icy surface, the unmistakable outline of a doorway previously hidden by centuries of stonework and magic. "It's responding to both the locket and the book," Lenora said, her voice hushed with wonder. The beam from her locket remained steady, illuminating runes that had been invisible only moments before. Jill exchanged a meaningful glance with Coggs, who cocked his metallic head and emitted a series of clicks that only she understood. Veil-born craftsmanship, miss. Exceptional quality. "Stand back," Draven commanded gently, setting Jill down on a nearby crate before approaching the frosted wall. He pressed his broad palms against the ice, seemingly impervious to the cold. His fingers began to glow with a warm, earthy light, the telltale sign of his stone-shaping ability. Rather than forcing the stone to move, Draven closed his eyes and appeared to be listening, communing with the ancient masonry. Jill had seen him do this before, not commanding the stone, but coaxing it, speaking its language of pressure and patience. "The stone remembers," Draven murmured, his voice deeper than usual. "It remembers being shaped by hands not unlike mine, but with tools of sound and light." The wall responded to his touch with a series of low grinding sounds. Jill clutched the grimoire tighter as stones began to shift and realign themselves. What impressed her most was the precision. Each block moved not chaotically, but with calculated purpose, like puzzle pieces following a predetermined pattern. The ice cracked and fell away in perfect geometric shapes, evaporating before it hit the ground. Within minutes, the wall had transformed into an arched doorway, adorned with intricate veil-born symbols that matched those appearing in the grimoire. The craftsmanship was breathtaking. Copper and brass fittings inlaid along the frame remained untarnished despite centuries hidden within the wall, and the entire structure hummed softly with residual magic that smelled faintly of ozone and ancient dust. "It's beautiful," Amara whispered, her wings fluttering in excitement as they all gazed at the newly revealed entrance. Jill ran her fingers along one of the brass fittings, her tinkerer's mind already analyzing the construction. "These aren't decorative," she noted. "They're functional components of some kind of mechanism." She turned to the others with a grin. "I'd bet my best wrench that this is just the beginning." As the group hesitated at the threshold, Coggs took off from Jill's shoulder with mechanical eagerness, his gears whirring as he disappeared into the darkness beyond the doorway. Jill felt a moment of anxiety. She and the Clockwork Raven had rarely been separated since she'd repaired him last winter. "Coggs, get your shiny tail feathers back here," she called, but her worry was short-lived. Moments later, the Clockwork Raven returned, cawing a series of metallic notes. "Clear, but strange. Need light." Jill translated automatically, the mechanical language as familiar to her as her own heartbeat. Lenora stepped forward, her locket now pulsing in a steady rhythm that matched her heartbeat. Peanut trotted at her heels, the small dog's nose glowing faintly as it sensed the magic ahead. "It's pulling me forward," Lenora said, her voice a mixture of excitement and trepidation, like it knows where we need to go. As she crossed the threshold, something remarkable happened. Ancient sconces along the walls of the hidden passage flared to life, not with flame, but with contained spheres of silver blue light that illuminated a descending corridor. The walls were lined with veil-born script and had mechanical components embedded within them, gears, pistons, and crystalline structures that seemed to pulse with dormant energy. "By the whispers," Jill breathed, following close behind with the grimoire. "This isn't just a hidden room, it's a whole mechanical system." The book in her hands began clicking in a complex pattern that sounded almost like a musical code. She watched in fascination as each click corresponded to a symbol in the corridor lighting up in response. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. "The locket is literally a key," she exclaimed, looking back at Lenora with wide eyes. "And the grimoire? It's communicating directly with this place. It's like they're having a conversation." The passage descended in a perfect spiral, each turn exactly the same length and angle as the previous one. The mathematical precision would have felt unnatural if it weren't so aesthetically pleasing. Jill found herself counting steps, noting the golden ratio in the curve of the walls. This wasn't just architecture, it was art expressed through numbers and precision. Peanut's nose glowed brighter with each step, detecting the increasingly potent magic emanating from below. The little dog stayed close to Lenora, occasionally letting out a soft whine when the magical energy surged. "The ley lines must be incredibly strong here," Draven observed, his voice echoing slightly in the spiral passage. "I can feel them resonating through the stone." "They feel different from regular ley lines," Amara added, her wings twitching. "More structured, like someone took wild magic and gave it rules to follow." Finally, after what seemed like precisely 49 steps, Jill had counted. They reached the bottom of the spiral. Before them stood a circular chamber door unlike anything Jill had ever seen, a magnificent construction of interlocking brass gears and crystalline components, resembling a massive clockwork iris. "Oh, you beauty," Jill whispered reverently, approaching the door with the lantern held high. "Wrenchy would be so jealous right now." She patted the wrench tucked into her tool belt affectionately. As she approached with the grimoire, both the book and the door began to move in synchronization, gears turning, crystals aligning, and mechanical components shifting with soft clicks and whirs. The sound was like music to Jill's ears, a perfectly tuned mechanical symphony. The grimoire suddenly sprang open in her hands with enough force that she nearly dropped it. Pages that had previously been sealed shut, no matter how much she'd prodded them with her tools, now separated with a soft hiss. Golden light spilled from between the pages, illuminating her astonished face. "It's unlocking itself!" she called to the others, holding the book carefully as new text appeared on the freshly revealed pages. As the book revealed its secrets, the chamber door responded in kind. The interlocking gears began to rotate and slide against each other, creating new patterns with each movement. Crystals aligned with soft chimes, and the entire mechanism reconfigured into an open archway, folding in on itself with impossible elegance. The newly accessible pages in the grimoire filled with luminous script that resembled complex mathematical formulas. Jill's eyes widened as she recognized what she was seeing, ley line equations that mapped the energy flowing beneath the inn and throughout Willowmire, with this chamber marked as the convergence point of several major currents. "These are ley line formulas," she breathed, turning the book so the others could see. "Look, this point here is where we're standing. And these lines, they connect to places all over Willowmire. The Whispering Willow, the old watchtower, even Mordane's workshop on the edge of town." She ran a finger along one particularly bright line. "And this one leads straight to the inn's hearth." Coggs perched on her shoulder, his mechanical eyes whirring as he focused on the book. He let out a series of clicks and caws. "You're right," Jill nodded, translating for the others. "These aren't just maps. They're instructions. The Veilborn weren't just channeling the ley lines. They were redirecting them, shaping them." She looked up at the open doorway, where soft light now emanated from the chamber beyond. "And whatever's in there is at the center of it all." Lenora stepped closer, her locket now pulsing in perfect synchronization with the grimoire's ticking. "It's like my grandmother always said about the locket, that it would show the way when the time was right. I never understood what she meant until now." As they stood at the threshold of the chamber, Jill felt a strange mixture of excitement and trepidation. The tinkerer in her was practically buzzing with the urge to rush forward and examine every gear and crystal in sight. But even she, with her typical brownie impetuousness, recognized the gravity of what they'd discovered. "Well," she said, adjusting her tool belt and giving Cogs a reassuring pat, "shall we see what the Veilborn left for us to find?" She held the grimoire tightly against her chest, feeling its mechanical heart beating in time with her own. After all, doors like this aren't made to stay closed forever. Mordane traced glowing sigils in the air with his blackened fingers, watching as they hung suspended before dissolving into the violet haze that filled his workshop. The eerie light emanated from crystalline containers lining the walls. Each housing captured ley line energy that pulsed in hypnotic rhythm. Shadows danced across diagrams and charts covering nearly every surface, not the natural shadows cast by light, but living darkness that responded to his moods and thoughts. He stepped back to survey the largest map on the central wall. Willowmire's magical infrastructure rendered in meticulous detail. Red lines tracked recent disturbances that had grown more pronounced over the past week. At the center, marked with glowing amber, sat the Hearth Crust Inn, positioned directly above a major ley line convergence point. Mordane had known about this convergence for years, but only now was its true significance becoming clear. A soft thump drew his attention to Devilcat, who had claimed a throne atop a stack of ancient texts. The familiar's yellow eyes tracked his movements with unnerving intelligence, its tail swishing with measured precision rather than feline whimsy. "Patience," Mordane murmured, his voice carrying that strange echo that had become more pronounced since his transformation. "We have what we need." From a pocket in his shadow-woven cloak, he withdrew a small bundle wrapped in waxed paper. The pastry, one of Amara Dupital's magically infused creations, had been surprisingly difficult to obtain. Devilcat had needed to create 3 separate distractions before successfully securing the item. With ritualistic precision, Mordane placed the bread on an examination table engraved with runic censers. The moment the pastry touched the surface, the runes pulsed to life, sending ripples of data throughout the workshop's connected instruments. "Fascinating," he murmured, violet eyes gleaming as the seemingly ordinary bread emanated complex patterns of ley line energy. He hovered his claw-like fingers just above its golden crust, and tiny sparks of amber light sprang from the bread's surface, dancing around his hand before coalescing into a miniature 3-dimensional representation of the inn's underlying ley line structure. Devilcat's ears perked forward with interest. The shadows surrounding Mordane writhed with his rising excitement. He reached for his leather-bound journal, its pages already filled with observations and calculations. With practiced elegance, his pen formed precise mathematical equations that mapped how the grimoire's influence had altered the basic properties of the Fey Baker's magic. "Look at this," he said, indicating a particular energy signature. "Her intuitive Fey magic has been completely restructured, transformed into programmable, predictable energy patterns. The chaos of intuition replaced by mechanical precision." Devilcat yawned deliberately, showing sharp teeth. "Don't be dismissive," Mordane chided, continuing his documentation. "The Fae has no idea what she's channeling. Her recipes have become conduits for the grimoire's recalibration protocols, each pastry a small node in a larger system that's gradually rewriting the magical infrastructure beneath Willowmire." The cat's tail flicked in acknowledgement. Mordane stepped away from the examination table and moved to a large drafting table positioned beneath a skylight that had been enchanted to show the night sky regardless of the actual time of day. He unfurled an ancient map, yellowed with age and bordered with Veilborn script, that detailed Willowmire's original ley line network. Beside it, he spread more recent sketches made during his observations at the inn. With practiced precision, he overlaid transparent sheets containing fragments of information copied from the grimoire's pages, glimpses he'd managed to obtain through Devil Cat's eyes and his own careful observations. As the layers built upon one another, a pattern emerged that caused his breath to catch. "It's not simply rewriting magic," Mordane whispered, his voice resonating unnaturally in the workshop's confined space. "The grimoire is attempting to restore the original Veilborn leyline configuration, undoing centuries of natural drift and intentional redirection." Devil Cat's ears twitched at his master's excitement. The feline sprang from its perch, landing gracefully atop Mordane's workbench where it batted playfully at a crystalline pendulum suspended from a brass stand. The device swung in response, tracing glowing patterns in the air that perfectly matched the energy signature of Amara's enchanted bread. Mordane nodded with grim satisfaction. "Just as I suspected, the patterns are identical." A sudden burst of inspiration drove him to a different corner of the workshop where a complex array of brass instruments stood connected to vials of swirling, shadowy essence. He plucked a crumb from the bread and carefully introduced it into a small aperture within the apparatus. The instruments immediately sprang to life, whirring, clicking, and emitting soft chimes as they produced a cascade of measurements. Mordane frantically recorded the results, his quill scratching across the journal's pages. The shadows around him darkened and swirled with his growing excitement, occasionally obscuring his form entirely before revealing him again. If the grimoire can rewrite magical recipes, locksmithing techniques, and protective wards, he theorized aloud, pacing between workbenches while wisps of shadow trailed behind him like a living cloak, then it can certainly rewrite leyline pathways, not just their present configuration, but their very history. He stopped abruptly, grasping the edge of the table as the full implication struck him. It could erase the shattering of the harmony as if it never occurred. The possibilities unleashed by this revelation sent his mind racing. If the grimoire could rewrite magical history, could it also rewrite his personal history? Could it restore what he had lost in his transformation, without requiring him to sacrifice the power he had gained? His reverie was broken by an unusual sound. Devil Cat mewing with genuine urgency rather than its typical disdainful tone. The familiar had positioned itself beside a shelf where a small crystal sphere had begun to pulse with rhythmic warning light. Mordane quickly crossed the workshop, shadows flowing around him like water. He lifted the sphere, cradling it in his blackened palm as he observed the fluctuations of local leyline activity. The disturbances originated from the direction of the inn and were growing steadily stronger with each passing minute. "They've found the workshop," he concluded, referencing not his own sanctuary, but the hidden veil-born chamber beneath the inn that he'd been searching for since his arrival in Willowmire. He set down the sphere and began gathering specific texts and instruments with calculated efficiency. The shadows surrounding him swirled in agitation, reflecting his internal excitement disguised as concern. Devil Cat leapt to a nearby shelf, back arched expectantly. Mordane paused to run his fingers along the familiar's spine, a rare smile crossing his gaunt features. "Let them activate the initial protocols. They're doing my work for me, while I prepare to redirect the final resonance when the system fully awakens." He selected a worn leather case from beneath his workbench and opened it to reveal a set of finely crafted tools unlike any used by modern mages. Their design bore the unmistakable aesthetics of veil-born craftsmanship, elegant curves coupled with mechanical precision. "All these years searching for a way to access the Veilborn systems," he murmured, fingers hovering reverently over the tools. "And now, through sheer luck, those fools at the inn have stumbled upon exactly what I need." He selected a curved brass instrument, etched with tiny runes, and slid it into an inner pocket of his cloak. 3 more specialized tools followed, each humming faintly with latent magical energy. Finally, he withdrew a small box lined with velvet, inside which nestled a crystalline key, similar in design to the ethereal projections he'd observed emanating from the grimoire. "They've found the lock," Mordane said, closing the case, "but I have the true key." Devilcat chirped questioningly, tail swishing toward the stolen pastry still on the examination table. "No, leave it," Mordane instructed. "It's already served its purpose. The energy patterns are recorded." He moved to a tall, narrow cabinet in the corner of the workshop and opened it to reveal a full-length mirror. Instead of his reflection, the glass showed a shadowy path leading through what appeared to be Willowmire's underground. "We'll need to approach carefully," he told Devilcat. "The activation of the workshop will have made the ley lines unstable. Even without my intervention, their efforts might trigger a cascade effect." He paused, considering the situation with cold calculation. "Actually, that might be preferable. A minor magical disaster would provide the perfect distraction." Devilcat's whiskers twitched with what might have been amusement. Mordane adjusted his cloak, ensuring his tools were secure. The shadows clung to him like a second skin, darkening until only his violet eyes remained distinctly visible. "The fools believe they've discovered something remarkable," he said softly. "They have no idea they're merely pawns in a game centuries in the making." He extended his arm, allowing Devilcat to climb to his shoulder. "It's time we observed their progress firsthand." With a fluid gesture, Mordane traced a complex sigil in the air. The mirror's surface rippled like disturbed water, and the shadowy path grew more defined. He stepped forward, melding with the darkness as the workshop faded behind him, leaving nothing but violet embers floating in the empty air. Chapter 4. Secrets Below the Hearth. Draven stepped into the underground chamber first, his imposing frame silhouetted against the doorway. The moment his boot touched the floor, amber light flickered to life around them, illuminating a vast circular space that time had somehow forgotten to touch. A perfectly preserved Veilborn workshop sprawled before him, walls of polished stone inlaid with copper conduits that pulsed with dormant energy. The light seemed to recognize him, brightening slightly as he ventured further inside. "Careful," he warned over his shoulder, holding out a hand to keep the others back for a moment. "Let me make sure it's safe first." The air carried a metallic tang and the scent of preserved oil, not musty or decayed as one might expect from a sealed chamber, but fresh, as though the very atmosphere had been preserved in stasis. Draven moved cautiously forward, his footsteps echoing with unexpected precision in the geometrically perfect acoustics of the room. Each step produced a clear, resonant tone, almost musical. His stone-touched fingers brushed against a workbench where tools lay exactly as they were left centuries ago, mid-task, as if their owners had simply stepped away moments before. A small hammer rested beside a half-carved rune, a measuring device with crystal components still displayed readings on its face. Several quills stood upright in inkwells, the ink neither dried nor congealed. "They didn't leave willingly," Draven observed quietly, his amber eyes drawn to scorch marks that radiated outward from a central console embedded in the floor. The console itself was a marvel of engineering, a mechanized rune station with crystalline components arranged in complex patterns that mirrored the ley line network beneath Willowmire. The pattern felt strangely familiar to him, resonating with his innate connection to stone and earth. He crouched beside the console, careful not to touch it. The intricate crystal formation at its center had partially shattered, with fracture lines extending outward through the surrounding stone like lightning frozen in time. "Something went catastrophically wrong here," he murmured, more to himself than to his companions. The workshop revealed itself as a marriage of magic and precision engineering. Half-completed constructs stood frozen in various stages of assembly around the circular chamber. A mechanical bird with crystal-tipped wings perched on a stand nearby, its delicate gears visible through an open panel in its chest. A device resembling a miniature orrery occupied another table, its planets made of different elemental materials, a sphere of solidified flame, another of compressed water that somehow remained liquid after centuries. Most prominently, against the far wall, stood a massive apparatus that appeared to be a partially finished ley line stabilizer, its central column rising toward the ceiling with a network of crystal-lined channels radiating outward. The purpose of the room became clear to Draven. This was no mere workshop, it was a ley line manipulation chamber, designed to interface directly with the magical currents flowing beneath Willowmire. As Jill and Lenora entered behind him, Draven noticed how the room responded to their presence. Subtle clicks and whirs emanated from the walls as dormant systems registered visitors for the first time in centuries. Thin lines of amber light traced patterns across the floor, connecting like a web of glowing veins, flowing toward where the grimoire rested in Jill's hands. "Don't move," Draven cautioned when the book began to hum in response. "The room is reacting to it." Jill froze, her eyes wide as the grimoire's mechanical parts shifted slightly, gears turning with muted precision. "The entire room is a machine," Draven realized aloud, feeling the stone beneath his feet resonating with his elemental ancestry. The connection was unlike anything he'd experienced before. The stone itself communicating ancient memories of purpose and function. The walls were embedded with mathematical formulas carved in Veilborn script, describing principles of harmonic resonance that even he, with his connection to stone, found difficult to comprehend. "These equations," he said, running his fingers along a sequence of symbols. "They're trying to describe how to manipulate ley line energy through mechanical means. The Veilborn were attempting something extraordinary here." Lenora approached one of the walls, her locket glowing faintly as she traced the inscriptions with her fingertips. "Some of these symbols match patterns I've seen in my family's records," she whispered. "This confirms it. My ancestors were connected to this place." A sudden distressed chirping sound drew their attention to the chamber entrance. Glimscale appeared unexpectedly, drawn by the activation of ancient magic, but the wyvern recoiled immediately, its crystalline scales flaring with defensive light. It refused to enter fully, instead crouching at the threshold with wings half spread as if prepared for immediate retreat. "Something's wrong," Draven said, noticing Glimscale's reaction and approaching the wyvern with gentle, reassuring movements. He knelt beside the creature, extending a hand but not touching it. "What is it? What do you sense?" The wyvern's eyes shifted to a troubled amber color, mirroring Draven's own. Through his stone sense, the ability to perceive the subtle energies flowing through earth and mineral, Draven could feel how the ley line energy in the chamber flowed in unnatural patterns. It wasn't the organic, river-like movement he was accustomed to feeling beneath Willowmire. This energy was precise and mechanical, more like clockwork than a natural current. Glimscale communicated its distress through a series of empathic impressions that washed over Draven in waves. The wyvern's fear was palpable, carrying memories of pain and weakness. Draven interpreted the feelings clearly. The chamber's energy signature matched the corrupting influence that had once weakened the wyvern. Artificial, rigid, and disharmonious with natural ley line flow. "This place," Draven translated for the others, "Glimscale is telling me its magic is like the corruption that hurt it before. It's suggesting that whatever the Veilborn were attempting here might have contributed to the shattering of the harmony." Jill gasped softly. "You mean this workshop might be ground zero for what destroyed the Veilborn civilization?" "Maybe not ground zero," Draven replied, rising with new caution, "but definitely involved somehow." He examined the central console more carefully, noting how it appeared designed to interface directly with ley lines through a series of crystalline amplifiers. The design was ingenious, each crystal positioned to capture, redirect, and amplify ley line energy through the copper conduits. Nearby, blueprints preserved on thin sheets of metal showed a complete network intended to extend throughout Willowmire and beyond, with the inn's location marked prominently as Primary Node Alpha. "Look at this," he called to the others, pointing to the blueprints. They weren't just working with local energy. They were trying to establish a network, a system to manage ley line flow across a vast area. The diagrams showed how the network would have branched out from Willowmire, connecting to other nodes in places Draven recognized as sites of magical significance: the standing stones to the north, the crystal caverns to the east, and several locations he didn't recognize. As he studied the workshop's layout more thoroughly, a theory formed in his mind. Tools had been left mid-use, materials scattered in ways that suggested hasty work rather than orderly procedure. Emergency measures were evident in the arrangement of stabilizing crystals placed around the room, not part of the original design, but added later, apparently in desperate attempts to contain something. They were trying to stabilize something that had already begun to destabilize, Draven theorized as he pieced together the evidence. Look at these crystals. They're emergency stabilizers, and these markings show signs of rushed calculations. He pointed to corrections scratched into the stone walls. Whatever catastrophe led to the shattering was already underway when this workshop was abandoned. Lenora approached the central console, her locket pulsing brighter as she drew near. The grimoire must have been part of their solution, she suggested. A way to rewrite the leyline patterns that were becoming corrupted. Before Draven could respond, the floor beneath them suddenly trembled. The grimoire in Jill's hands emitted a series of mechanical tones, precise, measured notes that echoed through the chamber. To Draven's alarm, answering sounds emerged from the central console, a perfect harmonic response to the book's call. "Jill, back away from the console," Draven warned, but it was too late. Dormant systems throughout the workshop began to activate in sequence, lights brightening, gears turning, and crystals humming with increasing resonance. The mechanical bird twitched, its crystal wings capturing the ambient light. The orrery began a slow rotation, its elemental planets tracing orbits around a central sphere of pure golden light that hadn't been illuminated before. "The room is awakening," Draven said, his voice tight with concern, like a slumbering giant preparing to resume work interrupted centuries ago. The copper conduits in the walls now glowed with fierce amber light, pulsing in rhythm with the grimoire's mechanical heartbeat. Draven could feel the stone beneath his feet warming, resonating with energies beyond his experience or control. Whatever this workshop had been designed to do, it was powering up to do it again, and none of them understood the consequences. "Everyone stay calm," he instructed, struggling to maintain his own composure as the room's energy intensified. "Don't touch anything else. We need to understand what's happening before—" His words cut short as the central console projected a holographic display into the air above it, a three-dimensional map of Willowmire's leyline network showing dangerous instabilities forming at key intersections. The map pulsed with urgent red warnings at specific points. Through his connection to stone, Draven could sense the truth. The ancient problem the Veilborn had faced was somehow recurring. The workshop wasn't just remembering its purpose. It was responding to a present danger. The ley lines beneath Willowmire were showing the same patterns of instability that had preceded the shattering. Glimscale whimpered at the doorway, its crystalline scales now flashing with warning colors. The wyvern's distress confirmed what Draven already sensed. They had stumbled into something far more dangerous than a simple historical discovery. "The ley lines," he said quietly, watching the holographic display with growing alarm. "They're destabilizing again, just like before. And this chamber, it's not just a workshop, it's a repair facility." At the center of the display, directly beneath the Hearth Crust Inn, a pulsing node of chaotic energy grew larger with each passing moment. The workshop's systems were responding to this threat, but whether they were designed to fix the problem or merely document it remained unclear. The mechanical bird suddenly took flight, circling the room once before landing on Draven's shoulder, its crystal eyes fixed on the holographic display. Its tiny mechanical heart ticked in perfect synchronization with the grimoire's rhythm. "I think," Draven said slowly, "it's trying to help us understand." Jill's sense of wonder bloomed the moment they stepped into the ancient Veilborn workshop. While the others hesitated at the threshold, she scampered across the dusty floor with excited energy. her small brownie form darting between towering mechanical constructs that loomed like sleeping giants. Her magical t-shirt flashed rapid messages, changing from "so many gears" to "don't touch anything," and then immediately to "must touch everything." "Jill, be careful," Draven's voice echoed behind her, heavy with caution. "We don't know what any of this does." She waved a dismissive hand without looking back. "That's exactly why we need to find out!" Her pigtails bounced as she skipped between massive brass columns etched with spiraling runes. The workshop stretched farther than seemed possible, as if the room existed in a space larger than the inn above could possibly contain. Cogs fluttered overhead, the clockwork raven's mechanical wings barely making a sound as he swooped through the cavernous space, occasionally diving to inspect something shiny before returning to circle above Jill. "Look at this craftsmanship," she murmured, running her fingers along what appeared to be a dormant automaton. Its metal surface was cool to the touch, and surprisingly free of dust, as if time itself had respectfully kept its distance. Climbing nimbly onto a workbench, Jill found herself face to face with a partially assembled mechanical construct. A delicate framework of brass gears and crystal components arranged in a configuration that suggested a device for visualizing ley line currents. Her expert tinkerer's eyes immediately recognized both familiar principles and utterly alien engineering concepts. "This is incredible craftsmanship," Jill whispered reverently as she examined the precision-cut gears, each tooth mathematically perfect with tolerances her finest tools could never achieve. She reached into her tinkerer's toolkit and produced a small magnifying lens to study the microscopic runes etched along each component. "I've never seen anything like this," she called over her shoulder to the others, who were still cautiously exploring the perimeter of the room. "It's like they understood gear ratios on a completely different level, and these crystals aren't just decorative, they're positioned at exact intervals to channel energy." Lenora approached slowly, her locket glowing faintly. "Can you tell what it does?" "It's some kind of ley line manipulator," Jill replied, not lifting her eyes from her examination. "But so much more precise than anything we use today. Our current methods are like trying to redirect a river with your hands. This is like having control of each individual water droplet." Cogs landed beside her with a soft metallic click, the raven's blue eyes focusing on the ancient machinery with what appeared to be recognition. The familiar tilted its mechanical head at an exact 42-degree angle, a gesture Jill had never seen before, as if accessing some forgotten protocol buried in its construction. "What is it, Cogs?" she asked, pausing her examination. The raven remained perfectly still, its normally fidgety demeanor replaced by an uncharacteristic stillness. The grimoire tucked under Jill's arm began to tick more rapidly, its rhythm shifting to match a subtle vibration coming from beneath the floor. She felt it before she heard it, a resonance that traveled up through the soles of her boots and into her bones. Everyone?" "Something's happening," she called, her voice pitching higher. As the synchronization became perfect, thin lines of amber light traced their way from the book through Jill's hands and into the dormant construct before her. The light didn't hurt. It felt like warm honey flowing across her skin. But it was definitely not normal, even by magical standards. "Oh, that's probably not good," Jill muttered as the construct's crystals began to glow in response. Internal components slowly rotating as if waking from centuries of slumber. Her t-shirt changed to read, "Fascinating Disaster Imminent," as she remained frozen between scientific curiosity and self-preservation instinct. "Jill, put that book down!" Theron's voice cut through her fascination, sharp with alarm. "I'm trying!" she squeaked, fingers seemingly fused to the grimoire's cover. "It's like it's glued to me!" A deep thrumming resonated through the chamber as the ley line beneath them pulsed with sudden energy. Not the gentle flow of natural magic, but a precise, mechanical surge that coursed upward through the workshop's floor in geometric patterns of light. The amber radiance illuminated the entire room, casting long, dancing shadows of the mechanical constructs against the far walls. The light patterns coalesced into a grid across the floor, each intersection marked by a glowing sigil that Jill recognized as Veilborn numerals, a mathematical code pulsing beneath their feet. The grimoire sprang open in Jill's hands, its pages flipping autonomously to reveal diagrams that matched exactly the machinery surrounding them. As the book's ticking accelerated to match the ley line pulse, each beat caused corresponding components throughout the workshop to twitch and align themselves as if being recalibrated. It's a control system, Jill realized with awe as she watched the grimoire's mechanics manipulate the ley line energy, directing it through specific pathways in the workshop. She noticed how the book's internal gears mirrored precisely the arrangements of the larger machinery, functioning as both blueprint and remote control for the Veilborn technology. The grimoire isn't just a book, it's a remote control. It's like... She struggled to find the right words. Like a musical conductor, but for machine magic. Draven had drawn his sword, though it seemed a futile gesture against whatever arcane process was unfolding. Can you stop it? I don't know if I should, Jill replied, her scientific curiosity overwhelming her caution. This could be the most important discovery about Veilborn technology in centuries. The construct before her suddenly activated fully, its crystals projecting a three-dimensional map of Willowmire's ley line network that hovered in the air. But unlike natural ley lines with their organic flowing patterns, this projection showed rigid geometric channels cutting through the landscape like an imposed mathematical grid. That's not right, Lenora said, stepping closer to examine the projection. Ley lines don't run in straight lines like that. They follow natural contours of the land. They do now, Jill agreed, squinting at the projection. But maybe the Veilborn were trying to change that? Redirect the natural magic to flow in more efficient patterns? The projection zoomed outward, revealing how the re-engineered ley line system would extend far beyond Willowmire, restructuring the magical energy of the entire region. Jill felt a chill despite the warm amber light bathing the room. This would completely transform how magic works, she whispered. Natural magic would become mechanical, predictable. Theron moved forward, his eyes fixed on the projection. And who would control this new system? The grimoire's pages flipped again, revealing a complex series of instructions written in Veilborn script. The book's ticking grew louder, more insistent, as if demanding action. I think it wants me to complete the sequence, Jill said, her fingers hovering over the construct's control mechanism. To initiate whatever this is. Don't, Theron warned, his voice low and urgent. Remember what happened to the Veilborn themselves. There's a reason this was abandoned. Cogs unexpectedly interfered, the mechanical raven flying directly through the projection with wings spread wide, disrupting the light patterns. The raven's blue eyes gleamed with an inner light as it cawed harshly, a sound more like grinding gears than a bird's call. At the same moment, Jill slammed the grimoire shut with both hands, breaking the synchronization and causing the pulsing energy to subside as suddenly as it began. The amber light flickered and died, plunging the workshop back into shadow before the magical lanterns they'd brought reasserted their gentle glow. That was... Jill trailed off, finding her usual stream of words inadequate. As the workshop returned to dormancy, a single crystal component broke off from the construct and rolled toward Jill. When she picked it up, it felt unusually warm and continued to pulse faintly with amber light in perfect rhythm with the now muffled ticking of the closed grimoire. A physical fragment of the system now irrevocably linked to the book's mysterious mechanisms. She slipped the crystal into one of the many pockets of her dress, patting it gently. For research, she murmured to herself. What just happened? Lenora asked, her voice steady despite the obvious tension in her shoulders. Jill hopped down from the workbench, cradling the grimoire carefully. I think we just saw what the Veilborn were trying to create before they disappeared, a system to completely restructure how magic flows through our world. But why? Draven asked, finally lowering his sword. Control, Theron answered before Jill could. Natural ley lines are unpredictable, wild. They shift over time, respond to natural events. But if you could make them fixed, geometric... He turned to Jill. What would that mean for someone who controlled such a system? Jill's t-shirt changed to display "Ask me about unlimited power," before quickly shifting to Bad Idea Club founding member. She grimaced. It would mean they could predict exactly how magic would behave. No surprises, no variations. They could potentially ration it, direct it, maybe even deny it to others. She patted her pocket where the crystal sat. But the bigger question is, why did they abandon it? Something this advanced doesn't get left behind unless something went very wrong. Coggs landed on her shoulder, his metallic feathers ruffling slightly as his mechanical head swiveled to survey the room once more. The raven's behavior during the activation hadn't escaped Jill's notice. Something about this place had triggered a response in her familiar that she'd never seen before. "And why does Mordane want it now?" she added quietly, her usual mischievous energy subdued by the weight of what they'd discovered. The crystal in her pocket pulsed steadily against her hip, a tiny mechanical heartbeat in perfect sync with the grimoire. Whatever connection had been formed between the two wouldn't be easily broken, and Jill wasn't entirely sure she wanted it to be. Lenora moved carefully between the ancient workbenches, her locket warm against her skin as she traced her fingers over veil-born inscriptions that seemed oddly familiar. Her fingertips tingled with each symbol she touched, as if the carvings recognized her somehow. Peanut stayed close to her ankles, his magical glow intensifying as he sniffed at the floor where the ley line pulse had been strongest moments before. "These look like musical notations, but they're integrated with mathematical formulas," she murmured, more to herself than to the others. The locket's heat against her chest increased as she translated one particularly elaborate sequence. Something about harmony and resonance frequencies. The workshop had settled back into uneasy silence after Jill's encounter with the construct. Dust particles danced in the ambient light, frozen in a tableau of suspended animation. But Lenora couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. She glanced toward the vaulted ceiling where shadows seemed to pool unnaturally in the corners, despite the ambient light from the crystals embedded in the walls. Theron was examining what appeared to be a control panel nearby, his fingers hovering just above the surface, not quite touching it. Jill had scrambled up onto one of the workbenches, her nimble brownie hands fiddling with a half-assembled mechanical device. Draven maintained his vigilant stance near the entrance, one hand resting on his staff. "Did anyone else notice that?" she asked softly, pointing to a section of wall where what appeared to be a normal shadow momentarily moved against the direction of light, stretching like an inky tendril before retracting back into darkness when her attention focused on it. "Notice what?" Theron looked up, his brow furrowed. "That shadow, it moved on its own, not with the light, but against it." Jill paused her tinkering, head tilted curiously. "Shadows aren't supposed to do that unless they're being very, very naughty." Peanut growled suddenly, his small body tense as he stared fixedly at a dark recess beneath one of the larger devices. The familiar's enchanted nose glowed brightly as he detected foreign magic, and a moment later, Lenora saw it too, a shadow detaching itself from the natural darkness, moving with purposeful liquid grace. A chill crept up her spine. "Something's here with us," Lenora warned the others, her voice steady despite her racing heart as she instinctively placed her hand over her locket. More shadow tendrils emerged from different corners of the room, coalescing and stretching toward the central console where Jill had placed the grimoire. "Oh, that's definitely not normal shadow behavior," Jill whispered, slowly backing away from her workbench as her t-shirt changed to read, "Exit stage now." The temperature dropped abruptly, their breath becoming visible in the suddenly chilled air. The shadows thickened and took more definite form. Elongated fingers reaching for the grimoire, accompanied by the faint scent of char and violet energy that Lenora immediately recognized from Mordane's previous intrusions. "Draven!" Theron called out, already moving toward the grimoire. Protective wards now! Lenora's mind raced through everything she'd learned about shadow magic from her studies. The way the tendrils moved, purposeful yet distant, lacking the solidity of physical presence. He's trying to access the workshop remotely, Lenora realized, remembering Theron's warnings about shadow magic's ability to project influence across distances. She stepped forward with newfound confidence, drawing on her growing understanding of her Veil-born heritage as her locket began to pulse with silvery light. He's not physically here, he's projecting his shadow magic. Well, that's just cheating, Jill huffed, leaping down from the workbench with surprising agility. Cogs, her clockwork raven, swooped down from one of the rafters to land on her shoulder, mechanical eyes clicking as they adjusted focus. The shadow tendrils recoiled momentarily from the locket's glow before surging forward with renewed determination, now clearly recognizable as extensions of Mordane's presence. One tendril managed to brush against the grimoire's cover, causing its gears to spin frantically as if in distress. "Don't let them touch it again!" Theron shouted, his hands weaving a shimmering barrier of green light that intercepted two more shadowy appendages. Lenora felt her locket grow hot against her skin, almost burning now. The energy within it seemed eager to be released, pushing against her control like water behind a dam. She'd never felt it react so strongly before, as if it recognized both the danger and its surroundings. Her locket suddenly sprang open of its own accord, releasing a brilliant flare of silver-white light that filled the chamber. The gem at its center projected what appeared to be the same veil-born melody that had once activated the singing stone, but now manifested as patterns of light that countered the encroaching shadows. Musical notes and geometric forms danced through the air, intertwining in a language that Lenora somehow understood instinctively. "The locket is responding to protect the workshop," Lenora gasped as she felt warm energy flowing through her, instinctively directing the light patterns with subtle movements of her hands. She found herself tracing specific gestures that she somehow knew would strengthen the locket's defensive capabilities. "It's like it knows what to do here!" Peanut yipped excitedly, darting between shadow tendrils that recoiled from his glowing nose. The little dog was fearless, nipping at darkness that hissed like steam when touched. "Cogs, reconnaissance!" Jill commanded, and the mechanical raven took flight, its brass wings reflecting the silver light as it circled the shadows, confusing their movements with its unpredictable patterns. A silent battle ensued between light and shadow, Mordane's tendrils attempting to ensnare the grimoire while the locket's protective barrier expanded outward in geometric patterns that perfectly countered each attack. The workshop itself seemed to respond, its dormant systems pulsing with light where Lenora's barrier touched them. Ancient mechanisms whirred to life, emitting harmonious tones that reinforced the locket's melody. "The workshop is joining the defense," Theron observed with wonder, his eyes wide as dormant crystals in the walls began to glow in sequence, forming a lattice of light that pushed against the darkness. "Lenora, your locket. It's speaking to the Veil-born systems." Lenora's body felt weightless, her consciousness oddly expanded as the locket's energy flowed through her. She could sense the workshop's systems, their original purpose and design becoming clearer in her mind. The room wasn't just a place of invention. It was a ley line monitoring station designed to observe and stabilize the energy flows beneath Willowmire. "This is why he wants the grimoire," she called out, her voice echoing strangely as if harmonizing with the locket's melody. "The Veilborn were regulating ley line energy. The grimoire can rewrite those regulations." One particularly aggressive shadow tendril slithered along the floor, avoiding the light barriers to approach the console from below. Peanut spotted it and barked frantically, but couldn't intercept in time. "Lenora!" Jill shouted in warning. Without conscious thought, Lenora swept her hand downward, directing a cascade of silver light that cut off the tendril's advance. The gesture felt natural, as if she'd performed it countless times before. The shadow writhed where the light touched it, then reformed, more determined than ever. Draven's staff struck the ground with a resonant boom, sending a pulse of protective magic through the floor that momentarily disrupted all the shadow tendrils. "Whatever you're doing with that locket, keep doing it," he growled. "I can't maintain this for long." Lenora focused on the central patterns emanating from her locket, recognizing them now as a sophisticated Veilborn ward, not just protective magic, but a countermeasure specifically designed against shadow manipulation. She made a twisting motion with her wrists, and the light configurations shifted, becoming more intricate, weaving themselves into the very fabric of the workshop. The shadows intensified their assault, merging into a single massive tendril that reared up like a serpent, poised to strike directly at the grimoire. Lenora stepped between it and its target, her locket blazing so brightly now that her silhouette was cast in sharp relief against the far wall. "You don't belong here, Mordane," she declared, surprising herself with the authority in her voice. "And you don't understand what you're interfering with." The shadow tendril hesitated, as if her words had actually reached the caster. Then it lunged forward with explosive force. Lenora raised both hands, her locket floating an inch away from her chest, suspended by its own magic. The melody reached a crescendo as light erupted from her palms, meeting the shadow mid-strike. For a moment, the two forces held each other at bay, darkness pressing against light, neither yielding. Then she heard it, a whisper from the grimoire behind her, almost indistinguishable from the ticking of its gears. It spoke a single word in a language she didn't recognize, yet somehow understood. "Illuminate." Lenora's locket responded immediately, pulsing once with blinding intensity. The light expanded outward in concentric rings, each one cutting through Mordane's shadow projection like a blade. The darkness fragmented, attempting to reform, but the locket's light had changed, now carrying a resonant frequency that made reformation impossible. With a final frustrated surge, the shadow tendrils withdrew completely, slithering back into the darkness with unnatural speed. Lenora's locket closed gently, its light subsiding to a soft glow as Peanut yipped triumphantly at her feet. But the victory felt temporary, a mere repulsion rather than a defeat. Lenora couldn't shake the certainty that Mordane had learned something valuable from even this failed attempt. She sank to her knees, suddenly exhausted, her hands trembling from the exertion of channeling so much energy. Peanut immediately rushed to her side, pressing his warm body against her leg and licking her hand with concerned affection. "That was," she began, struggling to find words for what had just happened. "Incredible," Theron finished for her, approaching slowly with an expression of newfound respect. "You channeled pure Veilborn magic. I've only read about such things in the oldest texts." Jill bounced over, cogs settling back onto her shoulder with a mechanical chirp. "Your locket went all whoosh, and the shadows went all ack, and then poof." She made elaborate hand gestures to illustrate each sound effect. Her t-shirt now read, "Shadow Boxing Champion." Lenora touched her locket, which had returned to its normal temperature but still hummed with residual energy. "It wasn't me, not really. The locket knew what to do. It's like it remembered this place." "No." Draven joined them, his usually stern face softened with something like wonder. "The locket may have provided the power, but you directed it. No magical object acts with that level of precision without a wielder's intent." The workshop had settled again, but now several of its systems remained active, pulsing with gentle light in rhythm with the grimoire's ticking. The ancient machines seemed more alive, as if Lenora's intervention had reawakened something long dormant. "Look!" Theron pointed to the floor where the shadows had been most concentrated. A fine residue of violet dust remained, glittering ominously in the crystal light. Mordane left something behind, a magical signature. Jill approached it cautiously, her expression uncharacteristically serious as she examined the dust without touching it. "It's like he was marking this place." leaving a trace so he could find his way back more easily next time. That's what I meant, Lenora said, rising to her feet with Peanut still pressing protectively against her legs. He didn't get the grimoire, but he learned something about this workshop, about how it connects to the ley lines. She approached the central console where the grimoire sat, its mechanical parts still spinning but now in a more controlled, deliberate pattern. The book had partially opened during the conflict, revealing pages of intricate diagrams that seemed to map the very room they stood in. The grimoire is connected to this place, she realized. It's not just a book, it's a key, or maybe a control mechanism. Her fingertips traced lightly over the open pages, feeling the subtle indentations of the diagrams. As she touched one particular illustration, what appeared to be the central ley line node beneath the workshop, the floor beneath them trembled slightly, and a new set of crystals illuminated in the walls, revealing a previously hidden alcove. Chapter 5. Ginger Snaps and Gear Traps. Jill's heart pounded as she stood before the massive central console nestled in the newly discovered alcove of the workshop. The brass mechanisms formed perfect concentric circles around a brilliant crystal core, mesmerizing in their complexity. Despite her small stature, she felt even tinier next to this imposing veil-born creation. Her fingertips traced the intricate metalwork reverently, following the curves and notches that seemed almost alive under her touch. "Would you look at that?" she whispered. The surface featured script that seemed to shift and dance when she moved her head, revealing different meanings from various angles. It was unlike any magical language she'd encountered in her years of tinkering. Cogs made a soft, whirring noise from her shoulder, the Clockwork Raven's blue eyes glowing with interest. "I know, right? This has to be the primary interface." Jill glanced down at her t-shirt, which now displayed "Careful Genius at Work" in glowing letters. "At least my shirt thinks I know what I'm doing." Behind her, Lenora carefully stepped around dormant constructs, while Draven kept watchful eyes on the chamber's entrance. Peanut scampered about, nose twitching excitedly. Jill frowned, studying the center of the console. A recessed panel caught her eye, rectangular and lined with notches along its perimeter. Something about its dimensions tugged at her memory. She muttered, pulling the grimoire from her largest pocket. She held it over the recessed area, and a thrill ran through her as she realized it matched perfectly. It's like this thing was made specifically for the book. "Are you sure that's wise?" Lenora asked, her locket pulsing with a faint amber glow. Jill shrugged. "Probably not. But when has that ever stopped me?" With gentle movements that belied her usual frenetic energy, she lowered the grimoire into place. The effect was immediate. The book's gears whirred to life, turning and clicking as they aligned with corresponding notches in the console. Its brass cover, previously dull with age, began to gleam with a warm amber light that intensified with each passing second. Most fascinating of all, the grimoire's familiar ticking adjusted its rhythm, slowing and then quickening until it matched a barely perceptible hum emanating from beneath the floor. "It's synchronizing," Jill whispered, awed into momentary stillness. "The book's connecting to something under us." Cogs shifted on her shoulder, mechanical feathers rustling as the raven's head tilted at precise angles. Without warning, the familiar launched from her shoulder, landing on the console with a soft metallic click. "Hey, what are you—" Jill began, but fell silent as Cogs used its beak to adjust a small calibration dial she hadn't even noticed, tucked between two larger gears. The raven turned it 3 clicks to the right, then 1 to the left, with mechanical precision. Several dormant crystals embedded in the console flared suddenly to life, bathing the alcove in prismatic light. Jill squinted against the brightness, her mouth hanging open. "How did you know to do that?" she asked, staring at her familiar in surprise. Before Cogs could offer any semblance of an answer, which would have been remarkable in itself, the entire console began activating in sequence. Rings of brass gears turned in alternating directions, some clockwise, others counterclockwise, creating a hypnotic pattern. Crystal components rose from hidden compartments like ghostly fingers reaching for the ceiling. Runic symbols illuminated along channels that extended outward across the workshop floor, creating a spiderweb of amber light. "Oh boy," Jill muttered, gripping the edge of the console. "I think we woke it up." The entire room resonated with mechanical energy, a symphony of clicks, whirs, and crystalline tones. The grimoire seemed to be feeding information into the console, its pages turning automatically without anyone touching them. Each new page revealed diagrams that the machinery somehow interpreted as instructions, responding with new activations and adjustments. With each page turn, additional systems throughout the workshop came alive. Measurement devices extending from the walls like curious metal tentacles, calibration tools adjusting themselves with delicate precision, dormant crystals pulsing in synchronized patterns that reminded Jill of heartbeats. "This is," she breathed, barely able to form words. "This is incredible! The Veilborn weren't just scholars, they were mechanical geniuses." Draven stepped closer, his usual stoicism replaced by wary fascination. "Is it stable?" "No idea," Jill replied cheerfully, though she kept one hand on her tinkerer's toolkit, ready for quick repairs if needed. "But it doesn't feel dangerous exactly. It feels purposeful." Across the workshop, Peanut darted between the newly awakened machinery with nervous energy. The small dog's enchanted nose glowed intensely, far brighter than Jill had ever seen it, as he followed invisible traces of magic. He stopped at a seemingly unremarkable section of flooring and began pawing insistently at a stone tile, yipping with increasing urgency. "What is it, Peanut?" Jill called out, reluctantly climbing down from the console. The dog's magical senses had proven valuable too many times to ignore. As she approached, the floor beneath her feet began to vibrate. She froze momentarily, expecting chaos, but quickly realized this wasn't the random trembling of instability. It felt purposeful, a resonance moving with precise mechanical regularity, as if something massive was shifting far below the workshop. "You feel that?" she asked, looking back at Lenora and Draven. Lenora nodded, her expression tense. "It's like a machine waking up." Jill reached Peanut, who was now frantically scratching at the unmarked tile. Before she could kneel to examine it, the tile shifted on its own with a soft, grinding sound. It slid aside smoothly, revealing a crystalline viewport embedded in the floor, a window to whatever lay beneath. "Clever hiding spot," Jill murmured, dropping to her knees and pressing her face against the crystal surface. What she saw made her gasp. An enormous mechanism extended deep beneath the workshop, far larger than the chamber they stood in. Complex arrays of gears the size of wagon wheels interlocked with smaller components, all arranged around a pulsing amber core. The core itself appeared to be directly integrated with something Jill recognized immediately, a raw, flowing ley line. "Sweet honeysuckle," she whispered. "You all need to see this." Lenora joined her, peering through the viewport. "What is it?" "They weren't just studying the ley lines," Jill explained, unable to tear her eyes from the spectacle. "They were redirecting them, changing their natural flow into these structured geometric patterns." Through the viewport, she watched in fascination as the awakening machinery began to channel raw ley line energy through artificial pathways, forcing the chaotic organic magic into rigid mathematical precision. "Is that even possible?" Draven asked, looking over their shoulders. "Apparently," Jill gestured to the evidence below. "The Veilborn figured out how to harness ley line energy and reshape it. But why?" A sharp click from the direction of the console interrupted her thoughts. The grimoire had shifted position, apparently of its own accord. Jill scrambled to her feet and hurried back, arriving just as a previously hidden compartment sprang open with mechanical precision. Inside was a sealed section of the book, pages they hadn't been able to access before. As she watched, brass clasps retracted with soft clicks, and the pages unfurled to display an elaborate blueprint. Jill leaned closer, her nimble brownie fingers tracing the Veilborn script that labeled the diagram. She had picked up some basic translation skills from her research, enough to make out certain phrases. Harmonic resonance engine, she translated slowly. Phase 3, implementation, permanent ley line, reconfiguration protocol. The more she understood, the more her expression shifted from curiosity to concern. What does that mean? Lenora asked, peering over Jill's shoulder at the blueprint. Jill swallowed hard. It's showing how the Veilborn planned to fundamentally alter the world's magical infrastructure. They were trying to transform the natural chaotic flow of ley line energy into a perfectly ordered system. Why would they want to do that? Draven's voice was low, cautious. I'm not sure, but... Jill studied the diagrams more carefully. Look at these notations. They were trying to stabilize something. Maybe ley lines were more volatile back then, or maybe they were trying to harness more power by making the flow predictable. Cogs hopped closer to the blueprint, mechanical head tilting as if studying the design. The raven pecked gently at a particular section of the diagram. Good eye, Jill murmured, examining where Cogs had indicated. This shows the final configuration they were aiming for, but something interrupted them before they could finish. The shattering of the harmony, Lenora said quietly. That's what my grandmother's stories called it, a catastrophe that caused the Veilborn to vanish. Jill nodded slowly. And now we've accidentally reactivated their machine. She glanced around the workshop as more systems continued to come online, wondering just how far this activation would go. If this engine starts fully reconfiguring the ley lines around Willowmire, would that be dangerous? Draven asked, tension evident in his voice. Imagine redirecting a river that's been flowing the same way for centuries, Jill explained. Everything that depends on that river, plants, animals, people, they've all adapted to its natural course. Change it suddenly. A soft warning chime emanated from the console, interrupting her explanation. One of the crystals had shifted from amber to a pulsing red. Beneath their feet, the vibrations intensified. I think, Jill said slowly, pulling her toolkit from her pocket and flipping it open with practiced ease. We might need to figure out how to either control this thing or shut it down. Preferably before Mordane realizes what we've found. Lenora's fingers trembled slightly as she smoothed the delicate metal scrolls across the sloped reading table. The material felt cool to the touch. Not quite silver, not quite copper, but something uniquely Veilborn in composition. In the quiet alcove adjoining the main workshop, ambient crystal light bathed the ancient texts in a soft blue glow that seemed to make the intricate script shimmer and dance before her eyes. Careful with that one, Theron murmured beside her, his pale fingers hovering over a particularly ornate passage. The metal's integrity is compromised along that edge. Lenora nodded, watching as the half-elf's green eyes narrowed in concentration. He moved with practiced precision, comparing symbols from the scroll to similar markings in his weathered journal. The silver embroidery on his travel-worn cloak caught the light as he leaned forward, creating the momentary illusion that stars were scattered across his shoulders. Can you make sense of it? She asked. Theron's expression shifted, a shadow of concern crossing his features. These aren't just instruction manuals, he said, tapping a sequence of interlocking gear-like symbols. They're warnings, research notes from Veilborn scholars who questioned the ethics of their own experiment. A chill ran down Lenora's spine. She'd been so caught up in the wonder of discovery that the potential dangers hadn't fully registered. Her locket warmed against her skin as she leaned closer to the text, drawn to a particular spiral symbol that looked strikingly similar to the marking etched into her heirloom's surface. Almost instinctively, she traced the spiral with her fingertip. The moment she did, the gem at the locket's center pulsed with silver light that spread across the scroll like morning frost across a window. Certain phrases began to glow, as if specifically highlighted for her understanding. It's translating for me, Lenora whispered in awe. Her mind filled with fragments of meaning flowing into her consciousness like half-remembered dreams. The sensation was disorienting, Not quite reading, not quite hearing, but a strange resonance that connected her directly to whoever had etched these warnings centuries ago. "The harmony engine remains unstable," she translated slowly, her voice barely audible. "Natural flow resistance encountered. Permanent reconfiguration requires additional safeguards." Theron abandoned his own translation to watch her, his expression a mixture of fascination and caution. "Your connection to the Veilborn might be stronger than we realized," he observed. "What else does it say?" Before Lenora could answer, a warm weight pressed against her legs. Peanut, who had been dozing peacefully at her feet, was now standing rigid with alertness. The small dog's enchanted nose glowed with an unusual brightness as he stared fixedly at a shadowed corner of the alcove where nothing seemed obviously amiss. A low growl rumbled from his chest. Theron noticed the familiar's reaction and subtly shifted his posture. Though his face betrayed nothing, his hand moved casually toward his Veilborn lens while he pretended to continue examining the scrolls. "Keep translating," he instructed Lenora quietly. "But be aware, we're no longer alone in this chamber." Lenora felt a flutter of fear in her chest, but kept her eyes on the glowing text. Whatever or whoever had disturbed Peanut, drawing attention to their awareness would only hasten confrontation. Better to gather as much information as possible first. The locket's translation revealed more urgent warnings as she continued reading. Imposing geometric precision upon organic ley line flow creates dangerous resonance conflicts. Natural resistance increasing. Project suspended until stability can be guaranteed. Incomplete implementation could catastrophically disrupt harmonic balance. With each translated phrase, the connections formed in Lenora's mind like puzzle pieces snapping together. The abandoned machinery, the unfinished devices, the sense of hasty departure that permeated the workshop. It all pointed to a single conclusion. An unfinished experiment, she realized aloud, unable to contain her concern. The Veilborn were trying to perfect their system, but something went wrong before they could implement the final stabilization protocols. That's why the workshop appears abandoned mid-project. As she spoke, movement caught the corner of her eye. A shadow on the far wall elongated unnaturally, stretching against the direction of the crystal light, before quickly resuming its normal shape when Theron turned to look. The half-elf's expression remained calm, but his hand tightened around his monocle, preparing to use it if necessary. "Mordane would see this incompleteness as an opportunity," Theron said softly, his eyes meeting Lenora's with quiet intensity. "He doesn't want to stop the grimoire's awakening. He wants to control it, to finish what the Veilborn started but direct it toward his own purposes." The implication sent ice through Lenora's veins. If Mordane managed to harness the grimoire's power without the Veilborn's stabilization protocols in place, the consequences could be catastrophic. Not just for them, but for the entire leyline network that sustained the natural magic of their world. A strange rippling motion disturbed the shadows across the study alcove, accompanied by a faint violet glow and the unmistakable smell of singed paper. One of the scrolls they hadn't yet examined began to unfurl on its own, its metal surface darkening as if being viewed through smoke. Ghostly fingers of shadow reached toward it, probing, seeking. Lenora's locket flared defensively, casting silver light that momentarily revealed the intrusion for what it was. Mordane's shadow magic attempting to extract information from the ancient texts. Peanut barked frantically, small body tensed as if ready to attack the incorporeal threat. "He's found a way in," Lenora warned, gathering the most important scrolls while keeping her locket's protective light between them and the encroaching darkness. "We need to tell the others. Mordane isn't just watching anymore. He's actively interfering with our discoveries." Theron moved with surprising speed, rolling several scrolls and slipping them into a leather tube slung across his back. "Take what you've translated. I'll cover our retreat." The shadow tendrils withdrew slightly at the locket's silver light, but Lenora could sense their persistence. They weren't retreating. They were regrouping, searching for another angle of attack. Peanut continued barking, circling Lenora's legs protectively. Can he see us? Hear us? Lenora whispered, clutching the metal scrolls to her chest. Not directly, Theron replied, raising his veil-born lens to his eye and scanning the room's perimeter. Shadow manipulation requires a conduit, something to anchor his awareness here. Look for anything out of place. Lenora's eyes darted around the alcove. Nothing seemed obviously wrong, but... Then she spotted it. A small black feather tucked between two crystals providing the chamber's illumination. It pulsed with the same violet energy as the shadow tendrils. There! She pointed. Theron followed her gesture and narrowed his eyes. Well spotted. Don't touch it. Shadow conduits can sting. He retrieved a small cloth pouch from his belt and carefully approached the feather. With practiced movements, he used the pouch to scoop up the conduit without direct contact. The moment the feather was contained, the shadows in the room settled back into their natural patterns. Peanut's growling subsided, though the familiar remained alert, nose twitching as he sniffed the air. A raven feather, Theron observed, securing the pouch. Mordane must have managed to place it when we first entered the chamber. Clever. It's small enough that even your familiar didn't notice it immediately. Lenora clutched her locket, which had cooled now that the immediate threat was contained. Will that stop him? Temporarily, Theron admitted. But a Shadeborn as powerful as Mordane has many ways to observe what he cannot directly see. We should assume he knows what we've discovered. Lenora looked down at the translated passages revealed by her locket. The Veilborn's warnings were clear. Their experiment with restructuring leyline flow had encountered resistance from the natural magic of the world itself. Like trying to force a river to flow in perfect right angles, the imposition of rigid geometric patterns onto the organic flow of magic had created dangerous instabilities. If Mordane tries to finish their work without understanding these warnings, she began. The consequences would cascade beyond this location, Theron finished for her. Ley lines don't exist in isolation. Disrupt one node, and you risk unraveling an entire network. The realization of what was at stake settled heavily on Lenora's shoulders. This wasn't just about a mysterious book or an ancient workshop. It was about the very fabric of magic that sustained their world. We need to get these translations to Jill and Draven immediately, she said, gathering the remaining scrolls. And figure out why my locket seems to have such a strong connection to all this. As if responding to her words, the locket warmed again against her skin. But this time, instead of translating the ancient text, it projected a faint, shimmering outline onto the wall of the alcove, a map, but unlike any Lenora had seen before. Lines of silver light twisted and interconnected, forming a complex network that pulsed with gentle rhythms. The local ley line structure, Theron breathed, stepping closer to examine the projection. Your locket is showing us exactly what the Veilborn were attempting to modify. Lenora studied the glowing map. Most of the lines flowed naturally, curving and meandering like streams through a landscape. But at certain junctures, rigid geometric patterns had been imposed. Perfect circles, straight lines, and precise angles that seemed fundamentally at odds with the organic nature of the rest of the network. Look, she pointed to the center of the map where all the lines converged. That's directly beneath the inn, isn't it? The focal point of whatever they were trying to achieve. Theron nodded, his expression grave. And if I'm interpreting these symbols correctly, that's where the instability would be greatest if someone tried to activate the system without the proper safeguards. Peanut whined softly, pressing against Lenora's leg as if sensing her distress. She bent to scoop up the small dog, finding comfort in his warm, solid presence. We need to move quickly, she said, heading toward the alcove's entrance. Mordane already has too much of a head start. As they hurried back toward the main workshop chamber, Lenora couldn't shake the feeling that they were racing against more than just Mordane's ambitions. The grimoire's steady ticking seemed to follow them, echoing through the ancient chambers like a countdown to something inevitable. The locket pulsed once more against her skin. Not a warning this time, but a reminder. Whatever connection existed between her family, the Veilborn, and the mysterious grimoire, she was now irrevocably part of it. And perhaps, though the thought both terrified and emboldened her, she might be the key to ensuring the Veilborn's unfinished work didn't lead to disaster. Draven knelt at the chamber entrance, his palm pressed against the stone floor. He closed his eyes, extending his elemental senses deep into the foundation beneath the workshop. The sensation was immediate and troubling. The ley lines that had always flowed in natural, river-like patterns were changing. He could feel them shifting into rigid, geometrical arrangements that eerily resembled the mechanical gears of the grimoire. His connection to stone went beyond mere magic. It was an ancestral bond, like conversing with an old friend. And right now, that friend was warning him of danger. "Something isn't right," he muttered, his amber eyes narrowing as they caught a foreign energy signature intertwining with the ley line flow. It was unmistakable, shadow energy, cold and slithering, manipulating the delicate magical infrastructure that the Veilborn had meticulously installed centuries ago. Mordane's presence, though not physically in the room, was unmistakable in the magical residue. Draven's jaw tightened. The stone beneath his fingers began to vibrate with increasing intensity. This wasn't the gentle hum of awakening machinery he'd felt earlier when Jill had activated parts of the workshop. No, this was the ominous trembling of structural instability, like a building threatening to collapse. Tiny fractures appeared in the floor, spreading outward from the central console where Jill stood working with the grimoire. The cracks formed patterns that perfectly mirrored the ley line redirection happening below, beautiful and terrifying in their symmetry. "Everyone out now!" Draven commanded, rising to his full height. His voice carried the unmistakable authority that had made him the inn's respected protector for years. His mind was already calculating the fastest exit route as he noticed crystal components in the ceiling beginning to detach from their housings. The blue-green glow that had illuminated the chamber since they entered was flickering ominously. Across the workshop, he saw Jill scrambling to retrieve the grimoire from the console. The mechanical book had partially fused with the mechanism, its gears interlocked with the ancient Veilborn technology like two organisms merging. She tugged desperately at it, her small brownie frame straining with the effort. "Leave it, Jill," Draven called out, but the workshop's growing noise, grinding stone and creaking metal, swallowed his words. Cogs, the clockwork raven, flew in frantic circles around Jill's head, emitting mechanical caws of warning as dust and small debris began raining from above. The bird's metal wings caught the failing crystal light, casting jerky shadows across the floor. A larger tremor shook the workshop, stronger than before. Several half-finished Veilborn constructs toppled from their perches with deafening crashes, metal and crystal components scattering across the stone floor like morbid confetti. Draven's gaze darted to the study alcove where Lenora and Theron were gathering scrolls, seemingly oblivious to the ceiling directly above them beginning to crack. With a burst of speed that belied his size, Draven rushed toward them, crossing the chamber in seconds. He reached them just as a section of the curved ceiling gave way. Without hesitation, he threw his broad frame over theirs, sheltering them as chunks of stone and crystal shards rained down around them. Pain flared across his back where a particularly large piece struck him, but he remained steady, his body a living shield. "Stay beneath me," he growled, the protective instinct that was as much a part of him as his stone magic surging to the forefront. The collapsed ceiling section had effectively blocked one potential escape route with a wall of rubble. "Mordane's shadow magic is destabilizing the ley line conduits," Theron shouted over the growing cacophony, clutching precious scrolls against his chest as Draven guided them toward the remaining exit. Beside him, Lenora's locket pulsed frantically, projecting a protective light that deflected smaller pieces of falling debris. The half-elf's face was tight with concern. This workshop was built to harmonize with ley line energy, not resist it. If Mordane is attempting to forcibly redirect the flow, "Save the theory for when we're not buried alive," Draven replied gruffly. though he understood the gravity of what Theron was suggesting. If Mordane succeeded in permanently altering the ley lines, the consequences would extend far beyond this chamber. The main entryway was beginning to crumble now, the stone archway developing spiderweb cracks that threatened to seal them inside. Draven moved toward it, his hands beginning to glow with earthy power as he called upon his stone-shaping abilities. He pressed his palms against the fractured sections, feeling the stone respond to his touch. "Go," he ordered as he created temporary support structures, reinforcing the failing archway. Sweat beaded on his brow from the effort of countering the workshop's accelerating destruction, while ensuring everyone moved toward safety. The stone was resisting him, pulled by the chaotic energy surging through the ley lines below. Theron guided Lenora through the temporarily stabilized passage. Her locket's protective glow fluctuated wildly as she passed beneath the archway, its light reflecting in her wide, fearful eyes. "Jill!" Draven called again, turning his attention back to the brownie still struggling with the grimoire. The magical instability was growing worse by the second. The floor beneath the central console had begun to sink slightly, as though the earth itself was retreating from the corrupted magic. A particularly violent surge of energy burst from the central console, releasing a visible shockwave of blue-tinged power that rippled through the air. It struck Draven full force, knocking him backward against the partially reinforced archway. The impact drove the air from his lungs as he slid to the floor, momentarily stunned. Everyone else had similarly been thrown off their feet. Theron had managed to cushion Lenora's fall, but Jill had been tossed across the console itself, still desperately clutching at the grimoire. In that moment of crisis, a blur of iridescent blue-green shot through the doorway. Glimscale appeared at the entrance, the wyvern's crystalline scales flaring with protective light as it sensed the magical catastrophe unfolding. The creature's eyes shifted rapidly through colors, blue to green to purple, as it assessed the chaos. Without hesitation, the ley-line wyvern dived into the chamber, wings spread wide. It positioned itself over the central console, where Jill still struggled with the grimoire. The crystalline formations along Glimscale's spine pulsed with stabilizing energy, temporarily counteracting the disruptive forces. Draven could feel the wyvern forming an empathic bond with Jill, urging her to leave the book behind. "It won't come free!" Jill cried in frustration, her voice cracking with effort and fear. Draven pushed himself to his feet, ignoring the ache in his back where stone had struck him. He crossed to her side in 3 massive strides, gently but firmly taking hold of her shoulders. "Let it go," he said, his voice cutting through her panic. "Some things aren't meant to be taken." As if responding to his words, the grimoire's binding suddenly split with a sound like tearing fabric. The portion they had unlocked earlier separated from the main book, leaving the still-sealed sections fused to the veil-born machinery. Jill tumbled backward into Draven's arms, clutching the partial grimoire to her chest, her face a mixture of surprise and relief. Glimscale's presence provided momentary stability, but Draven could feel the ley-line disruption deepening beneath them. The wyvern's crystalline eyes locked with his, a clear message passing between them. "Time is short." "Move," Draven ordered, helping Jill to her feet. He shepherded her toward the exit where Theron and Lenora waited anxiously. Glimscale remained at the console for a moment longer, its wings extended over the veil-born machinery as though trying to communicate with it. A deep, structural groan echoed through the chamber, the sound of ancient stone reaching its breaking point. Glimscale abandoned the console and swept toward them, its movements graceful despite the urgency. With Jill clutching the partial grimoire and the wyvern providing cover from above, Draven guided everyone through the crumbling entryway. His stone magic was failing against the overwhelming destructive force. He could feel the archway beginning to give way even as the last of them passed beneath it. They had barely cleared the passage when a deafening crack announced the ceiling's surrender. Draven turned in time to see massive stone blocks and crystal components crashing down, filling the entrance with impenetrable rubble. The workshop and its remaining secrets were once again locked away behind tons of stone. The dust billowed out around them, coating their clothes and skin in fine, glittering particles. In the sudden silence that followed, Draven could hear everyone's ragged breathing, including his own. "Is everyone unharmed?" he asked, his gaze moving from face to face. His voice was steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. Lenora nodded, though her hands trembled as she clutched her locket. Theron was carefully examining the scrolls he'd managed to save, his expression grim but focused. Jill sat on the floor, cradling the torn section of the grimoire, while Cogs perched on her shoulder, mechanical eyes scanning the collapsed entrance as though calculating the odds of retrieving the rest. Glimscale circled above them before landing beside Lenora, its scales still pulsing with energy as it attempted to stabilize the lingering magical disturbance. The wyvern's presence seemed to calm the young woman. Her locket's frantic glow gradually subsided to a steady shimmer. "What just happened?" Jill finally asked, breaking the silence. "Why did everything go so wrong so quickly?" Draven knelt, placing his palm on the floor once more. The ley lines were still disturbed, but the violent restructuring had stopped. Whatever Mordane had been attempting to do had either failed or been only partially successful. "Mordane wasn't just observing," he said grimly. "He was interfering, using shadow magic to manipulate the ley line energy flowing through the Veil-born machinery." "And the workshop couldn't handle it," Theron added, carefully placing the scrolls in his leather satchel. "The Veil-born designed their technology to work in harmony with natural magic. Shadow manipulation is inherently disruptive." Draven nodded, rising to his feet again. His back protested with a sharp pain, but he kept his expression neutral. "We need to return to the inn. These tunnels might not be stable, and we need to assess what we've learned and what we've lost." He cast one final look at the collapsed entrance. Behind that wall of rubble lay secrets they might never recover, knowledge the Veilborn had deemed important enough to hide away rather than destroy. But they hadn't walked away empty-handed. His gaze shifted to the torn section of the grimoire in Jill's hands. The mechanical book's gears still turned, though more slowly now, like a wounded creature conserving energy. Whatever fragment of knowledge they'd managed to salvage, Draven suspected it was both valuable and dangerous, especially if Mordane was willing to risk destroying the entire workshop to obtain it. "Jill," he said softly, extending his hand to help the brownie to her feet. "Let's get that somewhere safe." Chapter 6. When Magic Goes Awry. Amara hovered anxiously above her kitchen workstation, her silver-blue wings beating rapidly as she attempted to salvage a batch of protection pastries that had inexplicably developed minds of their own. The scones rolled across the counter in perfect geometric patterns, while muffins pulsed with erratic bursts of magic, changing color with each heartbeat, lavender to azure to marigold and back again. "Nothing is working right today," she sighed in frustration. The golden whisk of harmony vibrated uncontrollably in her hand, as if picking up interference from an unseen source. Throughout the kitchen, enchanted utensils that normally moved with graceful precision were instead twitching spasmodically or freezing in mid-motion. Her favorite enchanted rolling pin spun wildly before lodging itself in the ceiling with a solid thunk. "Frederick!" she called to the rolling pin. "That is not where you belong!" The pin quivered but remained stubbornly embedded in the wood. The common room beyond the kitchen was filled with concerned villagers from Willowmire, their worried voices creating a background hum as they shared stories of magical mishaps. Amara caught fragments of conversation through the serving window as she worked. "My healing potions solidified into glowing purple sludge overnight," Mrs. Thornberry's reedy voice declared. The elderly herbalist sounded more offended than alarmed, as if the potions had personally betrayed her. "That's nothing," Farmer Oakroot countered. "My enchanted plow dug perfect hexagonal patterns across my entire east field, against my will. I kept yanking the handles, but the blasted thing wouldn't budge until it finished its geometry lesson." Magistrate Willow added gravely, The whispering willow is speaking in precise mathematical equations rather than its usual gentle poetry. Scared poor Miss Buttons half to death when she tied her ribbon to a branch, and the tree whispered something about calculating optimal trajectory based on leyline interference patterns. Amara's wings fluttered nervously. This wasn't just her kitchen, the whole village was experiencing magical disruptions. She turned back to her work, determined to create something that might help stabilize the chaotic energy rippling through the inn. She added precisely measured ingredients to her stabilizing cookie dough: dried moonflower petals for calm, powdered sunstone for clarity, crystallized honey for binding erratic magic, and cinnamon for harmony. These herbs and spices were specifically chosen to counteract magical fluctuations, a recipe passed down through generations of Fey bakers. As she worked, she noticed that the measurements in her recipe book kept shifting before her eyes, numerical values increasing and decreasing with algorithmic precision rather than remaining fixed. Where it once read 3 teaspoons of sunstone powder, the numbers flickered between 2.78 and 3.21, never settling. Maybe just a pinch more sunburst powder, she muttered, sprinkling the golden spice into her mixture using intuitive Fey baking magic rather than the rigid measurements that kept changing. The moment the powder touched the dough, however, it reacted with a flash of amber light that matched the color of the disturbed ley lines. The entire ball of dough shuddered and emitted a sound like distant clockwork. "Oh no, not you too, doughy Diane," Amara whispered to the cookie mixture. She'd long ago stopped being embarrassed about naming her creations. It helped infuse them with personality and, usually, made her enchantments more effective. Today, however, doughy Diane seemed to be developing personality without any encouragement. With determined focus, Amara shaped the cookies into traditional spiral patterns meant to promote stability and harmony. Her small, flour-dusted hands worked quickly, pressing fingerprints into the centers of each cookie while she hummed a Fey melody. It was an attempt to infuse her baking with natural magic rather than the mechanical precision that seemed to be affecting everything around the inn. The tune was one her mother had taught her, a gentle, flowing melody that accompanied spring breezes and encouraged flowers to bloom, not a hint of mechanical rhythm or mathematical precision to be found in its softly wandering notes. When she placed the first batch into the oven, the kitchen filled with the comforting aroma of vanilla and cinnamon, momentarily masking the metallic scent of magical disruption that had permeated the inn since their discovery of the Veilborn workshop. Amara inhaled deeply, allowing her shoulders to drop slightly as tension released. For a brief moment, she believed her counter-magic might be working. "Just 13 minutes, she murmured, setting an hourglass filled with glittering pink sand. She busied herself with wiping down her workspace, occasionally glancing at the rebellious utensils that had gone suspiciously quiet. Her wooden spoons hung motionless in midair, as if holding their breath. That hope shattered when she opened the oven door 13 minutes later. Instead of settling normally onto the baking sheet, the perfectly golden brown cookies hovered in mid-air, slowly rising upward with mathematical precision. They arranged themselves into a rotating, double helix pattern that spiraled toward the kitchen ceiling, leaving trails of shimmering cookie crumbs in their wake. "Oh dear," Amara gasped, fluttering upward in an attempt to catch the levitating treats. Each time her fingers brushed against one, it accelerated away as if repelled by her touch. Meanwhile, the second batch of cookie dough on the counter began to shape itself into perfect geodesic shapes without anyone touching it. Dodecahedrons and icosahedrons where simple circles should have been. "Come back here, you naughty little—" "Wait, that's not right at all. Your protection cookies, not flying cookies." Her wings beat frantically as she chased a particularly rebellious snickerdoodle that seemed determined to escape through the chimney. Merrick zipped into the kitchen, the pixie's lavender skin illuminated with delight as he witnessed the baked goods rebellion. He doubled over in mid-air, his laughter like tinkling bells as he pointed at Amara's flustered expression. "Your cookies are trying to escape the inn's gravity," he chortled, completely unhelpful but thoroughly entertained. His tiny waistcoat fluttered as he darted between the floating pastries, occasionally poking one to watch it wobble in its orbital path. "Merrick, don't encourage them!" Amara scolded, though a reluctant smile tugged at her lips. The situation was absurd, even by magical inn standards. Peanut bounded into the kitchen with excited yips, the familiar's magical nose glowing brilliantly as he leaped impressive heights, attempting to catch the floating cookies. With each jump, he managed to snap one from the air, only to find himself momentarily suspended before dropping back to the floor with a confused expression. The little Cheweenie's tail wagged furiously despite his bewilderment, clearly thinking this was some wonderful new game. "I was trying to fix the magic, not make it worse," Amara lamented as the entire kitchen descended into chaos. Floating cookies navigated between suspended droplets of water that had escaped from the sink, creating a bizarre obstacle course. Measuring spoons marched in formation across the counter, clanking against each other in what sounded suspiciously like Morse code. And worst of all, her recipe book completely rewrote itself with equations that seemed to be calculating the exact trajectory of each airborne cookie with unnecessary precision. "These trajectories do not account for canine interference." Amara read from the page, bewildered. "Recalculating based on peanut variables?" Lenora appeared in the doorway, her auburn curls disheveled and her amber eyes wide as she took in the scene. "Amara, She ducked as a cookie whizzed past her head. "We're having similar problems all over the inn. Draven's protective sigils are rearranging themselves, and Jill says the bathtub water is flowing upward." "I think it's getting worse," Amara replied, catching a sugar crystal that had broken free from a cookie and was attempting to grow into a perfect crystal lattice in midair. "It's like everything's being rewritten." Peanut yipped in agreement, managing to catch another cookie before pivoting mid-air to land on his paws. This time, however, the dog didn't immediately drop to the ground. Instead, he continued floating, spinning gently as crumbs dotted the air around him. "Peanut!" Lenora gasped, reaching for her familiar. "I'm sorry!" Amara cried, fluttering over to the floating dog. "I think my protection spell got muddled with a levitation enchantment." She gently pushed the Cheweenie toward Lenora, who caught him in her arms. Peanut licked her face enthusiastically, apparently unconcerned about his brief foray into flight. Merrick zoomed around the kitchen, collecting cookies in a small sack. "Technical difficulties aside, these taste amazing," he mumbled through a mouthful of crumbs. "The magical malfunction gives them a zingy aftertaste." Amara landed on the flour-dusted counter, her wings drooping slightly. "This isn't just random magical hiccups anymore. Ever since we found that Veilborn workshop, the inn's magic has been reorganizing itself, and now it's spreading to my baking." As if to prove her point, the ball of dough she'd left on the counter suddenly unfurled like a blooming flower, its edges curling with precise, clock-like movements. It shaped itself into an intricate geometric pattern that resembled the mechanical designs they'd seen in the grimoire. "The grimoire's influence is reaching everything connected to the inn," Lenora observed quietly, stroking Peanut's head as she watched the dough's transformation. "It's like it's trying to communicate through, well, everything." Amara's wings perked up suddenly as an idea struck her. "Wait, maybe that's it. What if—" She fluttered to her spice rack, pulling down jars with renewed purpose. "What if instead of fighting the mechanical magic, we work with it? If the grimoire is trying to communicate, maybe we can help it." "Through cookies?" Merrick asked skeptically, though he didn't stop collecting the floating treats. "Through deliberate precision baking," Amara corrected, measuring ingredients with unusual care. "The mechanical energy seems drawn to patterns and precision. So let's give it what it wants, but guide it toward helpful expressions rather than chaos." She pulled out a fresh mixing bowl, her second favorite, with the tiny painted fireflies around the rim, and began measuring with exacting precision. This time, instead of using pinches and dashes as Fay bakers typically did, she used the exact shifting measurements from her rewriting recipe book. 3.14 ounces of crystal honey, she murmured, watching as the golden liquid poured from her jar in a perfect, unnaturally geometric stream. 2.78 ounces of starlight flour. As she worked, the chaotic energy in the kitchen seemed to pause, as if watching her efforts with curiosity. The floating cookies slowed their orbital paths. The marching measuring spoons halted their procession, turning toward her as if at attention. Lenora stepped closer, still cradling Peanut. "It's responding to you," she whispered. "I think it's responding to the precision," Amara replied, not breaking her rhythm as she folded the dough exactly 12 times. The Veilborn combined mechanical precision with natural magic. Maybe that's what we need to do now. She shaped the new dough into perfect circles, each exactly 3 inches in diameter with a thickness of precisely half an inch. Instead of her usual fey decorations, she pressed patterns into the cookies that mimicked the gears and symbols she'd glimpsed in the grimoire. "Garthos," she said to her favorite cookie sheet, "I need you at exactly 342 degrees for precisely 14 minutes. The enchanted baking sheet shimmered in acknowledgement, the temperature runes along its edge glowing as they adjusted to her instructions. As she placed the cookies in the oven, the chaos in the kitchen gradually subsided. The floating cookies began to descend gently, forming a neat spiral on the counter. The rebellious utensils returned to their hooks and drawers, moving with their usual grace, but now with a hint of mechanical precision that hadn't been there before. "Look!" Merrick pointed as Amara's recipe book settled, the frantically changing numbers finally stabilizing into a single set of precise measurements. "It's like you're synchronizing with the grimoire's energy," Lenora observed, her fingers moving to the locket at her throat, which had begun to pulse with a gentle amber light. 14 minutes later, when Amara opened the oven, the cookies remained perfectly in place on the baking sheet. But as she removed them, she noticed something extraordinary. Each cookie was marked with a different symbol, glowing faintly with amber light. Together, they formed a pattern she recognized from the Veilborn workshop. "I think," she said slowly, "my baking just translated what the grimoire has been trying to tell us." Mordane's shade cloak paced the length of his study, violet eyes gleaming with barely contained frustration as tendrils of shadow magic coiled around his blackened fingers. Surrounding him, brass instruments recorded fluctuations in the local ley line activity, their needles swinging wildly between readings as the magical infrastructure of Willowmire continued to destabilize. Mordane paused at the largest device, a multi-armed contraption of polished copper and enchanted glass. Its central dial spun counterclockwise, then clockwise, unable to settle on a consistent reading. "The patterns resist full reconfiguration," he muttered, examining a 3-dimensional map of intersecting ley lines that hovered above his workbench. The natural flowing lines repeatedly distorted into geometric shapes before snapping back to their original state, like elastic stretched to its limit but refusing to break. He slammed a shadow-wreathed fist down, sending a cloud of dust billowing from ancient tomes stacked nearby. Just when he'd been so close, the workshop, the grimoire partially unlocked, the key to everything he sought within reach. Those meddlesome innkeepers and their companions had interfered once again. Devil Cat lounged atop a stack of ancient grimoires, its yellow eyes tracking Mordane's movements with detached interest. The feline's tail swished lazily back and forth, occasionally disrupting the delicate magical instruments arranged on a nearby shelf. "Your carelessness cost us valuable time at the inn," Mordane said, glaring at his familiar. "I needed more than a mere glimpse of that workshop." Devil Cat yawned widely, displaying needle-sharp teeth before settling its head back on its paws. The shadows around it deepened slightly, as if in silent defiance. Mordane turned away with a dismissive growl and strode to a locked cabinet tucked into an alcove. The wood was scarred with protection runes, their edges blackened by shadow magic. He pressed his palm against the central lock and whispered words that seemed to absorb light rather than create sound. The cabinet door swung open with a sigh of stale air. Inside rested dozens of artifacts, small mechanical oddities, crystallized fragments of ancient magic, and tools of forgotten design. Mordane's fingers hovered over the collection before selecting a partially assembled device similar to those found in the Veilborn workshop. Its brass components were tarnished with age but still functional, gears and springs arranged in configurations that defied conventional magical engineering. With surgical precision, Mordane disassembled the construct, laying its components in a perfect circle on his workbench. His shadows extended like additional limbs, holding tools and manipulating delicate gears while he infused each piece with carefully measured amounts of his shadow essence. The Veilborn failed because they refused to acknowledge the necessity of force, Mordane explained to Devilcat, who offered a dismissive flick of its tail in response. Their harmonics sought cooperation with the natural flow. I seek to overcome it, to impose a new reality through strength rather than negotiation. As he worked, memories flickered through his mind, not of Mordane the Shadecloak, but of Kael Vorath, the eager scholar who had first discovered mentions of the Veilborn in crumbling texts. How naive he had been, thinking their secrets could be unlocked through simple study and reverence. Balance! He spat the word like a curse. That was their obsession. Always in pursuit of perfect equilibrium, never daring to truly master what they discovered. Devilcat's ears flicked back, perhaps the only sign it was listening at all. Look what their caution brought them, Mordane continued, gesturing to a fragment of Veilborn stone resting on a pedestal. Extinction, forgotten by all but the most dedicated scholars, their power wasted, their potential squandered. He carefully positioned a copper coil around a central gear assembly, his shadows wrapping around the metal to compress it to exact specifications. I will not make the same mistake. 3 hours passed as Mordane meticulously reassembled the construct. Where the original design had been elegant but cautious, his modifications pushed the boundaries of magical stability. Shadow essence pooled within specially designed reservoirs, waiting to surge through the mechanical pathways upon activation. As he connected the final piece, the device began to emit a discordant hum that caused nearby instruments to malfunction. Devilcat's fur stood on end, but the familiar remained in place, watching with narrowed eyes as Mordane connected the construct to a crystal cylinder containing a fragment of raw ley line energy harvested from beneath the inn. Beautiful, isn't it? Mordane whispered, stepping back to admire his work. Veilborn precision married to the true power they were too frightened to wield. The fusion of mechanical precision and shadow magic created an unstable reaction, the construct's gears turning with unnatural speed as violet energy coursed through its frame, causing it to rise several inches above the workbench while emitting pulses of disruptive magic that darkened the room's ambient light. Glass vials rattled on their shelves, a stack of parchment scattered to the floor. Devilcat leapt from its perch to a higher bookshelf, yellow eyes glowing with apprehension. Mordane stepped back, shadows swirling protectively around him as he performed a complex incantation. The words were ancient, predating even the Veilborn, syllables that scraped against reality itself, leaving wounds in their wake. His voice dropped to a guttural whisper as he commanded, "Speak through the ley lines, reach their minds, demand what is rightfully mine." The construct shuddered violently before emitting a sound like metal tearing, not a voice but a transmission of pure magical intent that resonated with the ley line network beneath Willowmire. Through this connection, Mordane projected his demand directly into the magical consciousness of the village. Return the grimoire to its rightful purpose. The effort clawed at his mind, threatening to tear away what remained of his humanity. For a moment, he felt his consciousness stretching thin, pulled along the network of magical energy that pulsed beneath the earth. He glimpsed flashes of the inn, its kitchen in disarray, enchanted objects behaving erratically, worried faces gathered in council. Then, suddenly, he felt it. The grimoire's presence, its mechanical heart beating in defiance of all natural magic. For a brief moment, the construct achieved perfect synchronization with the ley line. Mordane's consciousness extended through it to glimpse the workshop they discovered, to feel the grimoire's partial separation, and to sense its remaining potential locked within the sealed sections. He saw what the innkeepers and their companions could not: the truth behind the Veilborn's final experiment. Not harmony, but transformation. Not balance, but transcendence. The grimoire wasn't merely a record, it was the control mechanism for something vastly more ambitious. "Yes," he whispered, his physical voice barely audible while his mind stretched across the magical network. "Show me." The connection abruptly collapsed in a shower of sparks and twisted metal. Mordane was thrown backward, crashing into the wall as his shadow shield absorbed most of the impact. The construct had disintegrated, leaving smoking ruins on his workbench. The crystal cylinder had cracked, leaking luminescent ley line energy that quickly evaporated into the air. Devilcat mewed softly as it approached the smoking ruin, batting at a still glowing gear with cautious interest. It looked up at Mordane, yellow eyes unblinking, before returning to investigate the debris. Mordane pushed himself to his feet, his cloak billowing with agitated shadow tendrils. Rather than showing disappointment, he studied the failure with calculating eyes. He moved carefully through the wreckage, retrieving a single component that survived the collapse, a crystal resonator now permanently infused with shadow essence. "I understand now," Mordane whispered, turning the resonator between his fingers as he watched how it continued to pulse in perfect rhythm with the ley line fluctuations recorded by his instruments. The grimoire isn't merely a tool for rewriting spells or recipes. It's a key to rewriting reality itself, to permanently alter the fundamental structure of magic by reconfiguring the ley lines that govern all enchantment. He placed the resonator on a small stand where it continued to pulse with an inner light that seemed to devour illumination rather than create it. "And with the fragment they possess, they've unknowingly started a process that can't be stopped, only directed." Devilcat jumped onto the workbench, careful to avoid the still-hot metal fragments. It sniffed at the resonator, then looked up at Mordane expectantly. "Yes," Mordane said, understanding the unspoken question. "We must accelerate our plans. The workshop collapsing was no accident. The ley lines are responding to the grimoire's activation. The process has begun whether they realize it or not." He moved to his map table where sketches of Willowmire Village were annotated with arcane calculations and observed ley line patterns. With a wave of his hand, he revised the markings, incorporating the new understanding gained from his failed experiment. "The inn sits at a nexus point," he murmured, tracing a shadowy finger along intersecting lines. "But the grimoire's influence is already expanding beyond its walls. Those fools think they're containing it, but they're merely slowing the inevitable." Devilcat batted at a small mechanical insect that had been disturbed by the explosion. The clockwork creature scuttled frantically across the floor before the feline pounced, trapping it between precise paws. Mordane glanced at his familiar. "Let it go. I need to think." The cat gave him a look that could only be described as insubordinate before reluctantly releasing the mechanical bug, which immediately skittered under a cabinet. Closing his eyes, Mordane extended his awareness outward, feeling the shifting patterns of magic throughout Willowmire. The ley line disruptions were growing more pronounced. Enchantments failing, magical boundaries weakening. Most concerning was the pattern emerging around the Hearth and Crust Inn, where the grimoire's influence was creating a spiral of increasingly ordered magic. "Order from chaos," Mordane whispered, opening his eyes. "The fools think the malfunctions are random, but there's a pattern forming. The grimoire is rewriting the very rules of enchantment, one spell at a time." He turned back to his bench and began sketching new plans, his shadows extending to retrieve books and materials simultaneously. "If I cannot claim the grimoire directly," he said to Devilcat, "then I must position myself to harness the transformation it has begun." Devilcat yawned, utterly unimpressed by his revelation. "Mock me if you wish," Mordane said, not looking up from his work. But soon enough, those interfering innkeepers will realize they're holding something they cannot possibly control, and when the transformation reaches its critical point— He paused, looking at the pulsing shadow-infused resonator. "I'll be waiting to direct the flow." Theron smoothed the worn corners of the parchment map, carefully aligning it on the study table. The creases had formed naturally after countless foldings and unfoldings, not unlike the ley lines themselves, at least how they used to flow. He placed crystalline markers along key points in Willowmire, his fingers working with deliberate precision. Each marker pulsed with a faint glow, forming a pattern that made his jaw tighten. "Perfect concentric circles," he murmured, tracing the pattern with his fingertip. "Too perfect." The disruptions were spreading outward from the inn in a mathematically precise formation that nature would never create on its own, where ley line magic should flow like a meandering stream, organic, unpredictable, alive. These new patterns resembled the cold precision of a mechanical blueprint. Beside him, Jill perched cross-legged atop a precarious stack of cushions that would have toppled with anyone heavier. The recovered fragment of the grimoire lay open in her lap, its exposed gears and clockwork innards clicking and whirring with an unsettling rhythm. She had attached 3 different measuring implements from her tinkerer's toolkit to various points on the book's mechanical spine. Theron glanced at her t-shirt, which flickered between messages with alarming frequency. "Solving puzzle" blinked away, replaced by "creating bigger puzzle," and then, most concerning of all, "Oops." "Any insights from our mechanical friend?" Theron asked, trying to keep his tone neutral, despite the growing knot of tension between his shoulders. Jill poked at a particularly intricate gear with her smallest screwdriver. "It's being stubborn. The internal mechanisms are realigning themselves faster than I can map them." Lenora stood opposite Theron, her fingers brushing the silver locket that hung at her throat. The locket sprang open of its own accord, hovering above her palm. A delicate web of silvery light projected downward onto the map, overlaying the existing markers with a ghostly representation of Willowmire's natural ley-line structure. "The instability isn't random," she observed, leaning closer as the silver projection interacted with Theron's markers. Where they touched, the light changed to a concerning amber hue. "Look how the natural flows are being reconfigured." Theron watched the magical display with growing concern. The organic flowing lines of the ley lines were gradually transforming into rigid geometric patterns, squares, triangles, and hexagons spreading outward like a slow-moving wave through the village's magical infrastructure. He adjusted his veil-borne lens, positioning the monocle over his right eye. The world shifted, layers of magical resonance becoming visible that remained hidden to the naked eye. At the intersection where the grimoire's influence and Lenora's locket projection met, he could see mathematical symbols pulsing in a rhythmic sequence. "According to these patterns in the veil-borne scrolls we recovered," Theron said, leaning forward to examine the interaction more closely, "we're witnessing Phase 1 of their reconfiguration protocol. Chaotic energy is being systematically ordered, but without the stabilization mechanisms that were meant to follow." The scholarly part of him couldn't help but admire the elegant precision of the veil-borne design, even as the practical part recognized the growing danger. The Veilborn hadn't merely been using magic, they had been reshaping it at its fundamental level, an ambitious project that had apparently been abandoned before completion. "It's like trying to force river water through a series of perfectly straight glass tubes," Jill interjected, gesturing wildly with a miniature wrench that looked comically small in her hand. The tool left faint trails of blue light as she moved it through the air. "The natural magic wants to flow organically, but the grimoire's programming is imposing mathematical precision on something that was never meant to be so rigid." Heavy footsteps approached, and Theron looked up to see Draven's imposing frame filling the doorway. The inn's owner carried a wooden tray bearing several steaming cups of tea. Theron noticed immediately that something was wrong. The cups had arranged themselves into perfect hexagons on the tray, despite Draven's obvious attempts to place them normally. "The disruptions are worsening," Draven stated, his voice calm despite the concerning evidence he carried. The Whispering Willow is now speaking exclusively in exact numerical values, and 3 residents have reported their familiars temporarily transforming into geometric shapes. Theron accepted a cup of tea with a nod of thanks, noting how the liquid inside sat perfectly level, unnaturally still despite the movement of the cup. "No ripples," he murmured. "The surface tension has been altered." He set the tea aside untasted, turning his attention back to the map. The crystalline markers had shifted again, the circles tightening like the compression of a spring. Lenora's locket pulsed with increased intensity, the silver light brightening. She carefully placed a yellowed parchment recovered from the workshop onto their map, aligning its corners with precise movements. The locket's projection immediately outlined certain symbols on the parchment, causing them to glow. "According to these Veilborn calculations," she said, her voice soft but urgent, "if the reconfiguration continues unchecked, the natural magic of Willowmire could be permanently altered within 3 days. The flow patterns would crystallize, locking into these artificial configurations." Theron ran a hand through his dark hair, leaving several strands standing at odd angles. 3 days. Perhaps less, given the acceleration they were witnessing. He studied the overlapping patterns, his mind racing through possibilities and probabilities. "We need to attempt a controlled stabilization," he finally suggested, tapping a smaller ley line junction near the village square. The spot glowed brighter beneath his finger. "If we combine Lenora's Veilborn connection through her locket with my understanding of harmonic resonance, we might be able to restore natural flow to a limited area. A test case before attempting larger interventions." His green eyes brightened with academic interest as he traced potential pathways outward from the junction. This was precisely the sort of magical theory he had studied for years, though never with such immediate practical urgency. Under different circumstances, he might have spent months analyzing the Veilborn's methods, taking careful notes and testing hypotheses in controlled environments. But circumstances were far from ideal, and time was a luxury they didn't have. A flutter of metal wings interrupted his thoughts as cogs flew through the open window. The clockwork raven landed on the map with unusual precision, its brass feet making faint clicking sounds against the parchment. The mechanical bird's eyes glowed blue as it emitted a series of whirs, clicks, and mechanical chirps. Jill's expression grew increasingly troubled as she listened. "He's been monitoring the Whispering Willow," she translated, her usual mischievous demeanor subdued. "Its roots are beginning to grow in perfect right angles, and the melodic whispers have transformed into ticking sounds, identical to the grimoire's rhythm." The bird tilted its head, producing another series of mechanical sounds. "And the village clocks are synchronizing," Jill added. "Every timepiece in Willowmire is ticking in perfect unison now, regardless of previous settings." Theron's fingers moved to the Veilborn lens, adjusting it slightly to examine cogs. The raven's magical signature had changed, becoming more orderly, more mechanical than it had been designed to be. The magic that animated it was being restructured like everything else. "We need to act quickly," Theron said, already mentally calculating the harmonic frequencies they would need to generate. "If we—" "Even a small experimental intervention could trigger a cascade effect," Draven interrupted, his voice steady but firm as he placed a large hand on Theron's shoulder. "We're dealing with fundamental forces that have maintained Willowmire's magical balance for centuries. Your academic curiosity must be tempered with practical awareness of potential consequences." Theron felt a flash of irritation. Academic curiosity? As if he were merely treating this as some scholarly exercise rather than the crisis it clearly was. He removed the Veilborn lens, meeting Draven's amber gaze directly. "I understand your caution," he said, working to keep his voice even, "but inaction carries its own consequences. If we don't develop a countermeasure soon, the reconfiguration will progress beyond our ability to influence it at all." Before Draven could respond, the fragment of the grimoire snapped shut with a definitive click that seemed to echo in the suddenly silent room. Its gears locked into a new configuration, the clockwork components realigning with quicksilver fluidity. The crystalline markers on the map began to move of their own accord, rearranging themselves into a new pattern that showed an accelerated progression of the ley line reconfiguration. Jill's eyes widened as her fingers danced over the grimoire's cover, interpreting its mechanical message through some intuition Theron couldn't fathom. Her t-shirt changed to display a single ominous phrase: tick-tock. "The grimoire is telling us we have less time than we thought," she announced, her voice stripped of its usual playfulness. "The full transformation will be complete by tomorrow's sunrise unless we find a way to intervene." Theron's stomach tightened. "Tomorrow's sunrise," he repeated, glancing at the window where the late afternoon sun still shone. "That gives us less than 15 hours. He turned back to the map, his mind racing. The Veilborn had been brilliant innovators, but something had gone wrong with their experiment, something catastrophic enough to cause them to abandon it entirely. Now, centuries later, that same experiment was reactivating, with no one left who fully understood its purpose or mechanics. "We need to understand what went wrong the first time," Theron said, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket. "The Veilborn wouldn't have abandoned their work without good reason." He flipped through pages of his cramped handwriting, stopping at notes he'd taken about the workshop's layout. "The configuration chamber we found beneath the inn, it wasn't just a workshop. I believe it was a control room designed to regulate the ley line reconfiguration process." Lenora leaned forward, her locket pulsing in response to his words. "But the chamber collapsed. We can't get back in." "Perhaps not through the same entrance," Theron conceded, "but if the Veilborn were as meticulous as their other work suggests, they would have built redundancy into their systems. There must be another access point." He turned to Draven. "The inn stands at the center of these concentric disruptions. It's likely the Veilborn chose this location specifically because it sits atop a major ley line junction. Are there any parts of the Foundation you haven't explored? Sections that seem unusual or resistant to modification?" Draven's brow furrowed in consideration. "The northeastern corner of the cellar has always been temperamental. The stones refuse to be moved, and no matter how many times I've attempted repairs, the mortar never quite sets properly." "That's where we start," Theron declared, already gathering his notes. "If we can find the secondary access point, we might discover the fail-safe mechanisms the Veilborn would have inevitably built into their system." He paused, looking at each of his companions in turn. Jill with her mechanical intuition, Lenora with her Veilborn connection, Draven with his practical knowledge of the inn. Despite the gravity of their situation, Theron felt a curious sense of rightness in their unlikely alliance. "We have until sunrise," he said, tucking the Veilborn lens securely into his pocket. "Let's make every moment count." Chapter 7. A sprinkle of structure. Jill clambered up the rickety pyramid of crates with the nimbleness that came naturally to her brownie heritage. The makeshift platform wobbled slightly, but she barely noticed. Her entire focus was directed at the intricate web of copper, crystal, and mechanics that had consumed her past 36 hours. "Pass me that connecting rod, would ya?" she called over her shoulder, where cogs perched on a nearby shelf. The clockwork raven tilted its metallic head, eyes flickering with blue light as it assessed the array of tools spread across the workbench. "Not that one, the bendy one with the crystal tip," Jill clarified, her t-shirt momentarily flashing "Specificity matters" in bold letters before settling back to "Genius at work" as she balanced on tiptoe. The basement of the Hearth and Crust had undergone a dramatic transformation. What had once been a musty storage area now resembled the workshop of a particularly chaotic inventor. Dozens of enchanted candles hovered at precise intervals, casting a warm amber glow over the space and providing the exact magical frequency Jill needed for her work. The dancing lights illuminated walls plastered with diagrams, calculations, and hastily scribbled notes. Some pages overlapped others, creating a chaotic collage that somehow made perfect sense to Jill's quick-firing mind. At the center of this controlled chaos sat the Clockwork Grimoire, propped open with a silver letter opener. Jill had carefully disassembled several of its mechanical components, arranging them in a precise pattern that mimicked their original configuration. Small labeled tags identified each part: primary resonance gear, leyline attunement cog, temporal anchor spring. Cogs fluttered down from his perch, the delicate connecting rod clutched carefully in his metal talons. He dropped it into Jill's outstretched palm with surprising gentleness for a mechanical bird. "Thank you kindly," Jill murmured, immediately bending to integrate the piece into her creation. Below her, sprawling across a table usually reserved for wine barrels, was a miniature replica of Willowmire. She'd constructed it using odds and ends from around the inn. Amara's silver dessert spoons formed bridges, thimbles represented key buildings, and a delicate lacework of copper wire traced the invisible ley lines that ran beneath the village. "Hand me the resonance tuner, Cogs," she instructed, not looking up from her work. Her t-shirt flickered, words rearranging themselves to read 50% chance of explosion, before shifting again to probably fine as she made minute adjustments to the alignment of several tiny gears. The Clockwork Raven dutifully delivered a modified tuning fork. It wasn't a typical tuner. Jill had spent hours enhancing it, attaching small crystals to the prongs and wrapping the handle with copper wire infused with essence of moonlight. She'd borrowed that particular ingredient from Theron's private stores, making a mental note to replace it, eventually. "This should stabilize the confluence point right under the Whispering Willow," she muttered, tapping the tuner against a crystal and holding it to a junction where 5 copper wires met. The crystal hummed at a precise frequency, causing the entire model to vibrate ever so slightly. Peanut watched from a safe distance, curled up on an old cushion that Jill had placed specifically to keep the curious familiar out of harm's way. His magical nose glowed faintly, sensing the building energy in the room. Jill wiped sweat from her brow, leaving a smudge of copper dust across her forehead. "The real trick," she explained to Cogs, who tilted his head as if genuinely interested, "is getting the resonance frequency just right. Too high, and we'll accelerate the destabilization. Too low, and we won't affect anything at all." She stepped back, studying her creation with critical eyes. The model was beautiful in its complexity, a perfect 3-dimensional representation of Willowmire's magical infrastructure. At its center stood a brass fixture representing the inn, where several copper ley lines converged like rivers meeting at a delta. "Right," Jill declared, her t-shirt now reading "Moment of Truth" as she reached into her tinkerer's toolkit. With practiced precision, she extracted a tiny vial filled with luminescent blue liquid, distilled essence of natural leyline energy that she had painstakingly collected during their expedition to the workshop. 3 drops, no more, no less," she announced to her audience of 1 raven and 1 dog. Cogs clicked his beak in what seemed like approval, while Peanut's ears perked up with interest. Carefully, Jill uncorked the vial. The liquid inside pulsed with an internal rhythm as though it contained captured heartbeats. She held her breath, steadying her hand above the brass inn at the center of her model. 1 drop. The liquid hit the brass with a soft plink, immediately spreading outward in a perfect circle. 2 drops. The circle expanded, reaching the first junction where copper pathways branched. 3 drops. The liquid hesitated for a split second before rushing forward along every pathway simultaneously, illuminating the entire model with pulsing blue light. "It's happening!" Jill whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. The blue glow gradually shifted, harmonizing with the amber light from the candles. A gentle humming filled the basement, not an unpleasant sound, but a resonant frequency that suggested order emerging from chaos. Dust motes in the air began to dance, not randomly, but in precise geometric patterns that mirrored the configuration of the model below. "It's working!" Jill exclaimed, clapping her hands with delight. The resonant frequency extended beyond the model, creating a sphere of influence that expanded throughout the basement. She could feel the chaotic magical disruptions that had plagued the inn beginning to settle, like turbulent water gradually calming into a smooth surface. Her t-shirt flashed undeniable genius as she scrambled for her notebook, frantically recording her observations. The stabilization is holding. If we can maintain this balance between natural flow and structured precision, we might be able to extend the effect throughout Willowmire. Cogs fluttered around the perimeter of the model, his mechanical eyes capturing every detail of the successful experiment. Jill's mind raced with possibilities. A larger model, perhaps, or maybe a network of smaller ones placed at key junctions throughout the village. So absorbed was she in her planning that she failed to notice Peanut had grown curious. The little dog, sensing the change in magical atmosphere, had abandoned his cushion and trotted toward the glowing model. His enchanted nose glowed brightly, resonating with the stabilized magic in a way that clearly fascinated him. Once we've confirmed the pattern holds for at least an hour, we can start planning for village-wide implementation, Jill continued, scribbling furiously. Though we'll need Lenora's locket to help calibrate the larger junction points, especially near the... A soft click interrupted her train of thought. No, 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 don't touch that, Jill cried, lunging forward as she spotted Peanut sniffing at a small brass gear near the edge of the model. The gear, which she had painstakingly calibrated to represent the Whispering Willow's position in the ley line network, shifted a quarter-inch out of alignment as his nose nudged it. Time seemed to slow as Jill watched the disruption cascade through her model. The copper pathways twisted, bending at unnatural angles as the glowing blue liquid pooled at certain junctions before suddenly freezing in place. A sound like glass cracking filled the air. The basement shimmered, the atmosphere thickening like honey. Cogs froze mid-flight, suspended impossibly in the air. Peanut's surprised yips stretched into a long, distorted howl. Jill felt herself being pulled backward as if caught in an invisible current. Her body moved without her permission, returning to the exact position she'd occupied minutes earlier. Her mouth opened of its own accord. "Hand me the resonance tuner, Cogs," she heard herself say, the words flowing out precisely as they had before. With mounting horror, Jill realized what had happened. The disruption in her model had created a localized temporal anomaly, a time loop. She was experiencing the exact same sequence of events again, helpless to alter the course as her body moved through motions already determined. Her t-shirt flickered rapidly, settling on Keetrel Psalt Sadelit not working as she struggled against the invisible constraints of the loop. Once again, she took the tuner from Cogs. Once again, she made her adjustments and reached for the vial of leyline essence. Once again, she applied 3 perfect drops to the central node. "This isn't right," she tried to say, but her mouth formed different words. "It's working!" Jill fought against the temporal current, straining to move differently, to warn Peanut away from the model, but her efforts were futile. The loop had them firmly in its grip. As expected, Peanut approached the model, nose aglow with curiosity. The brass gear shifted. The crack of shattering time echoed through the basement, and Jill found herself back at the beginning once more. "Hand me the resonance tuner, Cogs." By the 5th repetition, Jill had begun to identify the parameters of their prison. The loop began precisely as she asked for the tuner and ended the moment Peanut disrupted the gear. Between those points, she had approximately 5 minutes and 20 seconds of time that repeated with perfect fidelity. During the 6th loop, she discovered she could think independently, even if her body followed the predetermined path. By the 7th, she realized she could make minor variations. The exact words she spoke could change slightly, though the general meaning remained the same. "Hand me the resonance tuner, Cogs," she said for the 8th time, her t-shirt now displaying Temporal Prison Day 1 in glowing letters. As the raven delivered the tool, she focused intently on her fingers, managing to grip it slightly differently than before. Progress. Small as it was, the variation gave her hope. If she could change how she held the tuner, perhaps she could eventually alter larger actions. During the 9th loop, she managed to drop the tuner entirely, a significant deviation from the script. The tool clattered to the floor instead of being applied to the model, but to her dismay, time itself seemed to compensate. The tuner bounced oddly, landing precisely where it needed to be in the model to continue the sequence. "This blasted loop has backup systems!" she grumbled, watching helplessly as her hands completed the work regardless. By the 12th repetition, Jill had a revelation. While she couldn't substantially change her own actions or stop Peanut directly, perhaps she could adjust the model itself during the earliest moments of the loop, creating a vulnerability that would disrupt the cycle when the critical moment arrived. As the 13th loop began, she focused all her willpower on her right hand as it adjusted a tiny silver connector near the model's edge. With tremendous effort, she managed to loosen it slightly more than in previous iterations. 3 drops of essence, the glowing warmth, the expanding sphere of influence. But this time, the loosened connector created a minor fluctuation in the model's energy flow. When Peanut approached and nudged the brass gear, the liquid reached the weakened point simultaneously. Instead of freezing solid, the junction sputtered, spraying tiny droplets of ley line essence into the air. Time cracked, but differently. The loop wavered, like a record player hitting a scratch. "Hand me the—" Jill began, then gasped as her words broke free from the pattern. "Wait! I can—" The basement door crashed open, flooding the dim space with light from the hallway. Lenora stood in the doorway, her locket glowing intensely around her neck. Behind her loomed Draven's imposing figure, his expression a mixture of concern and irritation. "Jill," Lenora cried, "the entire inn is stuck in some kind of magical hiccup. Amara's souffle has risen and collapsed 14 times in a row, and Theron swears he's been reading the same page for half an hour." Draven stepped forward, his keen eyes taking in the glowing model and the scattered tools. "What exactly have you done?" Jill blinked, momentarily disoriented as she adjusted to being free from the loop's constraints. Her t-shirt settled on, "Technically not my fault," as she scrambled for an explanation. "Would you believe me if I said I just solved our ley line problem and created an entirely new one at the same time?" she offered with a sheepish grin. Cogs, finally free from his frozen position, landed on her shoulder and clicked his beak in what sounded suspiciously like laughter. Silvara moved with fluid grace between the ancient trees of her grove, her bark-like skin blending seamlessly with the forest surroundings as she traced tender fingers along trunks that had begun growing in unsettlingly perfect angles. Where once they curved organically toward sunlight, now branches extended at precise 90-degree intervals, forming grid-like patterns against the afternoon sky. "They're in pain," she whispered, her deep green eyes reflecting sorrow as she communed with a maple whose trunk had overnight transformed into a perfect hexagonal column. Beneath her feet, the usually random scatter of wildflowers had rearranged into concentric circles with mathematical precision, each bloom exactly equidistant from its neighbors. The transformation had begun 3 days ago, subtle at first, merely a strange straightening of the youngest saplings. But this morning, Silvara had awakened to find her beloved grove fundamentally altered. The ancient oak that had cradled her for centuries in its gnarled embrace now stood with branches arranged in perfect radial symmetry, its bark forming precise diamond patterns. Glimscale approached cautiously, the wyvern's crystalline scales reflecting dappled sunlight in irregular rainbow patterns that stood in stark contrast to the forest's new geometry. The creature chirped softly in distress, using its empathic bond to share sensations of wrongness it detected in the ley line currents flowing beneath the grove. "I feel it too," Silvara responded, kneeling to press her palm against the forest floor where moss grew in perfect spirals following the golden ratio. The natural chaos that gives life its vibrancy is being systematically ordered. The wild magic that allows each plant to grow uniquely is being channeled into predetermined patterns. A small family of mushrooms emerged beneath her touch, not in the haphazard clusters they normally formed, but in a precise line, each cap an identical size and shape. Even the spores they released floated not randomly but in mathematically perfect arcs. Rising to her full height, Silvara extended her arms and summoned her dryad magic, attempting to counteract the geometric restructuring. Vines sprouted from her fingertips, flowing outward in chaotic natural curves, but within moments they began to twitch and realign themselves into rigid angles that matched the surrounding vegetation. "Even my own magic," Silvara murmured, watching her beautiful chaos magic transform before her eyes. A sensation washed over her, not pain exactly, but profound wrongness, as though her very essence rebelled against the imposed order. Glimscale emitted a distressed trill as it examined a nearby stream that now flowed in a perfect zigzag pattern, its course altered overnight from meandering curves to precise angles. The wyvern's crystalline formations pulsed with concerned energy as it used its tail to disturb the water's surface, only to watch as the ripples formed perfect concentric hexagons rather than natural waves. "Nature doesn't calculate," Silvara said, her voice soft with worry. She dipped her fingers into the stream, hoping to sense its spirit, but the water felt different, almost mechanical in its movements. "Life flows, it adapts, it finds unexpected paths." Overhead, a flock of birds flew in formation so perfect it appeared drawn with mathematical precision. Each beat of their wings synchronized, maintaining exact distances between each member of the flock. This is the grimoire's influence, Silvara realized, watching as newly fallen leaves arranged themselves in sequential order by size. It's not destroying magic, it's restructuring it, imposing mathematical order on natural systems that have evolved over thousands of years to thrive in beautiful imperfection. She reached for a twisted branch that had been her favorite perch, a place where she often sat to watch the seasons change. It now extended straight from the trunk, its offshoots forming a symmetrical candelabra pattern. The familiar irregularity that had made it uniquely hers was gone. A family of rabbits emerged from a burrow nearby, their movements unnaturally synchronized as they hopped in perfect unison, maintaining exact spacing between them. Silvara approached slowly, her expression troubled as she noticed their fur had begun growing in geometric patterns, nature itself being rewritten at the most fundamental level. One rabbit turned to look at her, its eyes reflecting not the wild wariness of a forest creature, but something measured and calculated. It blinked at precisely timed intervals. "Hello, little one," Silvara said softly, extending her hand. The rabbit approached, not with the usual zigzagging caution of its kind, but in a direct line. When it reached her, it circled her wrist exactly 3 times before sitting. "What have they done to you?" A tiny flower bloomed beside her foot, not with the usual unfurling of petals in their own time, but with mechanical precision, each petal extending simultaneously as though answering some unheard command. Glimscale suddenly tensed, its wings extending defensively as it detected a surge in the ley line below. Moments later, a young sapling erupted from the ground before them, not through natural growth but in a single mechanical movement, emerging fully formed with branches arranged in perfect symmetry, leaves identical in size and placement. Silvara gasped, feeling the wrongness of it in her very core. Growth should be gradual, each day adding new cells in response to sun and rain and soil. This wasn't growth, it was fabrication. "If this continues," Silvara murmured, her voice carrying the ancient wisdom of the forest, "nature's resilience will be lost. The adaptability that comes from variation and chaos will be replaced by rigid perfection that cannot respond to changing conditions or evolve with time." She pressed her palm against the newly formed sapling, where she should have felt the vibrant, chaotic rush of life energy, the unique signature of a young tree finding its way in the world. She sensed only a steady, rhythmic pulse, like a ticking clock. The wyvern projected a series of empathic images to Silvara, the Veilborn workshop beneath the inn, the grimoire's mechanical components, and the ley line network spanning outward from Willowmire, connecting events to show how the artificial reconfiguration threatened more than just local magic, but could potentially spread to reshape the natural world entirely. "So it originates there," Silvara said, receiving Glimscale's visions with closed eyes. The Veilborn were remarkable creators, but they never fully understood the delicate balance between structure and chaos. She opened her eyes, leaves rustling in her hair, only to realize even they had rearranged themselves into evenly spaced rows. No one truly masters nature. We can only walk alongside her. Silvara moved to a nearby clearing where she had planted a healing garden centuries ago. The medicinal herbs now grew in concentric circles, each plant exactly the same height as others of its kind. She knelt and touched a valerian whose healing properties she had enhanced through generations of careful cultivation. "The very power of these plants comes from their subtle variations," she explained to Glimscale. "This valerian is strongest because it adapted to this specific soil, this precise amount of sunlight. If every plant becomes identical—" She didn't finish the thought, but the tiny trails of bioluminescent moss that normally flowed freely behind her footsteps now arranged themselves in perfectly straight lines. Glimscale chirped questioningly and nudged a nearby fern that had folded itself into perfect fractals. The wyvern's eyes shifted to a deep purple, concern and determination mingling in its gaze. "Yes," Silvara agreed, understanding the creature's unspoken question. "We must go to them. I believe they don't yet understand what's happening beyond the inn's walls." As twilight approached, Silvara and Glimscale stood at the grove's edge overlooking Willowmire, where the village's normally charming, haphazard buildings had begun subtly shifting to align with geometric precision. Rooftops that once sat at slightly different angles were now perfectly parallel. Cobblestones that had been worn into unique shapes over decades were reshaping themselves into identical hexagons. "There is beauty in structure," Silvara acknowledged sadly as bioluminescent moss illuminated their path in perfectly straight lines, rather than its usual random patterns. "But without the balance of chaos, that structure becomes a prison. Even the most beautiful cage is still a cage, and life itself requires freedom to truly flourish." She gestured toward a maple tree whose leaves had always been famous in Willowmire for their varied autumn colors, no two exactly alike. Now, each leaf displayed the same precise pattern of red, fading to orange. "The Veilborn understood machinery, geometry, precision," she continued, her voice soft with the weight of ancient knowledge. "But they failed to grasp that nature's seeming inefficiency, its beautiful redundancy and variation, is actually its greatest strength." Glimscale's crystalline spines pulsed with blue light, the only truly irregular pattern still visible in the twilight landscape. The wyvern extended a wing toward the village, questioning. "Yes, let us go now," Silvara agreed. "Perhaps—" She paused, her brow furrowing as a memory surfaced. There was once talk among the eldest trees of a Veilborn experiment gone awry, an attempt to perfect ley line flow that ended in catastrophe. The shattering of the harmony, they called it. She started down the path toward Willowmire, noticing how the wildflowers that normally embraced the trail's edges had repositioned themselves into evenly spaced rows, like soldiers standing at attention. "History repeats itself," she whispered, "especially when its lessons remain unlearned." As they approached the village outskirts, Silvara noticed a subtle pulse running through the ground. The ley lines were increasing their activity, responding to whatever was happening at the inn. In the village square, the Whispering Willow, once the most gracefully asymmetrical tree in Willowmire, now stood with branches arranged in perfect radial symmetry, its legendary whispers now sounding in rhythmic intervals rather than the poetic randomness that had made them so enchanting. The evening market stalls, usually arranged in a cheerfully haphazard manner, had rearranged overnight into a perfect grid. Vendors sold their wares with mechanical precision, their usual banter replaced by eerily efficient transactions. "The heart is missing from this place," Silvara observed sadly. A vendor who normally greeted her with enthusiastic waves and overflowing baskets of mismatched herbs now stood behind perfectly arranged specimens, each bundle identical to the next. His smile, once crooked and genuine, now appeared precisely measured. Glimscale rumbled low in its throat, detecting something beyond Silvara's perception. The wyvern's crystalline formations pulsed rapidly, an irregular rhythm that seemed to briefly disrupt the geometric patterns in the cobblestones around them. For just a moment, the stones reverted to their natural worn shapes before snapping back to perfect hexagons. "Interesting," Silvara murmured, watching the momentary flicker of chaos. "Your natural connection to the ley lines, it briefly counteracts the effect." She placed a hand on Glimscale's flank, feeling the creature's inherent magic, wild, unpredictable, and gloriously chaotic. Perhaps there is hope yet. Together, they continued toward the Hearth and Crust Inn, where the windows now formed perfect geometric patterns, their warm glow pulsing with the same steady rhythm that pervaded the transformed forest. As they approached, tiny flowers sprouted in Silvara's footsteps, but instead of their usual random scatter, they emerged in perfect straight lines, each one an exact replica of the last. "Balance must be restored," Silvara whispered, feeling centuries of dryad wisdom stirring within her. "Not through destruction of order, but through the reintroduction of chaos, the sacred randomness that gives life its resilience and beauty." Mordane stood perfectly still at the edge of Willowmire, a solitary figure wreathed in undulating shadows that seemed to consume the fading twilight around him. His violet eyes reflected no light as he extended his awareness into the ley line network beneath the village, feeling how the chaotic magical currents now pulsed with mechanical precision, like the ticking of an enormous clock. The sensation was intoxicating, raw magic submitting to order, wild energy bending to mathematical perfection. "The transformation accelerates," he murmured to Devilcat, who prowled silently at his feet with fur standing on end, clearly disturbed by the unnatural energy patterns radiating through the ground. The feline's yellow eyes narrowed as it detected approaching wildlife, squirrels, birds, and foxes moving in perfect formation, their natural behaviors replaced by synchronized movements. A family of rabbits hopped past in perfect rhythm, their movements so precisely timed they might have been mechanical toys rather than living creatures. Mordane removed a crystalline device from within his shifting cloak, a modified version of the construct that had exploded in his study, now reinforced with shadow essence and calibrated to the grimoire's unique frequency. The crystal felt cold against his blackened fingers, its facets catching what little light remained in the day. As he activated it with a whispered command, the device projected a shimmering map of Willowmire's ley line structure, revealing the transformation's progress in stark detail. "Beautiful," he whispered, genuine appreciation in his voice as he observed the mathematical perfection spreading through the chaotic natural magic. Where once ley lines flowed like rivers with eddies and currents, now they formed grid-like patterns of increasing complexity, the grimoire's influence imposing structure on the raw energy like a master architect redesigning a wilderness. Intersections that had once blazed with unpredictable power now pulsed with regulated bursts, each timed precisely to the grimoire's ticking heartbeat. Devilcat hissed softly, batting at a particularly bright node in the projection where several ley lines converged beneath the village square. "Yes, you sense it too," Mordane acknowledged, scratching the feline behind its ears with surprising gentleness. "Power becoming accessible." The air around Mordane crackled with potential as he drew forth his corrupted shadow magic, threading it through the newly organized ley line pathways with surprising ease. Where before the natural magic had resisted his intrusions like oil-repelling water, now the reconfigured energy accepted his influence, the artificial structure proving far more susceptible to external control than the original chaotic flow. His shadow tendrils slipped between the geometric patterns like fingers through a lattice, touching, testing, confirming his hypothesis. "The fools at the inn have done half my work for me," he remarked to Devil Cat with cold amusement, watching as his shadow tendrils traveled unimpeded through the geometric ley-line configuration. A smile played across his gaunt features, crinkling the corners of his luminous eyes. "In trying to stabilize what they think is instability, they've created an infrastructure perfect for manipulation. A network designed to carry programmed instructions rather than wild magic." Devil Cat yawned, seemingly unimpressed, before suddenly tensing and staring intently at the projected map. "You notice it too?" Mordane asked, following the cat's gaze to a rippling distortion near the inn. "They're actively working with the fragment. How industrious." From his position at the village edge, Mordane could see the Hearth Crust Inn illuminated in the distance, its normally warm windows now emitting pulses of light at regular intervals. With his enhanced vision, he noticed how the inn itself had begun subtly changing shape, its quaint, irregular architecture gradually shifting toward symmetrical precision. The once crooked chimney now stood perfectly straight, and the window frames had rearranged themselves into exact equidistant positions. "Fascinating," he murmured, tracing the changes with a blackened fingertip. "The physical manifestation progresses faster than I anticipated." With methodical movements, Mordane arranged 7 shadow constructs in a perfect circle around him, each a miniature version of the device in his hands, but programmed with specific commands. The constructs hummed softly as he placed them, small obsidian pyramids etched with violet runes that pulsed in time with his breathing. As he activated them one by one, they hummed with dissonant energy, vibrating at frequencies calculated to resonate with the reconfigured ley lines. "The Veilborn feared the natural resistance of magic," he explained aloud, as if delivering a lecture to attentive students rather than preparing an attack. His voice took on the cadence of the scholar he had once been, measured and precise. "Their failure was hesitation. They recognized the dangers of complete reconfiguration and stopped their experiment before completion, leaving their work unfinished and unstable." A distant memory flickered across his mind. Dusty archives filled with scrolls, excited discussions with colleagues, the thrill of discovery before the shadows had claimed him. He pushed the thought aside with practiced ease. Devil Cat meowed suddenly, drawing Mordane's attention to movement near the whispering willow in the village center. The ancient tree, once fluid and organic, now stood with branches arranged in crystalline symmetry, its leaves perfectly aligned, a visible manifestation of the grimoire's growing influence that caused Mordane's lips to curve into a satisfied smile. Even from this distance he could hear the change in its whispers, no longer the random murmurs of countless voices but a unified rhythmic chant, pulsing in time with the ley lines beneath. "Do you see?" he asked the cat, pointing toward the transformed tree. "Even natural magic submits to the pattern eventually. Structure is inevitability, chaos merely a temporary state waiting for order." Devil Cat twitched its tail skeptically, then turned to lick its paw with deliberate nonchalance. "Your feline sensibilities find this unnatural," Mordane observed, amused. "Perhaps it is. But unnaturalness doesn't diminish its beauty." He reached down to stroke the cat's back, his touch careful despite the shadow tendrils that occasionally slipped between his fingers. "Those who fear order fear only losing their own unpredictability, their precious illusion of freedom." Returning his attention to the task at hand, Mordane made a few final adjustments to his constructs. Each pyramid now glowed with contained power, ready to inject his customized instructions into the restructured ley line network. "I will succeed where they failed," he declared, raising his blackened hands as shadow energy coalesced around him in a vortex of violet light. The shadows darkened and solidified, forming a protective cocoon around his tall frame. The grimoire's fragment in their possession is attempting to complete its programmed task, to rewrite magic into perfect order, but without guidance, without purpose beyond its original parameters. His voice lowered to a whisper as he continued. It knows what to do, but not why. I will give it purpose. As night fully descended on Willowmire, Mordane sent his shadow constructs floating toward the inn like silent predators, each programmed to infiltrate the building and redirect the grimoire's influence according to his specifications. They moved like liquid darkness through the air, avoiding the illuminated paths where villagers might spot them. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he watched them go, knowing that the moment for waiting had passed. When natural chaos transformed into manipulable order, the one who controlled the pattern controlled reality itself. Devilcat suddenly stiffened, fur bristling along its spine as it stared not toward the village but at the forest behind them. Mordane turned, his senses immediately alert. Interesting, he murmured, detecting a subtle resistance in the forest's ambient magic. Unlike the village, the deeper woods seemed to be fighting the encroaching pattern. The wild places resist longer, natural magic at its most primal. He observed as trees at the forest edge twisted their branches away from geometric arrangements, their growth patterns deliberately chaotic as if consciously rejecting the grimoire's influence. A small water sprite darted between the vegetation, its movements erratic and unpredictable, a tiny rebellion against the spreading order. Even more fascinating, Mordane said, directing one of his remaining shadow tendrils toward the resistant area. The tendril met unexpected resistance, dispersing against what felt like an invisible barrier. The forest has defenses I hadn't anticipated. Devilcat hissed at the tree line, then darted forward a few steps before stopping, clearly torn between investigation and caution. Not yet, Mordane commanded softly. We focus on the primary objective. He turned back toward Willowmire, extending his awareness to track his constructs as they approached the inn. The first had already reached the building, slipping through a crack in a windowsill that had formed as the wood rearranged itself into perfect symmetry. Inside, he could sense the pulsing heart of the grimoire's magic, a steady mechanical beat that resonated with his own carefully crafted spells. Soon, he promised himself, watching as the second and third constructs found their way through the inn's chimney and beneath its door. Let them continue thinking they're fixing a problem while they're actually constructing my solution. The connection between his consciousness and the constructs allowed him to experience snippets of the inn's interior, fractured images of floating objects arranging themselves in perfect patterns, furniture shifting to precise angles, even the flames in the hearth burning in mathematically perfect flickers, and beneath it all, the ticking of the grimoire, growing louder and more insistent as the transformation progressed. Devilcat suddenly leapt onto Mordane's shoulder, balancing with practiced ease despite the shifting shadows that constituted his cloak. The feline's yellow eyes glowed as it stared intently at the fourth construct, which had paused mid-flight. Yes, I see it, Mordane acknowledged, noting how the construct had encountered resistance near what appeared to be a hastily erected magical barrier around the inn's study window. They're learning, adapting. How promising. With a subtle gesture, he redirected the fourth construct to circle around and join the fifth in approaching from beneath, where the stone foundation was gradually reordering itself into perfect crystalline patterns, creating minute gaps in the protective spells. As the constructs infiltrated deeper into the inn, Mordane felt a curious sensation spreading through his awareness, a building anticipation that was almost joyful. The scholar in him, the part not wholly consumed by shadow, recognized this feeling from years past, the thrill of discovery, of understanding, of bringing order to chaos. You know, he said conversationally to Devilcat, they believe I wish to destroy. Such limited thinking. He watched as his sixth construct successfully penetrated the inn's magical defenses, sending back impressions of frantic activity inside. the innkeeper and her companions rushing about, attempting to counteract the magical reorganization. "I don't seek destruction," Mordane continued, his voice taking on an almost wistful quality. "I seek perfection. The flawed, random nature of magic has caused nothing but suffering throughout history. Unpredictable outcomes, spells gone awry, ley line disruptions causing magical disasters." He shook his head. The Veilborn understood this. Their mistake was hesitation, not vision. Devilcat made a sound suspiciously like a snort. "Mock if you must," Mordane replied with surprising good humor. "But even you will appreciate a world where magic follows consistent rules, where power flows in predictable patterns rather than wild surges." His final construct had nearly reached the inn now, carrying the most crucial part of his plan, a shadow-infused crystalline key designed to interface directly with the grimoire, inserting his own programmed instructions into its mechanical heart. Once merged, the grimoire would continue its work of restructuring magic, but according to his specifications, creating a network he could control, manipulate, and ultimately use to restore what he had lost. "They see me as some harbinger of darkness," he murmured, more to himself than to Devilcat. "They don't understand that darkness can bring clarity. In the absence of blinding light, true patterns emerge." The seventh construct paused at the inn's threshold, awaiting the precise moment when the other six had positioned themselves at the key nexus points Mordane had calculated. The timing had to be perfect, a synchronized insertion of his influence at the exact moment the grimoire executed its next major reconfiguration cycle. Devilcat suddenly tensed, its claws digging into Mordane's shoulder as it stared intensely at the inn. Following its gaze, Mordane noticed an unexpected fluctuation in the ley line pattern, a momentary reversion to its natural state before snapping back to the geometric configuration. "They're attempting a countermeasure," he realized, his eyes narrowing. "Creative, but ultimately futile." With a subtle gesture, he accelerated his timeline, sending the mental command for all 7 constructs to activate simultaneously rather than in sequence. The risk was greater, but the opportunity was slipping away as his adversaries inside the inn grew more adept at manipulating the grimoire's influence. "Now," he whispered, closing his eyes to better focus on the delicate magical operation unfolding through his constructs. "Let order reign." Chapter 8. Shadows at Tea Time. Draven stood sentinel in the center of the common room, his broad frame positioned before the hearth whose flames now burned in perfect geometric patterns, orange and blue fire forming precise pyramids rather than natural, dancing tongues. The inn's usual warmth had been replaced by a calculated heat that spread in even waves across the room. He inhaled deeply, trying not to show his discomfort at the unnatural transformation of his beloved inn. The hearth and crust had always reflected his own nature, solid, dependable, with an organic warmth that welcomed all who entered in good faith. Now that essence was being rewritten with each passing hour. A painting of mountain wildflowers that had hung slightly askew for years had perfectly aligned itself overnight. The wooden tables, worn with countless meals and conversations, had reorganized themselves into a grid so precise Draven could have measured the distance between them with a ruler. Even the plants in Amara's hanging baskets now grew in perfect spirals. Beneath his feet, Draven sensed the ley lines, once flowing like gentle streams, now confined to rigid channels. His connection to the earth through his stone ancestry made the wrongness of it all physically uncomfortable, like an itch beneath a skin too thick to scratch. The door to the Hearth Crust Inn flew open without a touch, night air rushing in with unnatural force as darkness pooled on the threshold, coalescing into Mordane's tall figure. Violet eyes gleamed from within the shadowy hood as he stepped forward, each footfall leaving momentary imprints of darkness that seeped into the floorboards. Draven's fingers instinctively brushed against his stone bracers. He'd faced many threats to his inn over the years, but none that had managed to twist its very nature against him. I see the transformation progresses nicely, Mordane observed, his voice carrying the subtle resonance of shadow magic as he gestured toward the common room's changes, tables and chairs that had shifted to perfect symmetrical arrangements, the clock whose pendulum swung in precise mathematical arcs, and the ambient magic that hummed with mechanical regularity, rather than the inn's usual organic warmth. Draven remained unmoved, his amber eyes reflecting the geometric firelight as he crossed his arms across his chest. The stone-like quality of his skin seemed enhanced in the unnatural illumination, as if his elemental ancestry was responding defensively to the presence of corrupted magic in his domain. "You're not welcome here, Mordane," Draven stated, his deep voice carrying quiet authority that filled the room despite its softness. Behind him, Peanut stood with hackles raised, the familiar's enchanted nose glowing brightly as it detected the shadow magic polluting the ley line currents flowing beneath the inn. Draven felt a flash of affection for the small creature's bravery. Peanut had become an unexpected ally in recent days, his magical senses often alerting them to shifts in the ley lines before anyone else noticed. "And yet here I stand," Mordane replied, stepping further into the room. The shadows seemed to follow him, darkening the corners despite the steady light from the hearth. "Your quaint little defenses barely registered as I approached. The old ways are changing, Ironroot." Mordane smiled thinly, removing his gloves to reveal fingers blackened by shadow essence. As he flexed his hands, tendrils of darkness spiraled outward, interacting with the restructured ley line energy that now permeated the inn, his magic finding purchase in the ordered patterns where before the natural chaos would have resisted his influence. Draven watched with growing concern as the shadows caressed the geometrically arranged furniture, leaving faint traces of violet energy that merged seamlessly with the inn's restructured magic. The grimoire's influence had created the perfect conditions for Mordane's corruption. "I've come for the grimoire," Mordane announced, his gaze sweeping the room as if he could see through walls to where the artifact was hidden. "What you've awakened is beyond your understanding. The reconfiguration has begun, but without proper direction, without purpose, it will continue blindly reshaping reality until nothing of the natural world remains." The stone bracers on Draven's wrists glowed with earthy power as he channeled his connection to the foundations beneath them, feeling how the ley lines strained against their new configurations, like rivers forced into artificial channels, powerful but constrained, seeking their natural paths. "You don't seek to restore balance," Draven responded, his voice remaining steady despite the tension vibrating through the room. "You want to accelerate the transformation, to seize control of the ley line network and bend it to your will. The grimoire stays with those who seek harmony, not dominion." Draven felt the truth of his words resonating with the stone beneath him. Even now, the earth remembered its natural state and yearned to return to it. The grimoire's rigid patterns were foreign impositions, not improvements. Peanut growled with surprising ferocity for his small size, the familiar's body illuminated from within as he responded to the ley line's distress. Beneath their feet, the floorboards creaked as currents of magical energy surged and resisted, the natural flow of magic struggling against both the grimoire's restructuring and Mordane's corrupting presence. "The familiar senses it too," Mordane noted, his head tilting with academic curiosity. "Even simple creatures recognize the fundamental change occurring." He took another step forward, and Draven tensed, ready to move should the shadow mage try to go beyond him. "You and your friends have been tampering with forces you barely comprehend. At least I understand what I seek to control." "You mistake caution for wisdom," Mordane countered, shadows darkening around him as his patience visibly thinned. With a sudden gesture, he sent a tendril of violet energy into the hearth, causing the flames to surge into a perfect column that reached the ceiling without spreading. A demonstration of the control he now wielded over the ordered magic. The display sent a chill through Draven that had nothing to do with temperature. He'd never seen anyone manipulate the inn's hearth fire so effortlessly. That hearth had been the first thing he'd built when establishing the hearth and crust, imbuing it with protective charms and grounding energies. Now, those same protections had been twisted into conduits for Mordane's power. Draven stepped forward, his connection to stone allowing him to stand firm even as the magical currents intensified beneath them. "I've protected this inn and this village for years from those who would exploit its magic," he declared, power radiating from his solid presence. "Whether the threat comes from chaotic disruption or from structured tyranny matters little. You will not take the grimoire while I stand, and I do not stand alone." As if summoned by his words, a floorboard creaked on the stairs behind him. Draven didn't turn, keeping his eyes fixed on Mordane, but he sensed Lenora's presence by the familiar pressure in the ley lines, her untrained but potent connection to Veil-born magic creating ripples in the restructured flows. Mordane noticed too, his violet eyes flickering toward the staircase. "Ah, the girl with the locket." His lips curved into a knowing smile. "Another piece of the puzzle you don't understand. Tell me, Brightveil, has your trinket shown you what happens when ley line structuring fails? The patterns collapsing into entropic destruction?" "She doesn't need to entertain your manipulations," Draven said firmly, shifting slightly to better position himself between Mordane and Lenora. "The locket responds to her because it recognizes her lineage, just as it rejects your corrupted magic." Peanut darted between Draven's legs, positioning himself protectively in front of both of them, his small body practically vibrating with protective energy. The familiar's magical glow intensified, pushing back against the shadows that had begun creeping across the floor toward Lenora. Mordane sighed with exaggerated patience. "The grimoire is completing what the Veilborn began centuries ago, the systematic reconfiguration of wild magic into structured, dependable patterns. But the process was meant to be guided, controlled. Without the proper influence, the restructuring will continue unchecked, growing more rigid until it calcifies and shatters." Draven felt the truth in those words, much as he hated to admit it. The strange geometries overtaking his inn weren't slowing, they were accelerating. Just that morning, he'd noticed the garden herbs rearranging themselves into perfect rows, their growth stunted by the unnatural configurations. "And you believe you're the proper influence?" Draven asked, his tone making clear exactly what he thought of that idea. "I've studied the Veilborn texts for decades," Mordane replied, shadows writhing around his feet. "I've traced their experiments, replicated their failures, and identified their mistakes. The grimoire needs direction, purpose, or it will continue blindly enforcing structure until nothing organic remains." A subtle tremor ran through the floorboards, not physical, but magical, as the ley lines beneath them shifted again, conforming to new patterns dictated by the grimoire's influence. The movement was stronger than previous shifts, causing several items on shelves to rattle. A ceramic mug tipped over the edge, and instead of falling naturally, it dropped in a perfectly straight line to the floor, shattering into fragments that arranged themselves in a circular pattern. Draven felt a knot form in his stomach. The restructuring was progressing faster than they'd realized. "Even if what you say is true," Lenora spoke up from the stairs, finally stepping into view. "We've seen your methods, Mordane. Your shadow magic corrupts everything it touches. You don't want to guide the grimoire, you want to weaponize it." Draven nodded in silent approval. The girl was learning to trust her instincts. Mordane's expression darkened, shadows deepening around him. "My methods are merely practical. The shadow affinity allows me to bridge the gap between organic chaos and structured order, to navigate between worlds that were never meant to intersect." With a swift, fluid motion, he extended his hand, and a tendril of shadow shot toward an innocuous-looking bookshelf against the far wall. The darkness wrapped around a specific volume, one that Draven knew concealed nothing but outdated recipes, and pulled it forward. The shelf didn't swing open to reveal a secret passage as Mordane clearly expected. Draven allowed himself a small, grim smile. "We're not fools, Shadecloak. Did you think we'd hide something as powerful as the grimoire behind a simple bookcase trick? Frustration flickered across Mordane's face before his composed mask returned. No matter. The grimoire's influence has already saturated this building. It calls to me, even now. He closed his eyes briefly, head tilting as if listening to something only he could hear. When his eyes reopened, they gleamed with certainty. Below. You've hidden it somewhere beneath the original foundations, haven't you? Where the ley line access is strongest? Draven's bracers pulsed with earthy energy, responding to his spike of concern. How could Mordane sense the grimoire's location so precisely? The protective wards Jill had crafted should have obscured its magical signature. Unless... The realization struck him like a physical blow. The grimoire's restructuring magic had incorporated the very wards meant to hide it into its patterns, transforming them from shields into beacons for anyone attuned to its particular frequency of power. They'd hidden the artifact, but its influence couldn't be contained, especially not by someone with Draven's particular affinity for sensing magical foundations. The transformation is already beyond your ability to halt, Mordane continued, clearly reading Draven's realization in his expression. But I can direct it, channel it towards stable configurations before the patterns become too rigid to manipulate. Give me the grimoire and I'll ensure Willowmire survives the change. Or you'll reshape it into something unrecognizable, Draven countered, his deep voice hardening with resolve. Something that serves your purposes alone. Lenora clutched the edge of the study table as the room tilted around her. Books slid across shelves only to freeze midway, hanging suspended in the air like peculiar decorations. She blinked, at first thinking she might be imagining it, but no. The entire study had transformed into a tableau of perfect stillness. She stood rigid in the center of the study, her hands outstretched as objects around her hovered in suspended animation, quills halted mid-stroke above parchment, tea frozen in the act of pouring, and dust motes arrested in perfect geometric patterns. Time itself seemed caught between moments as the ley line energy beneath the inn surged in chaotic rebellion against its forced reconfiguration. "Something's changing," she whispered, watching as books flew from shelves only to stop abruptly and rearrange themselves in mid-air according to complex mathematical principles. Alphabetical order one moment, chronological the next, then by color spectrum, as if the magic governing reality couldn't settle on a single organizing system. Her breath caught in her throat. The study, usually a place of quiet comfort, had transformed into something alien, mathematical, precise, and distinctly unnatural. It reminded her of the blueprint pages from the grimoire, as though reality itself was being redrawn according to its mechanical specifications. "Jill!" she called out, her voice unnaturally loud in the strange stillness. "Are you seeing this?" But Jill had stepped outside moments before to check on Draven, leaving Lenora alone with the increasingly unsettling manifestations. Her locket grew warm against her skin, the silver metal pulsing with increasing urgency as it responded to the magical instability. Around her, the very fabric of the inn's enchantments began to rewrite itself. Protection charms on the windows transformed into weather spells, warming enchantments on the hearth suddenly redirected to create pockets of summer heat throughout the room. A brass paperweight shaped like a turtle suddenly sprouted tiny mechanical legs and scuttled across the desk, trailing golden sparks. Lenora leaped back, nearly tripping over Peanut, who had pressed himself against her ankles. Peanut darted nervously between floating furniture, yipping in distress as his own enchantments fluctuated, his magical nose glowing with rainbow colors instead of its usual soft illumination, his paws briefly leaving glowing paw prints that rearranged themselves into veil-born symbols before fading away. "It's okay, Peanut," she murmured, though she wasn't at all sure it was. She knelt to scratch behind his ears, hoping to calm him. Instead, her touch caused the Chewini's fur to momentarily transform into crystalline strands that chimed like tiny bells before reverting to normal. Lenora felt a tremor beneath her feet, Not the inn's physical foundation shifting, but something more profound. The ley lines. They were responding to something, and not in the controlled, mechanical way the grimoire had been influencing them. This felt different. It's fighting back, Lenora realized with sudden clarity as she observed the pattern of disruptions. Unlike the previous mechanical restructuring, these surges felt organic and desperate, like immune responses from the natural magic network struggling against the artificial order being imposed upon it. A cup of tea that had been peacefully steeping on the desk suddenly boiled over, the liquid rising in a perfect spiral before transforming into a miniature whirlwind that scattered papers in its path. Yet, when the papers settled, Lenora noticed they had arranged themselves in precise geometric patterns, triangles nested within circles, spirals unfolding into squares. "This isn't just chaos," she muttered to herself. "There's a pattern here. If I could just—" The temperature in the study fluctuated wildly as ancient enchantments buried within the inn's foundations activated in defense. Frost crystallized on windows in perfect fractals before instantly melting into steam that formed mathematical equations in the air. The wooden floor briefly transformed to glass, revealing the pulsing ley lines beneath that writhed like wounded creatures. Lenora gasped at the sight. The ley lines were no longer the steady, flowing streams of energy she'd glimpsed in the veil-born chamber. They twisted and thrashed, nodes of bright light forming at intersections before bursting into showers of magical sparks that rained upward through the temporarily transparent floor. "They're in pain," she whispered, her heart aching at the realization. These weren't just energy conduits, they were alive in some fundamental way, and Mordane's attempts to restructure them were causing genuine distress to the magical ecosystem. Peanut whined, pressing himself against her legs again. His enchanted nose flickered rapidly between colors, gold, emerald, ruby, sapphire, before settling on a deep purple that Lenora had never seen before. "What is it, boy?" she asked, bending down to his level. The little dog's eyes fixed on something behind her, and Lenora turned just in time to witness a particularly powerful surge that caused every enchanted object in the room to simultaneously animate. Quills danced like conductors' batons, teacups marched in formation, and books flipped pages frantically as if searching for specific information. Lenora's hair floated around her face, charged with magical static that crackled with tiny lightning bolts. "This is getting out of hand," she murmured, reaching for her locket. Perhaps its connection to Veilborn magic could help stabilize the chaos. But the moment her fingers touched the silver pendant, her locket suddenly sprung open with such force that the silver chain snapped, leaving the pendant hovering before her at eye level. Within its center, the gem flared with blinding light that coalesced into a projection, ghostly figures in flowing robes standing within what appeared to be the Veilborn workshop in its original, undamaged state. "Whoa!" Lenora stumbled backward, colliding with a floating armchair that fortunately remained solid enough to catch her. Peanut barked at the apparition, his magical nose flickering madly. The projected scene showed a vast chamber filled with machinery far more advanced and complete than the ruins they had discovered beneath the inn. Veilborn artisans moved with purpose, their hands glowing with soft light as they worked on the centerpiece of the room, an elaborate version of the Clockwork Grimoire, suspended within a framework of spinning golden discs. "This is no memory," Lenora gasped, recognizing that she was witnessing something different from the locket's usual historical echoes. The projected figures moved with purpose, their expressions urgent as they performed complex magical operations around a complete version of the grimoire. But rather than activating it, they appeared to be implementing safeguards and limitations. One figure, a woman with hair that seemed woven from starlight, carefully inscribed runes along the book's spine, while another adjusted crystalline components within the mechanical framework. Their movements were hurried, almost desperate, as though racing against time. They weren't trying to enhance it, Lenora whispered in realization. they were trying to contain it. Peanut whimpered, his little body trembling as he pressed against her ankles. She scooped him up, holding him close as they both watched the ghostly scene unfold. The spectral Veilborn turned as one to face Lenora directly, breaking the fourth wall of the projection in a way that sent shivers down her spine. The central figure, tall and ethereal with eyes that shimmered like starlight, spoke words she somehow understood despite their ancient language. The harmony was not meant to be forced. What we began, we also constrained. The final failsafe activates when imbalance reaches critical threshold. The words resonated inside Lenora's mind rather than her ears, each syllable vibrating with the same frequency as her locket. She squared her shoulders, feeling strangely calm despite the chaos swirling around them. "What failsafe?" she asked, unsure if the projection could hear her. "What happens when it activates?" In answer, the projection expanded to show a schematic of the entire ley line network, demonstrating how the Veilborn had embedded a protective mechanism within the magical infrastructure itself, a final defense designed to reset the system if their experiments went awry. As Lenora watched, she understood that this defense was now activating, causing the reality-warping surges around her. The ley lines in the projection pulsed with increasing intensity, their intersections growing brighter until they coalesced into a network that looked eerily similar to the patterns currently manifesting throughout the inn. As the pulses synchronized, a wave of energy swept outward from the central node, washing over the entire network in a cleansing tide. "A reset," Lenora breathed, understanding dawning, like restarting a mechanical device when it malfunctions. The central Veilborn figure nodded, their expression grim. "Balance must be restored, but the cycle carries forward what remains in its path." As suddenly as it began, the projection collapsed back into her locket, which fell gently into her outstretched palm. The suspended objects around the room crashed to the floor as a massive pulse of energy swept through the inn, and Lenora knew with absolute certainty what the vision meant. The ley line isn't just fighting back. It's preparing to reboot itself entirely, and if it happens while Mordane's shadow magic is integrated into the system. She didn't finish the thought aloud, but her mind raced with the implications. If the ley lines reset while corrupted with shadow magic, that corruption would become permanently encoded into the magical foundation of Willowmire. The natural balance would be forever skewed toward darkness. Peanut barked sharply, jumping from her arms and racing to the study door. He scratched frantically at the wooden panels, his enchanted nose glowing a bright, urgent crimson. "You're right," Lenora said, pocketing her locket and hurrying to the door. "We need to warn the others." She yanked the door open, only to find herself face to face with Draven, his expression thunderous. Behind him, she could hear the unmistakable sounds of magical combat, Jill's voice calling out warning, the crackle of shadow magic, and the deep, menacing laugh that could only belong to one person. "He's here," Draven said grimly. "Mordane's inside the inn." Lenora's heart lurched. "The ley lines are about to reset. It's some kind of Veilborn failsafe. If Mordane's magic is active when it happens, it gets incorporated into the new magical baseline," Draven finished, his expression darkening further. "That's what he's been waiting for, not to control the grimoire, but to be part of the rewriting process itself." A thunderous crash echoed from the common room, followed by Jill's voice crying out in pain. Draven spun, magic already gathering at his fingertips. "Get to the workshop," he commanded. "If there's a way to guide the reset, it would be there. Find Theron and Silvara. They'll help you. I'll hold Mordane back as long as I can." Lenora nodded, clutching her locket tightly. "Come on, Peanut," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "We need to find the others." As Draven rushed toward the sounds of battle, Lenora headed in the opposite direction, toward the hidden entrance to the workshop. The locket pulsed against her palm, its rhythm matching the increasingly frantic beat of her heart. She could feel the growing instability in the magic around her. The ley lines were reaching a critical point. Whatever was coming would reshape the magical world of Willowmire forever, and they were running out of time to ensure that reshaping didn't deliver them all into darkness. Chapter 9. A Dash of Destiny. Draven felt the common room floor tremble beneath his feet, a familiar vibration that called to his stone elemental ancestry. Without conscious thought, his abilities triggered, sending a surge of stabilizing energy into the inn's foundation. The ancient stonework beneath them groaned but held firm, his silent promise to protect this sanctuary kept once more. Across from him, Mordane's composure was fracturing. The shadows cloaking his gaunt form grew thicker, more volatile with each passing moment. Tendrils of violet energy lashed outward, striking one of the windows. The perfectly geometric pattern in the panes cracked like ice on a spring morning, spreading in mathematical precision rather than random fissures. "Your stubbornness will cost more than you know," Mordane warned, his voice distorting as shadow essence seeped into his words. The sound crawled across Draven's skin like cold fingers. With deliberate slowness, Mordane raised his blackened hands, charred by whatever dark ritual had bound him to shadows, and drove them downward in a cutting motion. Draven sensed it immediately, a command that pierced through the floorboards to touch the ley line directly. The effect was immediate and terrifying. A rift of crackling energy tore through the middle of the common room, splitting the floor with the sound of splintering wood and shattering stone. Amber light spilled upward from the breach, the agitated ley line exposed and raw. Magical power surged through the gap in a pillar of unstable energy that scorched the ceiling's wooden beams and sent furniture skidding away from its pulsing core. Draven's teacups, which only this morning had held his carefully brewed chamomile blend, now shattered against the far wall. The chair where he'd spent countless evenings watching over his guests tipped violently and spun into the air, caught in the magical maelstrom. "You've gone too far," Draven growled, planting his feet more firmly. He could feel the stone beneath responding to his touch, fighting against the chaotic energy that threatened to tear it apart. Lenora burst into the room, her locket clutched tightly in one hand as she steadied herself against the doorframe. Her auburn hair whipped around her face, charged with the excess magical energy flooding the room. "The ley line is activating its defense mechanisms," she shouted over the roar of the magical discharge. Her eyes, wide with understanding and fear, met Draven's with urgent warning. "The Veilborn built-in safeguards. It's trying to reset itself." Mordane's expression flickered with momentary surprise before settling into calculated intensity. Something in Lenora's words had caught him off guard, but the revelation seemed to only sharpen his resolve. "Then our time grows short," he declared. The shadows coiled more tightly around him, whispering secrets in a language Draven couldn't understand but instinctively mistrusted. Mordane extended his hands toward the rift, his influence reaching deeper into the exposed ley line, attempting to steer its chaotic energy toward his purpose. But something extraordinary happened. The magic resisted. It surged back against Mordane's control with unprecedented force, pushing against his shadow tendrils like an immune system fighting infection. Mordane's face contorted with effort and pain as the ley line rebelled against his touch. From somewhere deep within the inn, a mechanical whirring sound cut through the chaos. The grimoire fragment had activated, its components spinning and clicking at increasing speed. The sound reminded Draven of the ancient water clock his father had once repaired, precise, measured, inevitable. Throughout the common room, the protective wards Draven had carefully carved into door frames and windowsills over decades began to physically rewrite themselves. Ancient runes shifted beneath his gaze, changing form as the book overwrote the inn's foundational magic without human intervention. The symbols weren't dissolving, they were evolving, becoming more complex, more intricate. "It's defending itself," Draven realized, watching as the inn's enchantments transformed before his eyes. They weren't conforming to the ordered patterns of Mordane's influence, nor were they returning to their original state. Instead, they were evolving into something new and complex that neither side had programmed. The grimoire was adapting independently, creating hybrid protections that incorporated elements of both natural chaos and mathematical precision. A table leg pounded against the ceiling as furniture continued to swirl in the magical updraft. Draven's earthenware mugs, painted by local children over the years, danced through the air in drunken spirals, thankfully avoiding the windows. Merrick zipped frantically around the ceiling, the pixie's lavender glow leaving trails in the charged air as he dodged chairs, books, and kitchen implements that had begun to float and orbit the energy rift. His tiny face was pinched with terror. "Make it stop!" he yelped, narrowly avoiding collision with Amara's golden whisk as it conducted an invisible orchestra of airborne cutlery. Forks and knives spun in perfect formation, somehow missing the terrified pixie by mere inches. "Get down from there!" Draven called, reaching up with his stone-shaping ability to create a small ledge on the wall where Merrick could land safely. The pixie darted gratefully to the shelter, his wings folded tight against his back. Mordane stepped forward with dangerous determination, shadows hardening around his form like armor as he forced more of his essence into the ley line. The effort was visibly draining him. Strange black veins pulsed beneath his pale skin and his breathing grew labored, but his eyes burned with undiminished purpose. "With or without your cooperation, I will have the grimoire," he declared, his voice echoing unnaturally as his eyes fixed on Draven with predatory focus. "Give it to me now, or I will tear this building apart stone by stone to find it." The threat struck Draven like a physical blow. This inn wasn't merely wood and stone. It was home, sanctuary, the physical manifestation of his vow to protect rather than destroy. The thought of it being dismantled by this shadow-corrupted scholar sent a surge of protective fury through him. As if responding to the threat, or perhaps to Draven's emotional response, the grimoire's influence intensified. The walls of the inn groaned as ancient timbers twisted and reshaped themselves. Protective sigils glowed with fierce light as they multiplied across every surface, the window frames, the hearthstones, even across the wooden beams overhead. Some sigils Draven recognized from his centuries of study. Others were entirely new, complex combinations of veil-born symbolism and natural patterns. Draven could feel the building itself becoming an extension of the book's will. The inn was neither fully natural nor completely mechanical, but a living testament to magic seeking its own balance. The stonework beneath his feet warmed in response to his touch, as though reassuring him of its resilience. "It doesn't want either of us to control it," Lenora called out as her locket pulsed in rhythm with the ley line surge, creating a protective bubble around her. Her voice carried a surprising confidence. The hesitant apprentice was finding her footing in this moment of crisis. "The grimoire is rejecting both our intentions and yours. It's trying to find a middle path between wild magic and perfect order." Draven's gaze swept across the room, at Lenora, standing firm despite the chaos, at Merrick, huddled against the wall, at the inn itself, fighting to maintain its integrity while evolving to meet this new threat. His responsibility to them all weighed heavy, yet somehow strengthened his resolve. He stood his ground despite the chaos erupting around him. His connection to the inn's stone foundation allowed him to remain steady as the floor continued to buckle and shift. The stone beneath responded to his will, stabilizing just enough to keep everyone from being thrown off their feet without fighting against the grimoire's necessary transformations. "Your ultimatum is meaningless, Mordane," he stated with calm certainty as the very building rallied to his defense. The quiet strength in his voice cut through the cacophony of magical discharge and creaking timber. "The grimoire has made its choice, and it appears that choice is neither blind structure nor forced corruption. Perhaps there is wisdom in that which neither of us fully comprehends." Mordane's face contorted with frustration. "You speak as though the book has consciousness," he snarled. "It's a tool, nothing more, a means to reshape the fabric of magic itself." "And yet," Draven responded, "it resists you. Perhaps tools remember the hands that made them." A flash of uncertainty crossed Mordane's face. The shadows around him wavered momentarily, and in that instant, Draven caught a glimpse of the scholar he'd once been. Curious, passionate, human. The moment passed quickly. Mordane gathered his shadows closer, his eyes narrowing with renewed determination. "I've only just begun," he warned. With a gesture that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality itself, Mordane plunged both arms into the rift. The shadows surrounding him poured into the amber light of the ley line, black oil into clear water. Where they touched, the energy sputtered and darkened. Draven felt the corruption spreading beneath them, tainting the pure energy of the ley line. The sensation was like watching poison seep into a clear spring, violating something sacred and pure. "Stop!" Lenora cried, her locket flaring with brilliant light. "You'll destabilize the entire system!" But Mordane was beyond reason. The shadow magic had consumed too much of him, or perhaps he had consumed too much of it. His form began to blur at the edges, melding with the darkness as he pushed more of his essence into the rift. The grimoire's mechanical whirring intensified, rising to a pitch that made Draven's teeth ache. The protective runes throughout the inn pulsed in response, their light pushing back against the encroaching shadows. Draven felt the struggle beneath his feet, the ley line fighting Mordane's corruption, the grimoire attempting to impose a new pattern that could contain both order and chaos in balanced measure, the inn itself straining to adapt to these competing forces. In that moment of tension, Draven made his choice. Rather than fighting against the grimoire's influence or attempting to drive Mordane back directly, he channeled his stone-shaping abilities in a new way. He reached deep into the foundation of the inn, not to reinforce it against change, but to help it adapt, to become a conduit for the grimoire's balancing influence rather than an obstacle. The stone responded instantly, warming beneath his touch. The rigid structure became more flexible, not weakening, but evolving, allowing the ley line's energy to flow through predetermined channels rather than erupting chaotically or being forced into unnatural patterns. "The stone remembers," Draven murmured, an orcish prayer his mother had taught him long ago. "The earth endures. Balance will be restored." As if in response to his words, the amber light of the ley line brightened. Where Mordane's shadows had tainted it, the corruption began to recede. Not banished entirely, but contained, integrated, balanced by opposing forces. Mordane stumbled backward, his connection to the rift abruptly severed. His shadows swirled around him in agitation as he stared at Draven with a mixture of fury and disbelief. "What have you done?" he demanded, his voice hoarse. Jill scuttled across the basement floor, her pigtails bouncing frantically as she grabbed at hovering gears and copper tubes that drifted several inches above their original positions. The miniature ley line model she'd constructed now resembled a mechanical constellation, each piece suspended in mid-air and slowly rotating as if searching for its proper place. "Oh, crumbs and crickets!" she muttered as a particularly important crystal capacitor floated just beyond her reach. Her magical t-shirt flashed urgent messages in bright red letters. "Critical failure imminent," before shifting to "reboot required." Then, "Where's the manual?" Cogs swooped down from a ceiling beam, snatching the capacitor in his metallic beak and dropping it into Jill's outstretched palm. "Thanks, partner," she whispered, patting the Clockwork Raven's head. Cogs preened, the blue glow in his eyes brightening momentarily before he took off again, scanning for more wayward components. Theron stood in the center of the basement, his veil-borne lens held to one eye as he studied the invisible currents flowing around them. His expression grew increasingly troubled. "The grimoire is fighting both the natural ley line structure and Mordane's corruption simultaneously," he observed, tracking the movement of something Jill couldn't see. There are streams of amber energy interwoven with dark violet shadows. Neither is fully dominant, but both are causing alarming distortions. As if to confirm his assessment, the wooden beam beside Jill suddenly stretched like taffy before snapping back to its solid form. The air itself seemed thick and syrupy, resisting her movements as she crawled toward her toolkit. "That can't be good for the structural integrity," she quipped, trying to mask her growing concern with humor. Above them, the ceiling warped and rippled like the surface of a pond, despite remaining completely solid to the touch. Dust and small debris began raining down, but instead of falling naturally, the particles arranged themselves into perfect geometric patterns, miniature mandalas forming on the floor before dissolving into shimmering magical energy that seeped into the floorboards. "The common room must be absolute chaos right now," Jill said, wincing as she thought of Draven and Lenora facing down Mordane directly overhead. A particularly violent magical surge caused several glass vials in her toolkit to shatter simultaneously, each breaking along mathematically precise fracture lines. Jill ducked as fragments whizzed past her ear, embedding themselves in the wall in the pattern of a perfect spiral. "We need to re-establish the harmonic balance," she muttered, frantically connecting brass wires between the floating components of her model. Cogs assisted by ferrying smaller gears back and forth, his mechanical wings whirring with effort. "If the grimoire is trying to find middle ground between chaos and order," she continued, her small fingers working with remarkable dexterity despite their trembling, "we need to give it a template to follow." Peanut darted between their legs, his enchanted nose glowing with increasing brilliance. The magical familiar sniffed urgently at the air, tracking invisible currents that even Theron's lens couldn't fully reveal. Suddenly, the little dog froze, his paws planted firmly on the ground as if rooted there. He barked insistently at a specific section of Jill's reconstructed model, a junction where several copper ley lines connected, but where a central component was conspicuously absent. Theron immediately dropped to his knees beside Peanut, holding his lens up to examine the spot. His eyebrows shot up. "That's it!" he exclaimed, his normally reserved demeanor giving way to excitement. "Through the lens, I can see a swirling vortex of potential, a critical node in the network where structure and chaos should meet in perfect balance but are currently clashing in destructive interference patterns." Jill scrambled over, nearly tripping over her own feet in her haste. "Show me!" When he handed her the lens, she gasped. The magical currents were beautiful but terrifying, like watching two rivers collide, neither yielding, their waters churning into a maelstrom of conflicting energies. "We need a regulator," she said, handing the lens back to Theron and diving for her tinkerer's toolkit. She upended several pouches, spilling miniature tools and enchanted components across the floor. Something that can oscillate between structured precision and natural flow without breaking down. Her hands moved with incredible speed, selecting seemingly mismatched parts and assembling them with the expertise of someone who understood connections that others couldn't see. A brass gear here, a sliver of enchanted quartz there, copper wire wound in specific patterns that mimicked natural curves while maintaining mathematical precision. "This might work," she muttered, connecting a tiny clockwork butterfly's wing to a polished stone that hummed with earth magic. "If I can just calibrate the resonance frequency." As Jill worked, Theron placed his palms flat against the basement floor. His eyes closed in concentration, and he began to murmur words in an ancient language, syllables that seemed to bend the air around them into more stable patterns. "The Veilborn weren't trying to eliminate chaos entirely," he explained, his voice strained with effort. "Their goal was symbiosis, mathematical precision that enhances rather than constrains natural magic." Jill nodded, understanding flowing between them. Like how a riverbed doesn't control the water but guides it, the water still chooses its own path within those boundaries. "Exactly," Theron agreed. "The grimoire isn't meant to override the ley lines, but to create a framework through which their energy can flow more efficiently." A sudden chill swept through the basement, raising goosebumps on Jill's arms. In the corner, a shadow deeper than the others began to coalesce, forming into a tiny, perfect replica of Mordane. The miniature shadow figure moved with unsettling independence, surveying the room with malevolent purpose. Theron? Jill pointed, her voice barely above a whisper. We have company. Before either of them could react, the shadow Mordane darted toward Jill's model with impossible speed. It touched several key components with shadowy fingers. Instantly, those pieces transformed, sprouting jagged protrusions and pulsing with violet energy. He's interfacing directly with the ley line, Theron warned, his concentration breaking. The previously stabilized magical currents began to fluctuate wildly again. More shadow-touched gears manifested throughout the model, their teeth grinding against the original components and forcing the copper pathways into unnatural configurations. The shadow Mordane multiplied itself, creating dozens of tiny figures that worked methodically to corrupt the entire system. Jill's t-shirt flashed, "Unauthorized modification detected," followed by "System compromise, 43%, and then countermeasures loading. Peanut growled, his fur standing on end as he charged at the shadow manifestations. The magical familiar passed through them, his own enchanted essence disrupting the shadows momentarily. But they reformed seconds later, more numerous than before. They're like magical antibodies, Jill observed, frantically trying to remove a shadow-touched gear that was grinding against her carefully calibrated regulator. Mordane's found a way to inject his influence directly into the ley line system. Cogs swooped down, his talons extended to snatch at the shadows, but they simply flowed around the mechanical raven's attacks, reforming elsewhere on the model. Jill sat back on her heels, watching the shadows methodically transforming her work. A realization dawned on her face, her eyes widening. "We're fighting this all wrong," she said suddenly, reaching for a shadow-touched gear instead of trying to remove it. "What are you doing?" Theron asked, alarmed as she deliberately integrated the corrupted piece into her design. "Magic isn't inherently good or evil," Jill explained, her fingers flying between tools and components. She began incorporating the shadow-touched elements into her regulator, creating a hybrid design that integrated rather than rejected them. "The problem isn't the shadow magic itself, it's the imbalance." Understanding dawned in Theron's eyes. He adjusted his position and began chanting again, but with a different cadence. Not fighting against the shadow magic, but guiding it, weaving it into the stabilization pattern alongside the natural ley line energy. "Brilliant," he murmured between phrases of the ancient chant. "We're not trying to eliminate his influence. We're making it part of the solution," Jill finished, her face alight with excitement despite the danger. The Veilborn understood that opposition creates more disruption. True harmony comes from integration. Her hands worked with renewed purpose, connecting bright copper pieces to shadow-touched gears in a delicate dance of balance. The result was neither purely mechanical nor entirely organic, but a true blend that honored both principles while being controlled by neither. The Shadow Mordanes seemed confused by this development, their movements becoming erratic as their corruption was welcomed rather than resisted. Several of them dissipated entirely, unable to maintain their form when their disruptive purpose was negated. Jill connected the final piece, a tiny music box cylinder that rotated between a crystal of pure light and a shadow-touched obsidian bead, creating a rhythmic oscillation that perfectly matched the pulse of the ley line beneath them. "Please work, please work, please work," she chanted under her breath, her t-shirt now displaying recalibration in progress. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the floating components of the model began to align themselves, shadow and light elements finding equilibrium in the new framework Jill had created. The model settled into a gently pulsing rhythm, copper pathways glowing with soft amber light tinged with hints of violet at the edges, not fighting, but harmonizing. "It's beautiful," Theron whispered, the veil-born lens revealing the full complexity of what they'd created. Above them, the rippling ceiling gradually stabilized, the warping reality smoothing itself out as the magical currents found their new balance. The geometric patterns of falling dust dissolved, returning to natural random movement. Cogs landed on Jill's shoulder, giving an approving metallic chirp. Peanut's magical glow dimmed to a soft pulsing that matched the rhythm of the model, his tail wagging cautiously. Jill's t-shirt finally settled on a new message. Integration successful, running diagnostics. This is just a temporary fix, she cautioned, gently touching the delicate regulator at the heart of her modified model. It's stabilizing our immediate area, but the grimoire itself is the key. We've created a template. Now we need to apply it on a larger scale. A particularly loud crash from above reminded them of the confrontation still raging in the common room. The floor beneath them shuddered, but the magical currents remained stable within their newly established framework. At least we know it's possible now, Theron said, rising to his feet. What we've done here proves that Mordane's influence doesn't have to be destroyed, just balanced. Which means we don't need to defeat him, Jill realized, her eyes widening. We need to incorporate him. She scooped up the miniature regulator, cradling it carefully as she headed for the stairs. Come on. If we can replicate this pattern through the grimoire itself. Cogs took flight ahead of her, while Peanut bounded up the stairs. Theron followed, his lens already held to his eye in preparation for what awaited them above. Jill paused at the base of the stairs, looking back at the now stabilized model. Her t-shirt displayed one final message before she ascended. Sometimes the problem is part of the solution. Lenora stumbled into the study, pushed by a wave of chaotic energy erupting from the confrontation in the common room. The magical backlash slammed the door shut behind her with such force that several books leapt from their shelves, pages fluttering like startled birds. She pressed her back against the wood, trying to catch her breath as reality flickered around her. This can't be happening, she whispered, watching in horror as the familiar study transformed before her eyes. Books on nearby shelves morphed from bound volumes to ancient scrolls and back again with each pulse of disrupted ley line energy. The windows, normally offering a pleasant view of the inn's garden, cycled through different landscapes. A misty forest, a crystalline cave, a starlit mountain peak. The very dimensions of the room expanded and contracted like some great breathing organism, making Lenora's stomach lurch with each shift. A heavy brass paperweight on Theron's desk liquefied into a pool of shimmering metal, then reformed as an intricate mechanical butterfly that flew 3 perfect circles before dissolving into nothing. Focus, Lenora told herself, pressing a hand against her grandmother's locket. The silver pendant had been warm against her skin since Mordane's arrival, but now it burned with increasing urgency. The metal glowed brighter with each second, light streaming between her fingers as she clutched it. With a suddenness that took her breath away, the locket pulled itself free from her grasp. It hovered at the center of the study, suspended in mid-air as though hung from an invisible thread. The intricate spiral patterns engraved on its surface began to rotate independently of one another, like the gears of some miniature celestial mechanism. Lenora approached it cautiously, half afraid it might dart away. "What are you trying to tell me?" she murmured, reaching toward it but stopping just short of touching its glowing surface. The locket vibrated with purpose, not random energy, but something deliberate, like a key finding its lock. Somewhere deep in Lenora's mind, ancestral memory stirred. "Show me," she whispered, instinctively understanding that the artifact had more to reveal. In response, the locket's central gem flared with blinding intensity. It projected a dome of silvery light that expanded rapidly, encompassing the entire study. As the light touched the walls, the chaotic fluctuations stilled. Books settled back into their proper forms, the windows showed only the garden, and the room's dimensions stabilized, creating a pocket of calm amid the magical storm consuming the inn. Outside this protective bubble, Lenora could still hear the commotion, Draven's commanding voice, Jill's frantic calls to cogs, Mordane's menacing cadence, but they seemed distant now, as though coming from another world. Within the dome of light, translucent figures began to materialize. They formed slowly at first, like watercolor bleeding into parchment, then gained definition. 7 figures in flowing robes adorned with constantly shifting geometric patterns stood before her. Their features were ethereal, too perfect to be human yet undeniably humanoid, their skin carrying a faint luminescence that reminded Lenora of moonlight through fog. The Veilborn. They gathered around a table bearing a complete version of the grimoire, not the damaged partial book they'd found, but a magnificent tome with all its mechanical components intact and operational. The spectral scholars moved with urgency, their gestures suggesting an emergency council rather than routine research. This is a memory, Lenora realized, her voice strange and distant even to her own ears. The locket preserved it somehow. One figure stepped forward, taller than the others, with eyes like captured starlight and hands that left trailing echoes of light as they moved. Their features were solemn, almost sorrowful, and somehow familiar in a way that made Lenora's heart ache. When this central figure spoke, the words emerged not as sound, but as concepts forming directly in her mind. "We record this warning for those who follow, should our final safeguards fail." The thought voice carried emotions alongside its meaning, urgency, regret, and a desperate hope. Lenora sensed this message had been created with her specifically in mind, though centuries separated its creation from her birth. The spectral council gestured in perfect unison, their movements tracing patterns in the air that reminded Lenora of the notations in the grimoire. Above the table materialized an intricate three-dimensional representation of the leyline network, a beautiful, organic system of flowing energy that pulsed with life. The magical streams twisted and turned, occasionally touching and intermingling before separating again in a dance that seemed both chaotic and perfectly harmonized. As Lenora watched, transfixed, the representation transformed gradually. The flowing lines straightened, bent at precise angles, and arranged themselves into rigid geometric patterns. They grew increasingly complex, an elaborate crystalline structure that might have been beautiful if not for the wrongness of it. The restructured system appeared more efficient, more ordered, but also strangely brittle. Even as the pattern grew more elaborate, sections flaked away like dried clay. A rewritten ley line is a ley line undone, the central figure continued, sorrow evident in the projected emotions accompanying the message. We sought to perfect nature's design, to bring order to chaos, efficiency to randomness. But we have learned too late that the apparent imperfection of natural magic is its greatest strength. The projection shifted to show the consequences of their experiment. Regions where restructured ley lines had been implemented revealed magical deadlands where enchantments failed completely. In others, magic became unpredictable and dangerous, simple illumination spells creating explosions of light that blinded, heating charms that froze instead of warmed. Most disturbing were places where the artificial structure had collapsed entirely, leaving permanent voids in the magical fabric of the world, areas where magic could never return. "Just like what's happening now," Lenora whispered, thinking of the magical malfunctions spreading through Willowmire. "It's all happening again." Balance must be maintained. The warning continued with increasing urgency as the projection showed the Veilborn implementing emergency protocols. They moved with the desperate efficiency of people racing against catastrophe. We created the harmonic grimoire as a tool of transformation, but now use it as a means of restoration, to undo what should never have been done, to return magic to its natural state before permanent damage occurs. The scene shifted, showing a familiar chamber, the hidden Veilborn workshop beneath the inn. Only in this vision it wasn't abandoned and decayed, but fully operational, filled with humming machinery and pulsing with concentrated ley line energy. Lenora gasped as she recognized components that mirrored what they had found. the console where Jill had placed the grimoire, the crystalline viewports revealing the ley line machinery, and the blueprint of the stabilizer that had been partially revealed to them. But in the projection, the Veilborn weren't activating these creations. They were methodically disassembling them. They weren't trying to create something, she realized aloud. They were trying to undo it. The central figure nodded, as though hearing her across the centuries. The harmonic grimoire's true purpose was never to perfect the ley lines, but to heal them once we recognized our error. Its rhythms can either impose structure or restore natural flow. The choice lies in how it's used. The projection revealed the final moments of the Veilborn experiment, a deliberate shutdown that went catastrophically wrong. As they attempted to disconnect their machinery from the ley line network, a pulse of uncontrolled energy erupted, overwhelming their safety measures. The room filled with blinding light, and the Veilborn raced to contain the backlash. The shattering of the harmony was no accident, Lenora realized aloud, pieces falling into place. They were trying to restore natural magic, but the system had already grown too powerful to simply turn off. We underestimated how deeply our manipulations had become embedded in the fabric of magic itself, the thought voice confirmed. The backlash scattered our people and damaged the very network we sought to preserve. Our error was not in recognizing our mistake, but in waiting too long to correct it. The central Veilborn figure approached Lenora, stepping through the projected images until they stood face to face. Up close, Lenora could see details of their features: eyes that contained constellations, skin etched with faint luminous patterns that shifted like slow-moving stars. The figure looked at her with an intensity that transcended time, their final warning burning into her consciousness with crystal clarity. The grimoire contains both the poison and the cure. It can impose structure or restore natural flow. But once a ley line is fundamentally altered, the change ripples outward forever. You stand at the same precipice we faced. Choose wisely where we did not, and remember that true harmony comes not from perfect order, but from the balance between structure and chaos, between precision and possibility. The figure reached out as if to touch Lenora's face, their hand passing through her like morning mist. For a brief moment, Lenora felt a connection, bloodline calling to bloodline across centuries. "You carry our hope," the thought voice whispered, growing fainter, "and our atonement." As the projection began to fade, Lenora noticed something she had missed before: a small crystalline key held in the Veilborn leader's other hand, identical to the strange component they had found in the workshop but dismissed as decorative. "Wait!" Lenora cried, reaching toward the dissipating figures. "How do we use the grimoire to restore the ley lines? How do we stop what's happening?" The figure's form was nearly transparent now, but the answer came clearly. The key is harmony, not dominance. The grimoire responds to intention as much as to action. Seek not to control the ley lines, but to listen to them. With a final pulse of silver light, the projection collapsed. The locket fell to the floor with a soft chime. Its light diminished, but not extinguished. The protective dome faded, allowing the chaotic energy from beyond the study to seep back in, though less violently than before. Lenora bent to retrieve the locket, its metal warm but no longer burning. As her fingers closed around it, she felt a new certainty within her. The Veilborn hadn't been trying to perfect magic through control. They'd learned too late that magical perfection came through balance and harmony. "Mordane has it all wrong," she whispered, clutching the locket to her chest. "And so did we." A deafening crash from the common room jolted her back to the present crisis. Through the study door, she heard Draven shout a warning, followed by the distinctive mechanical ticking of the grimoire growing louder and more frantic. Lenora straightened, the weight of centuries of Veilborn knowledge pressing upon her shoulders. The locket pulsed once against her palm, not a warning this time, but encouragement. "Balance, not control," she repeated, reaching for the door handle. "Let's hope I'm not too late." Chapter 10. Home Hearth Harmony. Draven braced himself at the center of the inn's common room, barely recognizing the space he had maintained for so many years. The floorboards had receded like a tide drawing back from shore, revealing what had always lurked beneath the hearth and crust, a brilliant amber ley line convergence point, pulsing with raw, untamed magic. Around it, mechanical components rose from the foundation like the exposed skeleton of the building, clicking and whirring with unnatural precision. The inn itself seemed to be transforming before his eyes, becoming something neither fully organic nor mechanical, a hybrid creation caught between Mordane's structured corruption and the natural flow of magic that had always sustained this place. "Hold the perimeter," Draven commanded, his deep voice cutting through the chaos. He felt the familiar warmth of his Earthshaper's bracers activating against his skin, the stone-textured metal heating as he channeled earth energy through them. With practiced movements, Draven drove his fists toward the ground. The stone floor responded to his will, rising in a ring of interlocking barriers that formed a defensive circle around the exposed ley line. His amber eyes glowed with determination as he faced Mordane across the magical vortex. The Shadeborn's shadows writhed with renewed purpose, tendrils of darkness reaching hungrily toward the amber light as he attempted to complete his corruption of the ley line's structure. "You can't hold this forever, Ironroot," Mordane called, his voice distorted as if speaking through layers of shadow. The Veilborn knew what they were doing. They were recreating magic itself, not preserving your quaint natural order. Draven didn't waste breath responding. Years of mercenary work had taught him that talking during battle only divided attention. Instead, he reinforced the stone barriers, feeling each one as an extension of himself. A thunderous crash from above drew his attention as Glimscale swooped through a shattered window, glass tinkling like wind chimes as it fell around the wyvern's entrance. The creature's crystalline scales pulsed with responsive light, immediately sensing the critical instability in the room. Without hesitation, Glimscale positioned itself directly above the exposed ley line, wings spread wide like a protective canopy. Draven felt, rather than heard, the change, a subtle shift in the chaotic energies as the wyvern's natural harmonic resonance began to counter the violent fluctuations. Glimscale wasn't forcing stability, but encouraging it through complementary vibrations that soothed rather than commanded. It was working with the ley line's nature, not against it. "The ley line patterns are destabilizing!" Jill shouted from her position near the hearth. The fragment of the grimoire lay open before her, its pages fluttering despite the absence of wind. Her nimble brownie fingers worked frantically, adjusting the miniature stabilizer model she'd assembled, a complex array of gears, crystals, and thin copper wires that mimicked the grimoire's inner workings. Cogs flitted between components, the Clockwork Raven connecting wires and adjusting gears according to Jill's rapid-fire instructions. Its mechanical eyes glowed with unusual intensity as it processed the magical information flowing through the room. "Left connector! No, your other left!" Jill called out, and the Raven squawked indignantly before making the correction. "And we need more conductivity. Where's that moonsilver wire?" From above, Amara entered the fray, her fey wings a blur of silver-blue movement as she strategically placed what appeared to be, Draven almost smiled despite the dire situation, pastries at critical junctures around the room. "Stability scones," she called out cheerfully, as if announcing a new menu item rather than deploying magical countermeasures. The golden-brown treats began emitting protective auras of warm, natural magic that pushed back against the rigid geometric patterns attempting to overtake the inn's ambient enchantments. Draven felt the stone beneath his feet respond positively to Amara's baking magic, the natural ingredients connecting with the earth element in a way that reinforced his own efforts. He nodded gratefully to her as she fluttered past, her emerald eyes bright with determination, despite the flour still dusting her cheeks. Across the vortex, Mordane snarled with frustration as his shadow constructs encountered unexpected resistance. The combined efforts of Draven's stone barriers, Glimscale's harmonizing presence, and Amara's magical baking had created a defensive network that slowed his progress. Shadow tendrils pushed against the barriers only to recoil, hissing like water on hot stone. "Your quaint magics cannot stop what has already begun," Mordane warned, gathering shadow essence between his palms. The darkness condensed, forming a concentrated sphere of corrupting energy that seemed to absorb the light around it. Draven reinforced his stone barrier, drawing deeper on the inn's foundation for strength. The effort made his muscles burn and sweat bead on his forehead, but he refused to yield even an inch of ground. This was his home, their home, and he would defend it with every ounce of strength he possessed. A dark streak caught his peripheral vision. Devil Cat darting between furniture legs, the shadow familiar's movements precise and predatory. It was attempting to disrupt their defensive preparations, knocking over Amara's pastries and clawing at the connections in Jill's model. Its yellow eyes gleamed with feline cunning as it targeted the most vulnerable components, shadow trailing from its paws as it moved with supernatural speed. "The cat!" Draven called out in warning, but he couldn't leave his position without risking the integrity of the stone barriers. Before he could worry further, a tiny blur of lavender light zoomed on an interception course. Merrick, the pixie's small size belying his determination, engaged Devil Cat in aerial combat. His natural pixie dust created sparkling clouds that temporarily blinded the shadow familiar, causing it to yowl in frustration. "Pick on someone your own size!" Merrick taunted, knowing full well the absurdity of his challenge given his diminutive stature. Yet his strategy worked. He succeeded in drawing the cat's attention away from the critical stabilization efforts. Peanut joined the distraction effort, the magical familiar barking with surprising ferocity as his enchanted nose glowed brilliantly. He charged the momentarily disoriented Devil Cat, not attacking directly, but hurting it with strategic movements. The small dog seemed to anticipate the cat's moves, using his enchantment-sensing abilities to predict where the shadow familiar would materialize next and cutting off its roots to the exposed ley line. "Good dog," Draven murmured, impressed by the small familiar's bravery. He'd always had a soft spot for Peanut, often slipping the little dog treats when no one was looking. "The pattern is holding," Theron announced from his position at the edge of the room. The half-elf held his veil-born lens to one eye, the monocle's faint purple glow illuminating his concentrated expression. "Keep maintaining the balance. We don't need to defeat the restructuring completely. Just prevent it from becoming permanent until the reset cycle completes." Draven didn't fully understand the intricacies of leyline magic. His connection to Earth was more intuitive than academic, but he trusted Theron's assessment. If they could hold Mordane off long enough for the natural magic to reassert itself, they might save both the inn and Willowmire from permanent corruption. Across the vortex, Mordane's expression shifted from frustration to cold calculation. Draven recognized that look, the moment when a cornered opponent abandoned strategy for raw, desperate power. The Guardian tensed, preparing for what would come next. Mordane abandoned subtlety for raw power, driving his shadow-infused hands directly into the exposed ley line with a cry of effort that shook the entire building. The corruption spread visibly through the amber energy, violet shadows racing along the conduit toward the central nexus where the restructuring commands originated. "No!" Draven dropped to one knee and plunged his own hands into the stone surrounding the ley line. The contact sent vibrations up his arms, the stone communicating its distress in a language only he could understand. But he wasn't trying to control or corrupt it as Mordane was. Instead, he reinforced its natural resilience, reminding it of its true nature. "This inn has stood at this convergence point for generations," he declared, his voice resonating with the authority of a true guardian. The stone seemed to warm beneath his touch, responding to his words as much as his magic. "It has weathered storms both magical and mundane, and it will not fall to your shadows today, not while we stand together as its protectors." As he spoke, Draven felt something extraordinary happen. The entire team's efforts synchronized perfectly. Glimscale's crystalline resonance, Amara's nurturing enchantments, Jill's mechanical ingenuity, and the familiar's protective distractions. They weren't creating a weapon of destruction, but a shield of community, a harmonious blend of different magics united by a common purpose. For a moment, the amber light of the ley line grew intensely bright, forcing Draven to squint against its radiance. Where the light touched Mordane's shadow corruption, the darkness hissed and recoiled. Devilcat yowled and darted behind a toppled chair, unable to maintain its assault against the growing luminescence. Mordane withdrew his corrupted hands with a howl of thwarted rage, shadow steam rising from his fingertips. "This isn't over," he snarled, his voice distorted with pain. "The grimoire's patterns have already been set in motion. You've only delayed the inevitable restructuring." Draven maintained his position, keeping the stone barriers firmly in place. "Then we'll delay it again," he stated simply, the quiet confidence in his voice leaving no room for argument. "And again after that, as many times as it takes." The ley line pulsed once more, its amber light resonating with Glimscale's crystalline scales, with Amara's stability scones, with Jill's mechanical model, and with the very stones of the inn itself. For a heartbeat, Draven felt connected to all of it, to the very foundation upon which he had built his life and home. In that moment of connection, he understood something fundamental about the nature of the ley lines and the Veilborn's mistake. True stability couldn't be forced or engineered. It emerged from balance, from the natural interplay of different forces working in harmony. The grimoire hadn't been designed to rewrite the ley lines, but to understand them, to work with their natural rhythms rather than imposing artificial ones. Somehow, over centuries, that purpose had been corrupted, just as Mordane now sought to corrupt it further. Draven looked across at the Shadeborn, seeing past the shadows to the broken scholar beneath. "Your way will never succeed, Mordane," he said, not unkindly. "You can't force harmony through corruption." "You understand nothing," Mordane spat, but Draven noticed the shadow tendrils retreating further, the violet corruption receding from the amber ley line. "This isn't over, Ironroot. Not by a long measure." With a final snarl of frustration, Mordane gestured to Devilcat. The shadow familiar hissed once more at Peanut before darting to its master's side. Together, they melted into the shadows cast by the chaotic light, disappearing from the inn but leaving the lingering promise of return. Draven maintained his connection to the stone, feeling the ley line gradually stabilizing beneath the combined efforts of his friends. The battle was won for now, but Mordane was right about one thing. This was far from over. Jill sat cross-legged on the basement floor, her small form illuminated by the amber glow of the fractured grimoire as it lay open before her. The mechanical book's gears spun with unusual synchronicity now that the chaotic fluctuations above had temporarily stabilized, no longer fighting itself, but instead revealing new configurations as internal components shifted with deliberate purpose. "It's changing again," she murmured, her expert tinker's eyes tracking the precise movements of the intricate clockwork. Cogs perched on her shoulder, the mechanical raven's head tilting at exactly the same angle as Jill's as they both observed how the exposed mechanisms were reconfiguring themselves. Brass plates sliding away to reveal a previously hidden chamber at the core of the artifact. "Well, would you look at that?" Jill whispered, leaning closer as her pigtails dangled precariously near the shifting gears. Cogs let out a soft warning chirp, and she tucked her hair back with a wink. I know. No hair in the gears. Brownie rule number 17. Within this newly exposed heart of the grimoire, Jill discovered an elegant assembly unlike anything else in the book. Not the rigid geometry of the restructuring protocols, nor the chaotic freedom of natural magic, but something precisely balanced between both extremes. A perfect integration of structure and flow that suggested the Veilborn's original intention before their experiment took a darker turn. "This is a reset sequence," she breathed in awe, her t-shirt flashing with excitement. "Original factory settings found. as she carefully examined the delicate arrangement of crystalline gears and flowing magical conduits. With growing understanding, she realized that the Veilborn had built a failsafe into the grimoire itself, a way to undo their work should it prove dangerous. Jill's fingers hovered over the impossibly intricate mechanism, each component smaller than a dewdrop but glowing with its own inner light. They weren't completely reckless after all, she murmured. They had a backup plan. Coggs ruffled his metallic feathers in agreement, his blue eyes glowing brighter as he studied the assembly. The pages nearest the hidden core began to rewrite themselves, ink flowing across parchment to form diagrams and instructions in a language that continuously shifted between ancient Veilborn script and modern notation that Jill could understand. It's giving us a choice, she realized, her fingers hovering hesitantly over the mechanisms. A final decision on how magic should flow. A particularly beautiful configuration caught her eye, a series of nested wheels with teeth that interlocked perfectly, transferring motion without losing a fraction of energy. "This is genius," she breathed. "Look how the magical current flows through these channels, Coggs. It's not forcing the ley lines into new patterns. It's creating a framework that lets them flow naturally while still maintaining structure." Coggs hopped from her shoulder to the floor, circling the book with measured steps, his mechanical talons clicking against the stone floor in a rhythm that matched the book's ticking. Using her smallest precision tools from her tinkerer's toolkit, Jill carefully probed the reset sequence, mapping its connections to the grimoire's other functions. She discovered with growing clarity that activating this core would permanently seal the book's ability to rewrite ley line structures, rendering it incapable of the reality-altering power that both they and Mordane had inadvertently unleashed. "Wrenchy, if you please," she said, and the enchanted wrench wiggled out of her toolkit and hopped into her waiting palm. "Thank you, kind sir." She adjusted its size to the tiniest setting and began to examine a particularly intricate joint where 3 different magical alloys met in harmony. "So that's the deal," Jill muttered to herself, brow furrowing. "Activate this, and the book becomes just a book. Well, a magical, incredible, incredibly valuable book, but not one that can mess with reality itself anymore." Coggs cawed softly, projecting a series of images from his mechanical eyes onto the floor beside the grimoire. Memories of the chaos upstairs, of Mordane's shadow corruption, of the village's enchantments warping into rigid patterns. The Clockwork Raven's message was clear even without words. The power to fundamentally rewrite magic itself was too dangerous for anyone to wield. I know," Jill said, running her finger along Cog's metal wing. It would be the responsible thing to do. Her t-shirt's text morphed to read, "With great power," before fading into, "Comes a lot of mess to clean up." "But what about all we could learn?" Jill argued with herself, her natural curiosity warring with practical wisdom as she considered the incredible knowledge contained within the grimoire. If we just maintained careful control, think of how we could improve enchantments, make them more reliable, more precise. She picked up a tiny crystal dial from the book's core, holding it up to catch the light. We could optimize the inn's heating spells to use half the energy. We could fix that annoying hiccup in Amara's self-stirring spoons. We could... She trailed off, watching how the light diffracted through the crystal, splitting into hundreds of tiny rainbows across the basement walls. Coggs tilted his head skeptically, one mechanical eyelid lowering in what she'd come to recognize as his "really now?" expression. "Okay, fine. Maybe I'm rationalizing," Jill admitted. "But just imagine the possibilities, Coggs. We could..." Her inner debate halted abruptly as a tremor shook the basement, dust falling from the ceiling as Mordane's latest attempt to corrupt the ley line sent shockwaves through the building's foundation. A small jar of gear oil toppled from her workbench, splattering across the floor. In that moment of clarity, Jill remembered Theron's translations of the Veilborn warnings. how their own intellectual curiosity had led them down a path that threatened the very fabric of natural magic, how they had started with the best intentions, just as she was contemplating now. "Some knowledge isn't worth the cost," she declared with unexpected solemnity, her usual playfulness replaced by the weight of responsibility. Her t-shirt text shifted to a simple, stark message: "Do the right thing." With decisive movements, she began the delicate process of activating the reset sequence, her nimble fingers adjusting crystal alignments and rotating calibration dials according to the grimoire's revealed instructions. "Cross the blue thread with the silver, align the third gear with the winter constellation," she murmured, following the diagrams that appeared on the shifting pages. The work was exacting, requiring all her concentration and skill. One misalignment could potentially cause the entire system to lock up or worse. Coggs moved to a better vantage point atop a nearby shelf, his sensors scanning each adjustment she made and occasionally projecting corrective patterns when her fingers drifted a fraction off course. "Thanks, partner," Jill said, making a minute adjustment to a series of nested gears that controlled what appeared to be the temporal mapping function. "Couldn't do this without you." As she worked, the grimoire responded to her touch, not fighting her actions but guiding them, pages turning of their own accord to reveal additional diagrams when needed, gears slowing their spin to allow precise adjustments. It felt less like she was forcing the book to change and more like a collaboration, as if the artifact itself had been waiting for someone to make this choice. "You want this too, don't you?" Jill whispered to the book as another plate shifted smoothly to reveal a necessary connection point. "You were never meant to be used this way." A faint harmonic tone emanated from the grimoire's core, almost like an ascent. The amber light pulsed once, twice, in a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. Another tremor, stronger than the last, shook the basement. A small crack formed in the ceiling, sending a trickle of plaster dust raining down on Jill's head. She brushed it away, her focus unwavering. "Almost there," she said, connecting two final components: a crystal sphere that represented natural magic and a geometrically perfect cube that symbolized structure. As they touched, they neither merged nor repelled each other, but formed an elegant dance of balance, spinning around one another in perpetual harmony. With a final, carefully calibrated adjustment, Jill completed the reset sequence. The grimoire's mechanisms clicked into place with satisfying precision, and a wave of warm amber light radiated outward from the book's core, not explosive or dramatic, but gentle and resolute as it flowed through the basement and beyond, carrying with it a soft, melodic hum that sounded almost like gratitude as the book completed its transformation, its pages settling into a new configuration. Jill sat back on her heels, watching as the light spread outward, passing through walls and ceilings as if they weren't there. It reminded her of ripples in a pond, gentle but unstoppable, restoring rather than disrupting. "Look, Coggs!" she exclaimed as the light touched a broken cuckoo clock on her workbench, the object that she'd been trying to repair when this whole adventure began. As the amber glow passed through it, the clock's hands adjusted themselves, the tiny bird popped out with a cheerful cuckoo, and then settled back into normal operation. Similar changes were happening throughout the basement, enchanted tools returning to their proper function, magical containers sealing correctly again, even the temperamental enchanted mop in the corner straightening itself out and standing at proper attention. Coggs swooped down, landing on the grimoire itself. The book no longer radiated the unsettling power it once had. Instead, it hummed with a comfortable, steady energy, still magical, still extraordinary, but no longer reality-bending. Its pages were filled with beautiful diagrams, historical accounts, and theoretical knowledge, but the active components that allowed it to rewrite ley-line structures had been permanently sealed away. "We did it," Jill said, reaching out to stroke Cog's metallic feathers. "The knowledge is still there, but the power—" She glanced down at the book, now transformed into something that would forever preserve magical understanding while relinquishing the power to fundamentally rewrite the natural order of magic itself. Her t-shirt changed one final time, displaying "Saved the day." Minimal explosions. The sound of running footsteps came from above, and the basement door flew open. Lenora appeared at the top of the stairs, her locket glowing with a gentle light that perfectly matched the amber glow still emanating from the grimoire. "Jill!" Lenora called down, her voice urgent but no longer panicked. "Something's happening! The ley lines, they're rebalancing themselves." Jill exchanged a satisfied look with Coggs, who preened proudly. "Yep," she said, scooping up the now transformed grimoire. "I think we just fixed that little problem." "You... what?" Lenora's eyes widened as she took in the book's new appearance and the fading amber light. "Let's just say," Jill replied with a mischievous grin as she climbed the stairs, "that I found the off switch. And trust me, it was a lot prettier than I expected." Lenora stood by the hearth of the common room, her fingers absently tracing the outline of her locket as she watched the flames dance. Not the rigid, perfect patterns they'd formed when influenced by the grimoire's mechanical magic, nor the wild, unpredictable blazes that had erupted during the ley line disruption. Just ordinary, extraordinary fire, finding its own path through the seasoned logs. Through the windows, twilight painted Willowmire in soft purple hues. Distant lights flickered on in cottages as villagers returned to their evening routines, no longer concerned with floating objects or time distortions or any of the 100 magical malfunctions that had plagued them over the past few days. "It feels different," she observed, her voice quiet but carrying in the comfortable silence of the room. Her locket rested comfortably against her skin, its glow subdued but healthy as it resonated with the restored ley line flowing beneath the inn. Not exactly as it was before, but balanced, like the magic has learned something from this experience. Draven looked up from where he was arranging logs in a neat pile beside the hearth. "That's how magic ought to work," he said. "Not static, but growing." The sturdy orc straightened, brushing sawdust from his hands. Though his expression remained as stoic as ever, Lenora noticed the slight relaxation around his eyes, the closest Draven ever came to a smile of relief. A flurry of movement caught Lenora's attention as Amara fluttered between tables, her silver-blue wings catching the firelight and sending tiny rainbows dancing across the walls. The Fey baker carried trays laden with treats that made Lenora's mouth water instantly. Resilience. Tarts topped with berries arranged in spiral patterns, harmony cookies that emitted gentle chimes when bitten, and looming above them all, a towering cake decorated to resemble the Hearth Crust Inn in exquisite detail. "Oh my," Lenora breathed as she leaned closer to the cake. "You've even made tiny sugar versions of all of us." Indeed, miniature figures stood around the cake's base, a small winged Amara dusting sugar onto microscopic pastries, Draven with his arms crossed, eternally vigilant, Jill perched atop the roof with her clockwork raven, Theron peering through his lens, and there, by the tiny sugar door, stood Lenora herself, locket gleaming with a dot of edible gold leaf. "I've infused each dessert with a touch of Fey gratitude magic," Amara explained, her emerald eyes sparkling as she presented Lenora with a cookie shaped like her locket. "They won't make you float or turn invisible, just help you remember this feeling of accomplishment whenever you need it most." Lenora accepted the cookie, feeling its pleasant warmth against her palm. "It's perfect, thank you." "Everyone! Attention, please! Important announcement!" Jill's voice piped up from her perch on a high shelf. The brownie's small form practically vibrated with excitement as she waved her arms. Beside her, Coggs the mechanical raven let out a metallic chirp before swooping down, distributing tiny cloth pouches to each person gathered in the common room. "Just a little something to remember our adventure," Jill announced, her magical t-shirt proudly displaying "Master Crafts Brownie" in glowing letters. She bounced on her toes, pigtails bobbing. "Open them! Open them! Lenora untied the drawstring of her pouch and tipped the contents into her palm. A gasp escaped her lips as she discovered a tiny silver locket, no larger than her thumbnail but crafted with impossible detail. When she carefully opened it, a miniature constellation projected upward, stars twinkling in the air above her hand. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Around her, similar exclamations of delight filled the room. Draven examined an intricately detailed stone bracelet with moving gears representing earth magic. Amara had received a diminutive whisk that actually spun when she blew on it. Theron unwrapped a perfect replica of his veil-born lens crafted from copper and crystal. "I may have borrowed some small pieces from the grimoire's outer casing," Jill admitted with a mischievous grin, ducking behind a teapot as Draven raised an eyebrow. "Only decorative bits. Nothing important, I swear. The book is perfectly fine and definitely not going to explode or anything." Coggs bobbed his mechanical head in eager confirmation, letting out a series of clicks and whirs that somehow managed to convey sincerity despite the raven's inherent mischievousness. "Jill," Draven began in a warning tone, but the smile tugging at his lips betrayed his true feelings. Lenora laughed, clasping the tiny locket around her wrist where it would rest alongside her charm bracelet. "I think the grimoire won't mind contributing to some happiness, after all the trouble it caused." A warm weight pressed against her legs, and Lenora looked down to see Peanut circling excitedly. The little familiar wore a new collar adorned with a tiny mechanical bone that wagged back and forth as he moved. His enchanted nose glowed with contentment rather than alarm, a sure sign that the magic flowing through the inn had truly stabilized. "Yes, you were very brave," Lenora told him, bending down to scratch behind his ears. Peanut yipped happily before darting off to weave between the other guests, collecting affection from everyone he passed. The common room had filled with people, not just their immediate circle who had faced Mordane, but villagers who'd dropped by to celebrate, travelers who'd been caught up in the magical chaos, and even a few of Willowmire's more reclusive magical residents drawn by Amara's legendary baking and the sense of renewal in the air. Draven moved to the center of the room, kneeling to examine the floorboards. Lenora joined him, curious about what had caught his attention. "The ley line has found a new harmony," Draven noted, his deep voice carrying easily through the room despite its soft volume. His fingers traced a faint pattern that wasn't there before, a subtle swirl where straight lines and natural curves intersected and complemented one another rather than fighting for dominance. "It's incorporated elements of the grimoire structure, but on its own terms." Theron joined them, adjusting his veil-born lens to study the magical residue. The half-elf's usually serious expression had softened, revealing the curious scholar beneath the guarded exterior. "The veil-born weren't entirely wrong to seek improvement," he mused, his voice thoughtful as he peered through the lens. "But their method of imposing change rather than guiding it was their downfall. What we're seeing now is evolution rather than revolution, a natural system that has incorporated beneficial structure without sacrificing its essential nature." Lenora touched her locket, feeling its familiar warmth. "My grandmother used to say that magic is like a river. It finds its own path, but sometimes it needs guidance to avoid flooding or running dry." Theron nodded, a rare smile crossing his face. "Your grandmother was wise." A comfortable silence fell over the gathering as everyone took a moment to appreciate the renewed warmth of the inn, the subtle magic that made candles burn just a little brighter, that ensured the temperature remained perfectly comfortable despite the chill outside, and that somehow made every chair feel as though it was crafted specifically for whoever sat in it. In this moment, the hearth and crust truly lived up to its name, offering both physical comfort and spiritual nourishment to all within its walls. Lenora closed her eyes briefly, letting the sensations wash over her, the scent of Amara's baking, the gentle crackle of the hearth fire, the melodic chime of laughter and conversation. Her locket hummed against her skin, not in warning, but in harmony with the magic surrounding them. "You know," she said, opening her eyes to find Theron still beside her. When I first came here seeking answers about my family's connection to the Veilborn, I never imagined it would lead to all this. Mysteries rarely lead where we expect, Theron replied, adjusting his lens. But I find the unexpected paths are often the most worthwhile. Movement outside the window caught Lenora's eye. She glanced out to see a familiar, sleek black shape perched on a tree branch with a clear view of the celebration. Devil Cat sat perfectly still, its yellow eyes narrowed in assessment. As their gazes met, the cat's tail flicked once, almost like a salute. "Do you think Mordane will try again?" she asked quietly. Theron followed her gaze. "Perhaps, but not tonight, and not with the same approach. Failure tends to be educational, even for the most stubborn." Devil Cat continued to watch the celebration with typical feline indifference. Yet, as it observed the genuine connections between these disparate beings and felt the renewed harmony flowing through the ley lines beneath its paws, something akin to curiosity flickered in its gaze. Not enough to abandon its shadowy nature, but perhaps sufficient to recognize that there was power in this balance these odd creatures had fought so hard to protect, a different kind of strength than its master sought, and one that might be worth understanding before dismissing entirely. After a long moment, the cat stretched, yawned, and disappeared into the deepening twilight shadows. Lenora turned back to the warmth of the inn. Jill had somehow convinced Draven to try one of her more experimental mechanical toys, a tiny spinning top that changed color as it whirled, while Amara fussed over whether everyone had tried enough varieties of her enchanted pastries. Peanut had curled up by the fire, his mechanical bone charm glowing softly as he dozed. Her fingertips brushed against the miniature locket Jill had crafted for her. The tiny constellation still glimmered, stars arranged in a pattern that reminded her of the Veilborn runes she'd been studying. Not an ending, those stars seemed to say, but a pause, a moment to breathe before the next chapter began. For now, that was enough. The mystery of her family's connection to the Veilborn remained, but Lenora found herself content to let it unfold gradually. She had found something unexpected and precious here, not just answers, but belonging. She smiled and reached for another harmony cookie, savoring its gentle chime as she took a bite. Epilogue: Sweet endings and new beginnings. Jill hunched over her workbench in the converted storage closet she'd claimed as her workshop, her nose inches from the delicate mechanism beneath her fingers. The space around her glowed with the soft light of enchanted candles that hovered in a perfect circle overhead, a remnant of the grimoire's influence that she'd deliberately maintained. She couldn't help but appreciate how the structured arrangement cast such even illumination across her work. Her normally chaotic collection of tools and trinkets had undergone a transformation as well, screwdrivers lined up by size, wrenches organized by function, and even her collection of salvaged gears sat in tidy compartments rather than the jumbled heap she typically preferred. Cogs perched nearby, his metallic feathers gleaming in the candlelight as he monitored her progress with glowing blue eyes. "Hand me the silver flux capacitor, Cogs," she instructed, not looking up from the intricate device taking shape between her nimble fingers. The clockwork raven's wings whirred softly as he hopped to a nearby shelf, plucked a thimble-sized component from its designated spot, and returned to deposit it in her outstretched palm. His talons clicked against the wooden workbench as he settled back into observation mode. "Thanks, partner," Jill murmured, fitting the component into what resembled a curious hybrid between a pocket watch and a compass. Her magical t-shirt, currently displaying Magical Mechanist in shimmering letters across her chest, rippled slightly as she leaned forward to secure the piece. This wasn't just any invention. Jill felt her heart race with anticipation as she worked. The device incorporated elements she'd carefully salvaged from the grimoire's outer casing. Brass gears, etched with Veilborn symbols that continued to rotate without any visible driving mechanism. Crystal shards that pulsed in perfect rhythm with the ambient magic of the inn. And at its heart, a central disk of polished copper. The disk's surface reflected not her face as expected, but swirling patterns that matched the ley line flowing beneath the building's foundation. "Steady now," she whispered to herself, reaching for a pair of tweezers nearly as long as her arm. With surgical precision that belied her typically exuberant nature, Jill connected the final wire, completing the circuit that bridged conventional mechanics with magical energy. The moment the connection formed, the device trembled and hummed to life. Components shifted, turned, and realigned themselves as if finding their optimal configuration without any guidance from her hands. Tiny dials spun, needles quivered, and the crystal elements pulsed with increased intensity. "It's working!" Jill exclaimed as the device rose to hover a few inches above her workbench. The various indicators rotated before settling into a synchronized pattern. Cogs fluttered excitedly around it, mechanical eyes expanding and contracting as he captured every detail of this unprecedented fusion of brownie tinkering and ancient Veilborn technology. Jill could barely contain herself. After weeks of studying the grimoire's mechanical elements, of painstakingly trying to understand the principles that allowed the Veilborn to interface directly with leyline energy, she'd finally created something that bridged the gap. She extended her hand beneath the floating calibrator, holding her breath. The moment her fingers entered the space beneath the device, information flooded her consciousness, not as words or images, but as pure understanding. She could sense the magical currents flowing through and around the inn with startling clarity. The ley line's strength, its direction, its subtle fluctuations throughout the day, all became immediately apparent to her, along with something even more remarkable: the harmonious balance it had achieved between structure and chaos since they'd prevented Mordane's interference. "It's like I can hear the ley line singing," she whispered in awe, her eyes widening as deeper layers of information revealed themselves. She could not only sense the magical currents but visualize how adjustments might affect them. When she mentally projected a potential change, redirecting a small eddy of energy around rather than through the pantry, the calibrator instantaneously displayed the theoretical outcome through the alignment of its components. "Cogs, this is revolutionary! We can experiment without actually disrupting anything!" The Raven cocked his head, his gears clicking in what Jill had come to recognize as his version of interest. To test her new connection, Jill focused on a minor enchantment, a self-sweeping broom that had been malfunctioning in the corner for days, sweeping the same spot repeatedly instead of moving methodically across the floor. Through the calibrator, she perceived the specific magical knot causing its erratic behavior, a tangle in the enchantment's pattern where structure and fluidity had become misaligned. With a delicate mental adjustment transmitted through her device, she untangled the enchantment. The broom immediately paused, shuddered, and then resumed sweeping in proper straight lines, moving away from its fixated spot with what Jill could have sworn was a grateful swish. "This goes beyond anything I've built before," she realized, understanding flowing through her as naturally as breathing. The device wasn't just showing her magical patterns. It was teaching her to recognize the underlying principles that connected mechanical precision with magical fluidity, the secret language the Veilborn had used to communicate directly with leyline energy. Cogs landed on the workbench, his head tilting with curiosity as Jill's expression shifted from excitement to wonder. "I think I'm starting to understand their whole approach," she told the Raven, stroking his metallic wing. "The Veilborn weren't just combining magic and mechanics. They were speaking a third language altogether, something that exists in the space between. That's how they could make such incredible things." Curious about the extent of her new ability, Jill approached a small chest in the corner of her workshop. Inside were the other recovered Veilborn artifacts they'd collected, objects deemed too mysterious to mess with after the grimoire incident. Lenora had specifically labeled the chest with a warning sign that read, "Not for tinkering." "Yes, Jill, this means you." Well, technically, she wasn't tinkering, just looking. With newfound confidence, Jill lifted the lid and selected an innocuous-looking stone disc, smooth and featureless except for a single spiral carved into its surface. She'd examined it dozens of times before without gaining any insight into its purpose. As she passed the calibrator over the disc, complex mechanical blueprints suddenly unfolded in her mind. She could see exactly how the disc was designed to purify corrupted magic through a combination of harmonics and filtration. What had seemed like decorative spiral grooves were actually sophisticated flow channels that guided magic through a purification cycle. "I can read them!" she gasped, reaching for another artifact, a broken wand with crystalline components that had defied analysis. The calibrator revealed its secrets instantly. Not a wand at all, but a tuning fork for adjusting ley line frequencies. The third artifact revealed itself as a mechanical seed designed to temporarily redirect ley line energy during storms. Jill moved from artifact to artifact with growing excitement. Each revealed its secrets to her newfound perception. Mechanisms that had appeared hopelessly complex now seemed elegantly logical, their purpose and function clear as she intuitively grasped the Veilborn approach to merging technology and enchantment. "This changes everything, Cogs," she whispered, her mind racing with possibilities. The grimoire wasn't just dangerous because it could rewrite ley lines. It was dangerous because people like Mordane didn't understand the balance. But if we approach it properly— Cogs landed on her shoulder, his mechanical beak gently tugging at a strand of her hair as if in warning. "Don't worry," she assured him, understanding his concern. "I'm not suggesting we mess with the grimoire again, but there's so much we can learn from the Veilborn approach without the risks." She carefully adjusted her calibrator to its passive monitoring state, turning a small brass key that locked its settings into place. From a drawer, she retrieved a leather harness she'd prepared, designed to secure the device across her chest. Once fitted, the calibrator rested comfortably at her sternum, its copper disc continuing to reflect the ley line's swirling patterns. Her t-shirt obligingly changed to read Veilborn Tech Support in response to her shifting focus. "Come on," she said to Cogs, who settled on her shoulder as she headed toward the door. "We need to share this with the others." She practically bounced with each step, her mind overflowing with insights. This wasn't just about a clever new device. It was about a revolutionary understanding that could transform magical practice. Mechanical precision and magical fluidity weren't opposing forces to be reconciled, but complementary aspects of a single unified system. When properly balanced, they created enchantments more stable and powerful than either approach could achieve alone. Jill paused at the workshop door, her hand on the knob. "You know what this means, right?" she asked Cogs, who tilted his head questioningly. "It means that Lenora's intuitive approach and Theron's structured spellcasting aren't conflicting methods. They're two halves of the same whole, and I can prove it with practical applications now." The raven's metal feathers ruffled as his internal mechanisms whirred in what Jill recognized as his version of skepticism. "Oh, don't give me that look," she chided. "I know what you're thinking. Jill's got another wild idea that'll turn the inn upside down. But this is different." She tapped the calibrator gently. "This doesn't disrupt the balance. It helps us see it and work with it." As if to demonstrate, she focused momentarily on the door hinges, which had developed an annoying squeak. Through the calibrator, she could perceive both the physical wear and the fading door-silencing charm that Lenora had placed months ago. With a gentle mental nudge, she realigned the charm to account for the physical changes in the metal, instantly eliminating the squeak. "See?" she said proudly. "Precise adjustments, minimal energy, maximum effect. The Veilborn way?" Cogs made a soft clicking sound that might have been approval. "Come on," Jill said, finally turning the knob. "I can't wait to see everyone's faces when I show them what this can do. Just imagine what Amara could do with this in the kitchen, or how it could help Draven fine-tune the protective wards, or Theron's research." She stepped through the doorway, her mind already racing with applications for her newfound understanding. For once, she wasn't bringing chaos, she was bringing harmony in the most literal sense. The ley lines themselves had taught her their song, and now she could help everyone else hear it too. Lenora sat in a pool of late afternoon sunlight in the inn's study, surrounded by open books and unfurled scrolls detailing ley line theories. The golden light caught dust motes dancing in the air, making them shimmer like tiny magical sprites above the ancient texts. She cradled her locket in her palm, studying the intricate new patterns that had appeared after the grimoire's reset. Delicate flowing lines interwoven with geometric shapes that somehow complemented rather than contradicted each other. "It's like they found a way to speak to each other," she murmured, tracing a finger over the silver surface. The organic curves reminded her of the forest paths surrounding Willowmire, while the precise angles and intersections echoed the grimoire's mechanical precision. Together, they told a story of harmony between seemingly opposite forces. Sighing, Lenora returned to the particularly complex passage about ley line resonance she'd been studying for the past hour. The text described how magical energy could be transferred across vast distances through sympathetic vibrations, much like plucking one string of an instrument could cause another tuned to the same note to vibrate in response. So, if the lockets were attuned to specific ley line frequencies, she mused, flipping the page. Without warning, her locket suddenly warmed against her skin, the heat pleasant but startling. It began emitting a soft pulse of light that spread outward in concentric rings like ripples in a still pond. The phenomenon caught her completely by surprise, causing her to drop the book she'd been holding with a dull thud on the wooden floor. The locket rose slightly above her palm, hovering like a compass seeking true north. "Oh!" Lenora gasped, her heart racing with a mixture of alarm and wonder. She'd seen her locket glow before, but never like this, never with such purpose and direction. "What are you trying to show me?" Lenora whispered, instinctively closing her eyes to focus on the sensation emanating from the artifact. Immediately, her awareness expanded beyond the confines of the study, beyond the inn itself, stretching outward along invisible pathways of magical energy that webbed throughout Willowmire and into the surrounding countryside. It felt like suddenly sprouting wings after a lifetime of walking or diving into an ocean after only ever seeing puddles. The experience was overwhelming at first, like suddenly gaining new senses she didn't know how to interpret. Lenora perceived dozens of ley line tributaries converging and diverging, felt the pulse of magical nodes scattered throughout the village, and detected the unique signatures of enchanted objects and magical beings across distances she never could have sensed before. It's everywhere," she whispered, her eyelids fluttering as she struggled to process the flood of information. The baker's enchanted oven on the other side of the village square pulsed with a steady, warm magic. The fluttering sparkle of children's toy butterflies in the schoolyard registered as tiny pinpricks of joy-infused enchantment. The protective wards around old Martha's herb garden hummed with a soft, green resonance that spoke of growth and healing. With growing wonder, Lenora realized she could discern not just the presence of magic, but its quality and condition. Near the village square, she sensed a weakened section of ley line where Mordane's corruption had been strongest. It resembled a bruise in the magical fabric, healing but tender. The whispering willow drew and redistributed magical energy in gentle, healing patterns, like a heart pumping lifeblood through veins. And miles away, she could even detect Silvara's distinct resonance in her grove, a verdant, ancient power that pulsed in time with the seasons. "This is incredible," she breathed, feeling both small and vast simultaneously. A droplet of water suddenly aware of the entire ocean. A familiar clicking of nails on hardwood announced Peanut's arrival. The little dog trotted into the study, his enchanted nose glowing brightly as he sensed the change in Lenora's magical signature. The familiar approached cautiously, head tilted to one side in curiosity. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed his cold nose against her ankle in a gesture of recognition and support. The contact grounded her immediately. Lenora felt a rush of gratitude for her companion's steady presence as she navigated this expanded awareness. With Peanut's warmth against her leg, the overwhelming cascade of sensations became more manageable, less like drowning and more like floating. Thank you, Peanut, she murmured, feeling his tail thump softly against the floor in response. Guided by intuition, Lenora focused on the weakened leyline section she detected near the square. It troubled her. The injury in the magical flow reminded her of a stream partially blocked by fallen debris. Through her locket's connection, she attempted to visualize the damaged flow, imagining how healthy magic should move through that section. She didn't try to impose order or structure upon it. The grimoire incident had taught them all the danger of forcing magic into rigid patterns. Instead, she envisioned encouraging its natural healing pattern, like a gardener providing support for a sapling to grow straight without constraining its essential nature. To her astonishment, the locket responded to her intent. It projected a thin stream of silvery energy that connected to her visualization, creating a bridge between her intention and the distant ley line. Through this connection, she felt the distant ley line respond, not dramatically changing, but subtly strengthening, the magical equivalent of a deep breath as constricted energy pathways gradually relaxed and realigned with the natural flow. It's like the locket is amplifying my connection, Lenora murmured in awe, opening her eyes to find the study transformed in her perception. The books on the shelves were no longer just objects, but repositories of magical energy, some brighter than others, depending on their content and age. The protective wards Draven had placed around the windows glowed with renewed purpose, their intricate patterns suddenly comprehensible as magical circuits channeling specific intentions. Even the ink in nearby books revealed faint magical properties she'd never noticed before, particularly in the older volumes where certain glyphs seemed to pulse with embedded enchantments. Peanut whined softly, his nose still glowing as he pawed at her foot. You see it too, don't you? Lenora smiled down at him. Not quite the same way I do, but you sense the change. With growing confidence, Lenora reached for a small veil-born artifact they'd recovered days ago, a crystalline sphere previously thought inert. Jill had examined it thoroughly, declaring it pretty but useless. Draven had suggested keeping it anyway, his instincts telling him there might be more to it than met the eye. Through her enhanced perception, Lenora could now see dormant connections within the sphere, magical pathways that had gone quiet without sufficient energy to activate them. The interior structure reminded her of a constellation, points of potential magic connected by delicate lines, waiting for the right spark to illuminate them. Following instinct, she placed the locket near the sphere and focused her intention on stabilizing the connection between the artifact and the ambient magic of the inn. The locket pulsed rhythmically, drawing energy from the stronger ley line beneath the building and channeling it in precisely calibrated amounts to the sphere. "Come on," she whispered encouragingly. "Wake up. Show us what you were meant to do." Gradually, the sphere illuminated from within as ancient enchantments reawakened, first a dim glow at its center, then spreading outward along those internal pathways she'd sensed. The light changed colors, from pale blue to amethyst to a warm gold, before settling into a steady, pearlescent radiance. Peanut barked once, then twice, backing away slightly as the sphere rose into the air, hovering at eye level. "It's okay," Lenora assured him, though her own heart was racing with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "I think it's supposed to do this." As the sphere activated fully, it projected a detailed three-dimensional map of ley line paths throughout the region. The magical rivers and streams Lenora had sensed earlier now appeared as glowing lines in the air, creating a complex web that stretched from the whispering willow at its center outward to the surrounding forests and beyond. Pulsing nodes marked points where magical energy concentrated naturally, many coinciding with landmarks Lenora recognized, like Silvara's Grove and the ancient stone circle on the eastern hill. What struck her most was how organic the pattern appeared, not the rigid, geometric structure Mordane had tried to impose, but a living, breathing network that adapted to the land and its inhabitants. Where villages stood, the ley lines curved to embrace them. Where forests grew dense, the magic flowed in nurturing patterns. Even the inn itself sat at a natural confluence of smaller energy streams, explaining its reputation for comfort and magical hospitality. "This is how it's supposed to be," Lenora whispered, understanding dawning in her mind. Not controlled, not rewritten, just guided and tended. As she studied the projection, Lenora understood the profound significance of her new ability. Not just the expanded sensing range or the power to heal weakened connections, but the deeper responsibility it represented. With her enhanced attunement, she now stood as a bridge between past and present, capable of reviving lost Veil-born knowledge while ensuring it harmonized with rather than dominated the natural magical world. She wasn't meant to control the ley lines as Mordane had attempted, but to serve as their steward, encouraging balance rather than imposing order. Peanut whimpered and pawed at her leg again, his enchanted nose flickering slightly as he sensed her realization. "I know," she told him, reaching down to scratch behind his ears. "It's a lot of responsibility, but I think this is what my grandmother meant when she gave me the locket. She knew it would show me the way, not just to artifacts or hidden passages, but to this deeper understanding." The sphere continued to rotate slowly, its projection illuminating the study with soft, magical light. Certain points pulsed brighter than others, areas where healing was needed or where potential remained untapped. "We've been thinking of the Veilborn as just advanced magical architects," she said, speaking her thoughts aloud to Peanut, who tilted his head attentively. "But what if they were more like gardeners? Not imposing structure on magic, but working with its natural tendencies?" The more she studied the map, the more this theory made sense. The Veilborn ruins they'd discovered weren't forcing the ley lines into unnatural configurations. They were built at locations where magical energy naturally converged, enhancing what was already there, rather than redirecting it. "Mordane got it all wrong," she murmured. "The grimoire wasn't meant to rewrite ley lines. It was a tool for understanding them, for seeing the patterns that already existed." Lenora closed her eyes again, expanding her awareness through the locket once more. This time, instead of being overwhelmed by the sensations, she embraced them, letting the rhythms of magical energy flow through and around her. She felt connected to something larger than herself, part of an intricate dance of magic that had existed long before her and would continue long after. In that moment, with afternoon sunlight warming her skin and Peanut's steady presence at her feet, Lenora finally understood what it meant to be connected to the Veilborn legacy. Not just through blood or artifacts, but through responsibility and stewardship. The locket hadn't just shown her magic, it had shown her purpose. Draven moved methodically around the inn's perimeter in the quiet hours before dawn, his substantial frame casting long shadows in the silver moonlight. With each deliberate step, he paused to place a hand against the exterior walls, feeling the pulse of the building through his earth-attuned senses, not just the physical structure but the magical foundations that had protected the hearth and crust for generations. "You've changed," he murmured to the inn, his deep voice barely audible as his fingers traced a weathered cornerstone. Beneath his touch, the stone responded with a subtle warmth that spread up his arm and resonated with his elemental ancestry. The connection between guardian and guarded now flowing both ways with unprecedented clarity. The sensation reminded him of the old orcish songs his mother had taught him, melodies about the mountains recognizing their children's touch. He'd always believed them to be simple metaphors. Now he wasn't so sure. The Earthshaper's bracers on his wrists glowed with a steady amber light as Draven knelt to examine the first of the boundary stones that marked the inn's protective perimeter. These unassuming river rocks placed by his own hands years ago had always channeled modest protective enchantments, but now they pulsed with renewed purpose, the ley line beneath the inn extending tendrils of energy through them in intricate, beautiful patterns. Dawn was still an hour away, giving him time to properly assess these changes. Since the confrontation with Mordane 3 days ago, he'd noticed subtle shifts in the inn's energy, but this was his first opportunity for a thorough examination. The guests were asleep. Jill was finally resting after her mechanical tinkering, and even Peanut had curled up by Amara's feet in the kitchen. Draven placed his palm flat against the earth beside the boundary stone, closing his eyes to focus on the sensation flowing through him. Instantly, his awareness expanded downward and outward, perceiving the ley line network with startling clarity, not just the powerful convergence point beneath the inn, but the entire interconnected web spreading throughout Willowmire like luminous roots of an ancient tree. "By the ancient stones," he whispered, momentarily overwhelmed by the vastness of what he perceived. The sensation was different from his previous connection to the ley lines, less like tapping into an external resource and more like recognizing an extension of himself. He could feel subtle fluctuations in the magical current, sense how the energy ebbed and flows in response to the village's needs, and most surprisingly, perceive how the ley line itself seemed to recognize his presence, responding to his attention with a gentle pulse of acknowledgement. A tawny owl swooped low overhead, wings silent against the pre-dawn sky. Draven remained still, allowing his newfound awareness to settle into something manageable. The enormity of the connection threatened to overwhelm his senses, like suddenly gaining the ability to hear every conversation in Willowmire at once. He focused on the boundary stone beneath his palm, using it as an anchor to organize his perception. With newfound purpose, Draven moved to the first boundary stone and channeled his magic through it, reinforcing the protective ward with a simple gesture. To his astonishment, the stone didn't just accept his magic but amplified it, the modest protection expanding into a comprehensive barrier that adapted and shifted in response to potential threats. Not rigid and unyielding, but flexible and intelligent. "The harmony has changed us both," Draven realized, understanding flowing through him as naturally as his connection to stone. The confrontation with Mordane, the grimoire's reset, and the ley lines rebalancing had forged something new, a symbiotic relationship between guardian and magical foundation that transcended simple cause and effect. He brushed his fingers across the stone, feeling the layered enchantments respond to his touch. In the past, he'd needed to pour constant energy into maintaining the inn's defenses, but now the protections seemed to sustain themselves, drawing just enough power from both him and the ley line to maintain optimal strength. Moving to the next boundary stone, Draven experimented with this strengthened bond, projecting not just protection but awareness through the ward. The result manifested as a subtle extension of his consciousness that would alert him to any significant disturbance in the magical boundary, like having invisible sentinels constantly monitoring the inn's perimeter. A distant memory surfaced, his grandfather explaining how the mountain sentinels of his clan could sense intruders miles before they arrived. Draven had assumed it was heightened hearing or scent. Now he understood it had been this same connection to the earth itself, this awareness that extended beyond physical senses. The bracers on his wrists pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, their stone-like texture growing warmer against his skin. He hadn't expected them to respond so strongly to his work with the boundary stones, but they seemed eager to participate, channeling and refining his innate powers in ways he was only beginning to understand. A sudden, unexpected shift in the ley line energy caught Draven's attention. His head turned sharply toward the eastern boundary where the sensation originated, not a threat or danger, but an unusual fluctuation that would have gone unnoticed before. Without hesitation, he moved toward it, guided by his enhanced perception. The boundary stone in this section sat beside a gnarled apple tree that had never produced fruit in all the years he'd owned the inn. As he approached, Draven noticed tiny white blossoms unfurling along its branches. Impossibly out of season, their petals glowing with the faintest trace of ley line magic. Approaching the source of the disturbance, Draven discovered a small, natural formation in the ley line, a place where the magical current briefly surfaced closer to ground level before diving deep again. In this spot, wildflowers had bloomed out of season, their petals glowing faintly with residual magic, creating a small haven of vibrant life in the pre-dawn stillness. He knelt beside the unexpected garden, careful not to disturb the delicate blossoms. They reminded him of the meadow flowers his mother had cultivated outside their mountain home, though these glowed with inner light that no natural bloom could possess. The ley line's energy had transformed this small patch of earth into something extraordinary, neither wholly natural nor deliberately enchanted, but a spontaneous expression of magic finding new paths after the recent disruptions. Draven hummed a few notes of an old orcish melody, one that spoke of spring returning to the mountains. The flowers seemed to quiver in response, their glow intensifying briefly before settling back to a gentle luminescence. With gentle precision, Draven incorporated this natural phenomenon into the inn's defenses, not suppressing its wild nature, but channeling its excess energy to strengthen the nearby boundary stones. The flowers responded by blooming more vibrantly, their magical essence harmonizing with his protective intentions. Defense and beauty coexisting rather than opposing one another. "You're welcome here," he told the unexpected garden, his deep voice softening. "Grow as you will." He moved on, continuing his circuit around the inn's perimeter. Near the kitchen garden, the boundary stone had sunk slightly into the soft earth. As Draven reached down to reposition it, he felt the stone resist, not stubbornly, but purposefully. Curious, he extended his awareness through the stone and discovered that its slightly altered position actually created a more effective flow of protective energy around the herb garden where Amara grew the ingredients for her enchanted pastries. "You know better than I do," Draven acknowledged, letting the stone remain where it had settled. This was another change. Before, he would have adjusted the stone to match his original design. Now, he understood that the living magic of the inn sometimes had better solutions than his careful plans. The eastern sky had begun to lighten, the stars fading as dawn approached. Draven quickened his pace, wanting to complete his circuit before the village stirred to life. At the northwestern corner, where the property bordered the small stream that fed the village, he found the boundary stone gleaming with unusual brightness. When he touched it, cool water seemed to flow through his senses, not physically, but as a distinct magical signature. The stream had always run close to this corner of the property, but now it seemed the ley line had formed a connection with the waterway, incorporating its flowing energy into the inn's defenses. Draven sat cross-legged beside the stone, closing his eyes to better understand this integration of elements. Earth and water, stability and change, working in concert rather than opposition. Something about this particular combination resonated deeply with him, perhaps because it mirrored his own journey from rigid protector to adaptive guardian. The bracers on his wrists cooled slightly, adapting to the watery influence. With careful concentration, Draven extended his normally earth-focused senses to follow the stream's path, feeling how its energy contributed to the overall pattern of protections around the inn. The fluidity of water magic created a different kind of defense, one that could redirect rather than simply block, guide rather than repel. "I have much to learn," he murmured, opening his eyes and rising to his feet. The complexity of the inn's evolved defenses exceeded his previous understanding, incorporating elements and patterns he'd never consciously designed. Yet it felt right, a natural evolution rather than a concerning deviation. As the first light of dawn crested the horizon, Draven completed his circuit of the inn's perimeter, each boundary stone now glowing with subtle, layered enchantments that blended seamlessly with the natural magic of the area. Standing at the front entrance, he placed both hands against the inn's main doorway, channeling his deepened connection through the entirety of the structure. The building responded with a warm, welcoming pulse that seemed to settle into his very bones. In that moment, Draven understood that his role had evolved beyond that of protector. He had become a conduit through which the hearth and crust expressed its own ancient purpose, a living nexus point between structured stability and magical possibility, ensuring the inn remained not just a building, but a true sanctuary where all forms of magic could find their proper balance. The door swung open beneath his hands, though he hadn't pushed it. Inside, the common room waited, tables and chairs arranged exactly as he'd left them, yet somehow more welcoming, more alive. The hearth contained only banked coals, but they glowed with unusual warmth, casting golden light across the wooden floor. "Good morning," Draven said to the empty room, his voice carrying notes of both amusement and reverence. The floorboards creaked in response, not randomly, but in a pattern that almost resembled speech, the Orcish lullaby his mother had sung to him as a child, impossible, yet undeniable. Draven moved to the hearth, kneeling to tend the coals. As he reached for the poker, it shifted slightly, moving into his hand before he touched it. Not dramatically enough to startle, just a small adjustment, like a friend anticipating a need. "We're going to need to establish some boundaries," he said to the inn, unable to keep a small smile from his lips. "I don't mind your help, but let's not alarm the guests." The hearth flared briefly in what felt remarkably like acknowledgement. Draven shook his head, wondering what Jill would make of this development when she awoke. No doubt she'd want to measure and catalog every change, fitting it into her understanding of mechanical magical interactions. For now, though, the quiet moment belonged to him alone, guardian and sanctuary, both transformed by their shared ordeal, both stronger for having weathered the storm together. Draven settled into his favorite chair by the hearth, crossed his arms over his broad chest, and allowed himself a moment of perfect contentment as dawn broke fully over Willowmire Village. Amara furrowed her brow as she fluttered between kitchen counters with unusual focus, her silver-blue wings leaving faint trails of sparkling dust as she gathered ingredients with methodical precision. She measured flour with exact movements rather than her usual handful estimations, carefully separated egg whites at just the right temperature, and selected spices that pulsed with subtle magical resonance. The morning sunlight streamed through the kitchen windows, catching the swirling motes of flour dust and fey magic. Everything felt different since the grimoire's restoration, cleaner somehow, more aligned. Amara could feel it in her wings, in the very air she breathed. "Today is special, Raleigh," she informed her enchanted rolling pin, which hummed in agreement as it awaited her touch. The kitchen felt different since the grimoire's restoration, the ambient magic more harmonious, flowing through the room like perfectly tempered chocolate, neither too rigid nor too chaotic, but an elegant balance. Raleigh spun slightly in place, as if stretching before the work ahead. Amara smiled at the familiar sight. "I know you can feel it too," she said, running her fingertips along Raleigh's smooth wooden surface. "Everything's just right. Not too tight, not too loose. Perfect for baking something truly special." The rolling pin vibrated pleasantly under her touch, its magic responding to the balanced energy flowing through the inn. With reverent movements, Amara retrieved a small vial of golden liquid from a special shelf, morning dew collected from the petals of flowers growing directly above the newly stabilized ley-line convergence. She'd risen before dawn to gather it, tiptoeing through dewy grass while the stars still winked overhead. As she uncorked it, the liquid emitted a gentle chime and the air shimmered with potential, causing her golden whisk of harmony to vibrate in anticipation. "Just a touch," she murmured, allowing 3 precise drops to fall into her mixing bowl. The moment the dew contacted her carefully prepared dough, a transformation occurred. Not flashy or dramatic, but subtle and profound as ripples of golden light spread through the mixture, infusing it with the ley line's newly balanced essence. Amara's emerald eyes widened with delight as she felt something new happening beneath her fingertips. The magical properties she usually infused into her baking were blending differently with the dough, creating patterns of energy that mirrored the restored ley line's flow. Rather than imposing her will on the ingredients, she found herself collaborating with them, guiding rather than controlling the magical infusion. "Oh my," she breathed, watching the dough shimmer with inner light. "This is different." A small squirrel peered through the kitchen window, drawn by the unusual magic. Amara winked at the tiny creature who chittered excitedly before scampering away to spread the news among the forest dwellers that something special was happening in the Fay Baker's kitchen. The golden whisk moved with uncanny precision as she stirred, maintaining perfect rhythm that synchronized with the ley line's pulse beneath the inn. Each rotation incorporated the balanced energy more deeply into the mixture, creating pastry dough that resonated with both structure and flexibility, reliable in form but adaptive in magical expression. The whisk seemed to anticipate her movements, working in harmony with her intentions rather than simply following her commands. "These will be different from anything I've baked before," Amara explained to Raleigh as she began shaping the dough into delicate spiral forms, neither perfectly circular nor randomly formed, but following the natural golden ratio that appeared throughout nature. Not enhancement pastries or elemental treats, but something new: harmony spirals. Raleigh rolled forward slightly as if eager to participate. Amara laughed, a sound like tiny bells ringing. "Yes, yes, your turn is coming," she assured the impatient utensil. "But first, we need to get the proportions exactly right." She placed small portions of the luminous dough on the floured surface, gently pressing each one into a disc. As her fingers worked, she found herself humming a melody she'd never heard before, yet it felt ancient and familiar, like a lullaby from the heart of the ley lines themselves. The dough responded to her tune, becoming more pliable, more receptive to the patterns she imprinted upon it. As she worked, Amara intuitively understood the purpose of her creation: pastries that carried the ley line's balanced essence, capable of temporarily aligning a magic user's personal energy with the harmonious flow they'd fought so hard to restore. Treats that could prevent the wild fluctuations of unpracticed spellcasting or the rigid over-control that stifled magical creativity. "Can you imagine how these might help Lenora?" she mused aloud, thinking of her friend's sometimes wobbly spellcasting. "Or even Jill, when she's working with those tricky mechanical enchantments?" Raleigh gave an enthusiastic wiggle, and Amara placed the patient rolling pin atop the first disc of dough. The moment wood touched dough, a resonant hum filled the kitchen, and the rolling pin began to move on its own, creating perfectly even sheets with just the right thickness. Where Raleigh passed, the dough left faint traceries of golden light, like maps of the ley lines themselves. Amara worked quickly but deliberately, folding layers of the dough over delicate additions: a sprinkle of crushed moonstone for intuition, a dash of cinnamon for courage, a whisper of vanilla for harmony. Each ingredient added its unique note to the magical symphony she was composing. The oven, an ancient cast-iron behemoth with runes etched along its door, preheated with unusual evenness, maintaining a perfect temperature that pulsed in time with the ley line beneath the inn. When Amara slid the tray of spiral pastries inside, the oven responded with a satisfied hum, its enchantments recognizing and supporting the magical properties of her innovative creation. The kitchen filled with a scent that defied description, not merely sweet or spicy or rich, but something that evoked feelings of completeness and balance. It reminded Amara of moonlight on water, of birdsong at dawn, of the moment when winter turns to spring. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, feeling the fragrance center her own energy. While waiting for the harmony spirals to bake, Amara prepared a glaze using honey collected from beehives near the whispering willow and essence of moonflower that only bloomed during perfect ley line alignment. Her movements were dance-like but purposeful, each ingredient added with awareness of how it would enhance the pastry's balancing properties. She whisked the glaze with gentle precision, watching as it transformed from amber honey to a shimmering opalescent liquid that caught the light in rainbow prisms. A tiny drop fell from the whisk onto her hand, and she felt an immediate sense of centering, as if all the disparate parts of herself had found perfect alignment. "Well, that's promising," she murmured with a smile. The golden whisk chimed in agreement, its tines glowing with satisfaction. The kitchen door creaked open, and Peanut trotted in, nose twitching eagerly at the unprecedented aromas. The small dog sat politely at Amara's feet, tail sweeping hopeful patterns on the floor. "Not yet, little one," she told him kindly. "These need to cool properly before anyone can taste them. Even you." Peanut tilted his head, ears perked forward with curiosity. He seemed more interested in watching the baking magic than begging for treats, sensing something significant in the process. When the oven chimed its readiness with a melodious tone that seemed to resonate with the very walls of the inn, Amara retrieved perfectly baked spirals that glowed from within with a gentle golden light. As she applied the glaze with delicate brushstrokes, each pastry responded uniquely, some developing patterns resembling flowing water, others crystalline structures, each maintaining its individual expression while harmonizing with the whole. "Look at that," she breathed, fascinated by how no two spirals were identical, yet all were unmistakably connected. "They're like people," came Draven's deep voice from the doorway. "Different, but part of the same whole." Amara turned, surprised. The guardian rarely visited the kitchen, preferring to patrol the inn's perimeter. Yet here he stood, drawn by the magical resonance of her baking. "Exactly," she agreed, wings fluttering with pleasure at his understanding. "Would you like to be the first to try one?" Draven hesitated, then nodded, stepping into the kitchen with careful movements, as if afraid his substantial presence might disturb the delicate magic at work. Peanut yipped in protest at not being the first taste tester. "Once they've cooled just a bit," Amara promised, arranging the spirals on her best serving platter. Each pastry settled into place like a note in a musical score, creating a pattern that seemed to vibrate with harmonious energy. Amara placed the finished harmony spirals on a display stand, the arrangement forming a mandala-like pattern that seemed to pulse with gentle, restorative energy. "The perfect balance," she whispered with satisfaction, instinctively understanding that she'd created something beyond mere magical treats, edible extensions of the ley line's restored harmony that would allow others to experience what they'd fought to protect. Pastries that served as both reminder and reinforcement of the delicate equilibrium between order and chaos, structure and freedom, precision and possibility. A culinary embodiment of the lesson they'd all learned through their encounter with the grimoire. "May I?" Draven asked, his usually stern face softened with curiosity. Amara nodded, selecting the spiral that seemed most suited to his energy, one with patterns reminiscent of protective wards and steadfast stone. She handed it to him with a small napkin embroidered with tiny flowers. Draven examined the pastry for a moment, noting how it seemed to respond to his proximity, its glow intensifying slightly. Then he took a careful bite. Amara watched, holding her breath. She'd baked countless magical treats over the years, but this was different. This was baking with the very essence of the magic they'd all fought to save. Draven's eyes widened. For a moment, a golden light seemed to illuminate him from within, running along his arms like the very ley lines they'd stabilized. His usually tense shoulders relaxed, and a look of profound understanding crossed his face. "It's like," he began, searching for words, "like feeling the inn's protections, but from the inside out. Balanced, clear." Amara beamed, her wings fluttering with excitement. "That's exactly what I hoped for. The restoration of the ley lines gave me the idea. If we could bring the inn's magic back into balance, why not help people balance their own magic too?" The kitchen door burst open and Jill tumbled in, her hair wild in smudges of mechanical oil on her cheeks. "I smelled something amazing and—" She stopped, noticing the glowing pastries. "What in the gears and sprockets are those?" "Harmony spirals," Amara announced proudly, selecting one with intricate, gear-like patterns that had formed spontaneously in its glaze. "This one's for you." Jill accepted it with oil-stained fingers, her eyes lighting up at the pastry's response to her touch. Tiny, energetic sparks dancing between the gear patterns, as if recognizing her mechanical affinity. "Careful now," Amara warned as Jill prepared to take an enthusiastic bite. "It's not just food, it's—" But Jill had already chomped down. Her eyes flew open, and the tools hanging from her belt suddenly levitated slightly, arranging themselves in perfect order before settling back down. "Whoa!" she exclaimed through a mouthful of pastry. "That's the smoothest my magic has ever felt, like all my gears suddenly got oiled at once." Amara grinned, her heart swelling with baker's pride. One by one, the rest of their friends drifted into the kitchen, drawn by the aromas and the unique magical signature of the harmony spirals. Lenora gasped when she took her first bite, her locket glowing in response as her connection to the ley lines momentarily visualized around her in gorgeous, orderly patterns. Theron's eyes misted as his spiral gave him a moment of perfect clarity in his research thoughts. Merrick simply closed his eyes in bliss, a contented smile spreading across his face as his spiral helped balance the chaotic energy he constantly battled. Even Glimscale, peering through the window, was treated to a tiny spiral that Amara had made especially for the dragonkin, who hummed with satisfaction as scales shifted through perfectly harmonized color patterns. "These are beyond special, Amara," Lenora said, her voice hushed with awe. "You've captured the very essence of what we fought for." Amara blushed, her cheeks dusted with a faint sparkle. "It wasn't just me," she insisted, gesturing to Raleigh and her golden whisk. "We all worked together, just like we did to save the ley lines." She didn't mention how the recipe had come to her in a dream the night after their victory, how she'd awakened with the taste of harmony on her tongue and the knowledge of exactly what ingredients would be needed. Some magic was better left unexplained. Peanut finally received his own tiny spiral, specially formulated to be safe for dogs, and pranced around the kitchen with renewed vigor, his fur briefly shimmering with balanced energy. Amara watched her friends enjoying her creation, their faces alight with wonder and connection. This, she thought, was the true magic of baking, not just the enchantments woven into flour and sugar, but the way shared food brought people together, creating its own kind of harmony. As if reading her thoughts, Raleigh rolled gently against her hand in agreement, while the golden whisk of harmony chimed softly from its place on the counter, already eager for whatever balanced creation they might bake next. Devilcat perched with perfect stillness on a gnarled tree branch at the forest's edge, its obsidian fur absorbing rather than reflecting the moonlight. Yellow eyes narrowed to luminous slits as it observed the Hearth Crust Inn from a distance. The restored wards pulsed with renewed vitality, a subtle glow of balanced magic now emanating from windows that had previously leaked chaotic energy during the grimoire's disruption. The familiar's tail twitched once, acknowledging with contempt the failure of Mordane's direct approach. Devilcat had sensed its master's retreat, felt the sting of his pain when the ley line rejected his corrupt influence, sending him fleeing to recover his strength and reconsider his strategy. Yet, unlike Mordane, Devilcat had remained to watch, to learn, to understand what had truly transpired. Prideful fool, it thought, though not in words so much as impressions of shadow and disappointment. Mordane's rage-filled departure had left an acrid taste in the air, a tang of failure that the familiar found distasteful. The Shadow Walker had been so certain of his victory, so convinced that brute magical force would bend the ley line to his will. The night breeze carried fragments of conversation from the inn's open windows, snippets that pricked Devilcat's sensitive ears. "If I just adjust this alignment gear, the harmonic resonance should stabilize the connection between—" That was the brownie's voice, excited and rapid, her words tumbling over one another like water over stones. "Reinforced the western corner with runic stones. Nothing's getting through those wards now, not after what we've learned about integrating the Orc Guardian's deep rumble, steady as bedrock. Fascinating how the ley line signature maintains connectivity while still allowing for natural fluctuations in the human mage, her thoughtful tones contemplative. Devilcat catalogued each fragment with clinical precision, building a comprehensive understanding of how these diverse beings had achieved what Mordane's power could not. There was something instructive about their success, something that prodded at the edges of the familiar's consciousness like an irritating thorn. Its whiskers quivered as it detected the subtle shifts in the ley line flowing beneath Willowmire. As a creature of shadow essence, Devilcat perceived magical currents differently than most, sensing the darker undercurrents, the spaces between light. What it detected now was neither the rigid structure Mordane had attempted to impose, nor the wild chaos of natural magic, but something more nuanced, a dynamic balance that somehow incorporated aspects of both order and freedom in sustainable equilibrium. Interesting, it thought, head tilting slightly. Devilcat extended one paw into a patch of moonlight, observing how its shadow-infused form interacted differently with the ambient magic now flowing through the area. Before the grimoire's restoration, its darkness had disrupted and corrupted nearby enchantments with delightful ease. A flick of its tail had been enough to unravel simple spells. A deliberate brush against an enchanted object had sent its magic spiraling into chaos. Now, however, the shadows seemed to find their place within the balanced energy, not rejected entirely, but incorporated as a necessary counterpoint to light, an essential component of a complete magical spectrum. How unexpected. A moth fluttered past, its wings glowing faintly with residual magic from the restored ley line. Instinctively, Devilcat's paw darted out to catch it, black claws extended to pinch delicately around gossamer wings. But instead of crushing the insect as it normally would have, the familiar paused, yellow eyes widening slightly as it observed how the moth's magical signature interacted with its own shadow essence. The patterns were surprising. Where there should have been conflict, light magic recoiling from shadow, there was instead a curious compatibility. The moth's wings pulsed with a soft luminescence that didn't diminish, but rather defined the darkness of the cat's paw, creating an intricate dance of light and shadow. Devilcat released the unharmed moth, watching with unusual attentiveness as it fluttered away, its flight path slightly altered by the brief encounter, but its magic intact. The familiar's gaze returned to the inn, focusing briefly on each inhabitant visible through the windows. There was the brownie tinkerer hunched over a workbench, her mechanical contraption clicking and whirring as she adjusted some miniature component with exacting precision. Through another window, the fey baker arranged glowing pastries on a cooling rack, each one emitting a different hue that corresponded to various magical properties. On the inn's porch, the stoic orc guardian knelt to place another protective stone, his large hands surprisingly gentle as he embedded it into the earth with a murmured incantation. Devilcat found itself recognizing with reluctant admiration how their diverse approaches had ultimately proven stronger than Mordane's singular vision of domination. The Shadow Walker had sought to impose his will upon the ley line, forcing it to conform to his desires. These creatures, in contrast, had worked with the existing patterns, reinforcing and guiding rather than dominating. A distant howl broke the night's stillness. A wolf, perhaps, or something more magical responding to the ley line's restoration. Devilcat's ears pivoted toward the sound, its tail swishing thoughtfully across the rough bark. That was something Mordane had failed to consider, the complex web of consequences that rippled outward from major magical shifts, affecting creatures and forces the Shadeborn had never bothered to acknowledge. The forest itself was responding to the balanced ley line. Devilcat could sense it in the way the leaves rustled with greater vitality, how the moss on the tree trunk beneath its paws glowed with subtle bioluminescence, how the very air tasted cleaner, richer with magical potential. With graceful precision, Devilcat rose and stretched along the branch, its body elongating impossibly as shadow essence swirled around its form. Its yellow eyes remained fixed on the inn one final moment. Not with hatred or anger, but with something more complex, a calculating curiosity that transcended its role as mere extension of its master's will. Devilcat had been created as a tool, formed from Mordane's own shadow and given semi-independent life. It existed to serve, to spy, to disrupt magic at his command. but spending so much time away from its master, observing the workings of other magical beings had cultivated something unexpected within its shadow essence, a spark of independent thought, small but persistent. The familiar felt a subtle change come over it as it made its decision, its shadow essence shifting internally, rearranging in ways that echoed the balanced patterns it had observed in the restored ley line. Not a full transformation, but an adaptation, a first tentative step toward independence that Mordane, in his arrogance, would likely never notice. Through the inn's windows, Devil Cat could see the brownie, Jill, they called her, laughing as she showed off some small mechanical trinket to the others. The familiar's whiskers twitched. There was power in that laughter, in the sharing of knowledge, in the camaraderie that flowed between these different beings. A different kind of power than what Mordane sought, but perhaps no less significant. The shadows beneath the tree deepened and swirled as Devil Cat prepared to depart, responding to its shifting internal state. But before melding with the darkness, it deliberately extended its claws and marked the tree with 5 precise lines arranged in a pattern that subtly mimicked the balanced flow of the restored ley line. Not a threat, but an acknowledgement, a record that would remain long after this night had passed. Through one of the inn's windows, Devil Cat caught a glimpse of something that made its ears flatten momentarily. The grimoire, now safely contained, its mechanical components ticking in perfect rhythm with the ley line's pulse. The book that had caused so much chaos now served as a stabilizing influence. There was a lesson there, though Devil Cat wasn't entirely certain what it might be. With a final contemptuous flick of its tail, a gesture that somehow managed to convey both dismissal of Mordane's failed tactics and reluctant respect for the inn's defenders, Devil Cat dissolved into the shadows. It wasn't retreating in defeat, but departing with purpose, slipping between patches of darkness with the liquid grace that was its hallmark. As it traveled, Devil Cat felt something unprecedented, a harmony between its shadow essence and the ambient magic of Willowmire. Where before it had moved against the current, disrupting and corrupting, now it flowed with it, a dark counterpoint in a complex magical symphony. The familiar paused at the edge of the forest, looking back one last time at the warm glow of the Hearth and Crust Inn. Mordane would return, of course. His pride would demand it. His hunger for the power of the grimoire would drive him to new strategies, new attacks. But when he did, Devil Cat would observe more carefully, would consider more deeply. For it had learned something its master could not, that true power might lie not in domination of magic, but in harmony with it. The realization didn't spark rebellion in the familiar. Not yet, but it shifted something fundamental in its shadow essence, a realignment that would make it a far more formidable presence when it inevitably returned to Willowmire. With one last penetrating stare at the inn, Devil Cat allowed the forest shadows to envelop it completely, leaving behind only the faintest residue of shadow essence that, rather than corrupting the surrounding magic, now seemed to blend with it, a small but significant indication of change. Mordane clutched at his chest, his ragged breath hissing between clenched teeth as he dragged himself deeper into the forgotten Valeborn ruins. Miles from Willowmire, far from prying eyes and the meddling of those self-righteous fools at the hearth and crust, he could finally assess the extent of his failure. The normally fluid shadows that composed his cloak now hung in congealed clumps around his form, as if wounded themselves. Violet energy, his own corrupted magic, crackled across his skin in unpredictable, painful bursts. He slumped against a crystal pillar, the cool surface providing minimal relief against his burning skin. The chamber around him, once magnificent, now fallen to ruin, stood as a testament to the Valeborn's own failures. Crumbling arches and broken tile mosaics depicting harmonious ley-line patterns surrounded him, their former glory reduced to faded echoes. "Impossible!" he hissed, the word echoing hollowly through the abandoned chamber. He held his blackened hands before his face, examining them with clinical detachment despite the tremors that ran through them. These hands, once capable of the most precise magical manipulations, now betrayed him with their weakness. The crystals embedded in the chamber walls pulsed faintly in response to his anger, ancient enchantments recognizing but not yielding to his corrupted presence. They, too, seemed to mock him. With painful effort, Mordane reached into his cloak and extracted a small fragment of the grimoire, a corner piece he had managed to break off during the confrontation at the inn. Its mechanical gears lay motionless, the magical essence seemingly dormant. Such a small thing to represent such a catastrophic defeat. He had been so close, the power of rewriting reality itself nearly within his grasp. "You will not defeat me," he whispered to the fragment. Summoning his remaining strength, Mordane forced shadow magic through his fingertips and into the fragment, expecting it to absorb his power as other artifacts had done. Instead, the piece trembled and redirected the energy in an unexpected pattern, forming a ghostly projection in the air before him. The projection wasn't the rigid geometric pattern he had attempted to impose on the ley line. Instead, it displayed the balanced, harmonic flow that had ultimately prevailed at the inn. Swirling lines of light and shadow intertwined, separating and rejoining in mathematically perfect proportions. The projection hovered before him like a silent rebuke, showing with brutal precision why his approach had failed. Not because it lacked power, but because it ignored fundamental principles of magical cohesion. "I tried to dominate," Mordane murmured, slow realization dawning as he studied the projected patterns, "when I should have been integrating." He forced himself to his feet, ignoring the searing pain that shot through his shadow-infused body. The agony was secondary to the paradigm shift occurring within his analytical mind. His scholar's intellect, warped but not destroyed by shadow corruption, began to parse the true lesson of his defeat. The Veilborn hadn't controlled the ley lines through brute force. They had understood them, had become one with their flow, and he, in his arrogance, had tried to bend them to his will without understanding their fundamental nature. With newfound purpose, Mordane approached an intact portion of the ruined chamber, a section where ancient Veilborn glyphs still glowed with faint power. Rather than attempting to drain this energy as he would have before, he placed his palm against the symbols and closed his eyes, forcing his shadow essence to attune to their frequency. "Balance," he whispered, "harmony rather than dominance." The effect was immediate and startling. The glyphs responded to his touch, not with resistance, but with resonance, their ancient magic mingling with his shadow essence in patterns reminiscent of the restored ley line at the inn. Pain coursed through Mordane's body as his corrupted magic was forced to adapt, to find balance within its own nature rather than imposing itself upon external forces. He gasped, nearly pulling his hand away as the sensation intensified. But beneath the pain, there was something else. A clarity he hadn't experienced since before his transformation. The darkness within him wasn't diminishing, but it was organizing itself, finding patterns where before there had only been chaotic malevolence. "Balance within corruption," he gasped as understanding flooded through him. His shadow essence responded to this conceptual shift by beginning to reorganize itself, not purging the darkness, but disciplining it, bringing methodical order to what had been chaotic malevolence. The crystals throughout the chamber pulsed more brightly in response, recognizing this transformation as significant, even if not entirely benevolent. Devil Cat chose that moment to slink out from the shadows, yellow eyes gleaming with unreadable intent. The feline padded silently across the dusty floor, keeping a calculated distance as it observed Mordane's transformation. Its tail flicked once, perhaps in approval. "You saw it before I did, didn't you?" Mordane asked the cat, a humorless smile twisting his gaunt features. "The fundamental flaw in my approach." Devil Cat offered no response beyond a slow blink, but settled onto a fallen column to watch the proceedings with feline intensity. Drawing the fragment of the grimoire close to his chest, Mordane began a complex incantation. This wasn't the brute force shadow magic he typically employed, but a nuanced working that incorporated principles gleaned from his defeat. His shadow tendrils no longer lashed wildly, but moved with deliberate precision, weaving patterns that acknowledged and incorporated the natural flow of magic rather than fighting against it. The ancient chamber seemed to hold its breath as the magic built, dust particles hanging suspended in the beams of light that filtered through cracks in the ceiling. The ruined artifacts scattered throughout the room trembled slightly, as if wakening from long slumber. As the incantation built to its crescendo, Mordane noticed his wounds beginning to heal, not through simple regeneration, but through integration. His shadow essence found harmony with his physical form in ways he'd never achieved before. The blackened skin of his hands smoothed and strengthened, the trembling ceased. His fingers moved with renewed dexterity as he manipulated increasingly complex magical formulas in the air before him. Devilcat stood, arching its back in a leisurely stretch before padding closer, seemingly satisfied with Mordane's progress. "Not restoration," Mordane murmured, examining his transformed hands with fascination, "but evolution." The chamber responded to his evolving magic. Ancient mechanisms long dormant began to activate as they recognized the balanced approach that more closely resembled their veil-born creators. The floor at the center of the chamber began to shift, stone grinding against stone as a central pedestal rose from beneath, revealing a crystalline receptacle that glowed with gentle blue light. The receptacle was perfectly sized for the grimoire fragment, not to contain it, Mordane realized, but to amplify and complete what it had begun. The Veilborn had built this chamber as a place of integration, where different magical elements could be brought into harmony. "They were right about balance," Mordane acknowledged as he approached the pedestal, "but wrong to think it requires purity." He placed the fragment into the receptacle with ceremonial precision. The moment it touched the crystalline surface, a surge of energy pulsed through the chamber. Shadow and light intermingled as the fragment fused with the ancient mechanism, neither overwhelming the other but creating something new in their synthesis. The pedestal hummed with power, projecting a comprehensive map of the region's ley line network into the air above it. The projection was far more detailed than anything Mordane had achieved on his own, highlighting nodes of potential power and vulnerability throughout the land. Lines of energy flowed between these points, creating a complex web of magical influence that extended far beyond Willowmire. Mordane's violet eyes reflected the display, narrowing with calculated intensity. His defeated rage had transformed into something far more dangerous, methodical purpose founded on genuine understanding. "The mistake was in believing control must come from outside the system," he said to Devilcat, who had leapt gracefully atop the pedestal to examine the projection. "True power lies not in overriding the natural order, but in becoming an essential component of it." He ran his fingers through the projection, feeling the energy respond to his touch. Where before there had been resistance, now there was resonance. The map adjusted to his manipulations, not fighting against them but incorporating them into its patterns. "Those sanctimonious fools at the Hearth and Crust believe they've preserved some pure, original form of magic," Mordane continued, a cold smile playing across his features. "But there is no purity in magic, only patterns and their disruptions." Devilcat's tail flicked through the projection, causing a small ripple in the ley line map. It fixed Mordane with a knowing stare, as if challenging him to follow this line of thinking to its conclusion. "Yes," Mordane nodded, understanding the silent prompt. "By achieving balance within my corruption, I can become a corrupted harmonic, capable of disrupting the very balance they fought to restore, not by fighting against it, but by becoming an essential discordant note within it." He moved his hands through the projection again, this time with focused intent. The map responded, revealing how small adjustments at key nodes could propagate throughout the system, creating subtle but profound shifts in the magical landscape. Not the brute force rewriting he had attempted before, but something more elegant and ultimately more devastating. They safeguard the stable frequency while I become the carefully calculated dissonance, he murmured, violet energy dancing between his fingers as he manipulated the projection. Not destroying the harmonic balance, but becoming the essential counterpoint within it. Devil-cat purred, the sound resonating with the humming pedestal in perfect counterpoint. Mordane stepped back, observing the modified ley line map with clinical satisfaction. His shadow cloak, now flowing smoothly around his form again, rippled with renewed vitality. The scholar that had once been Kyle Vorath hadn't been destroyed by shadow corruption after all, merely transformed, his analytical brilliance now applied to a darker purpose with even greater precision. The Veilborn understood harmony but feared dissonance, he said, gesturing to the ruined chamber around them. Their insistence on purity was their downfall, but I will embrace both shadow and structure, corruption and balance. He turned from the projection, his gaze falling on the entrance to a passage he hadn't noticed before, revealed by the chamber's reactivation, a new path into deeper Veilborn secrets. I won't make the same mistake twice, Mordane promised, his voice soft but resolute. Next time, Willowmire won't even realize I'm rewriting their precious harmony until they've become part of my discord. Draven traced his fingertips along the rough-hewn surface of the boundary stone, feeling the subtle vibrations of magic pulsing beneath. The newly reinforced protections felt right, stronger than before the grimoire incident, yet more harmonious with the natural flow of ley line energy. He'd spent the afternoon recalibrating each stone, instinctively sensing where adjustments were needed, a skill he couldn't have managed before their confrontation with Mordane. As twilight settled over Willowmire, the Hearth and Crust Inn glowed with warm, inviting light, its windows casting honey-colored rectangles across the garden where Draven stood contemplating. The air carried the scent of Amara's fresh-baked harmony spirals mingling with the earthy fragrance of approaching rain, creating that indefinable sense of home that made the inn special. Draven inhaled deeply, tasting the subtle tang of coming precipitation. His connection to the earth element allowed him to sense the storm front moving in from the west, perhaps 2 hours away. Plenty of time for the evening to settle comfortably before the first drops fell. He glanced up at the darkening sky, watching as stars winked into existence one by one. The ley lines beneath Willowmire had calmed since they'd neutralized the grimoire's disruptive influence, but something curious remained, a subtle undercurrent of anticipation, as if the magical foundations of the village were holding their breath, waiting. The final customers of the evening departed with cheerful farewells, the Moss-Bottom sisters waving heartily as they made their way down the garden path. Their weekly visit for Amara's spiced cider and gossip exchange was one of the predictable rhythms that had resumed in the days following their confrontation with Mordane. Draven nodded respectfully as they passed, his stoic expression softening slightly at their exuberant thanks. Inside, only the inn's regular residents remained, gathered in the common room as though drawn together by comfortable routine. Jill hunched over a corner table, her nimble fingers making minute adjustments to her new calibration device. The contraption, a curious blend of cogs, crystals, and what looked suspiciously like repurposed silverware, occasionally emitted soft chimes as she tinkered. Lenora and Theron sat near the hearth, comparing notes on ley line fluctuations, their heads bent close together over a map dotted with Lenora's careful annotations. The peaceful scene was a hard-earned reward for their recent trials. Draven closed the door behind him, sealing out the night air. Something about crossing the threshold triggered an unexpected sensation, a subtle shift in the stone beneath his feet. Not a tremor exactly, but more like recognition. His amber eyes narrowed slightly as he paused, one hand still on the doorframe, focusing his stone-attuned senses on the inn's foundation. The vibration was unusual, not a disruption or threat, but a subtle awakening, as if the very stones of the inn were responding to some unheard call. Draven scanned the common room, seeking the source of this curious resonance. "Anyone want a fresh batch?" Amara emerged from the kitchen, balancing a tray of pastries that spiraled with luminous blue patterns. Her newest recipe for harmony pastries designed to soothe magical disturbances. Her wings fluttered with casual grace, tiny motes of silver blue light drifting in her wake. She took 3 steps into the room before faltering, her pointed ears twitching. "Does anyone else feel that?" Her fey senses were picking up the same subtle shift. Her wings fluttered nervously, sending shimmers of silver blue light dancing across the ceiling as the magical undercurrent strengthened. Draven nodded, watching as the enchanted furniture around them shifted slightly, chairs scooting a few inches without being touched, as if settling into more comfortable positions. "Something's happening," he confirmed, his deep voice resonating in the suddenly quiet room. At the corner table, Jill's calibrator suddenly activated without her touch, its components spinning rapidly before settling into a new configuration. The brownie jumped back, her pigtails bobbing as the device oriented itself toward the inn's ancient hearth, the original fireplace around which the entire building had been constructed generations ago. "Something's happening with the foundation magic," Jill announced, her t-shirt flashing incoming transmission in pulsing letters. She peered at her calibrator with equal parts concern and fascination. "It's not bad exactly. More like awakening?" Draven moved into the center of the room, placing his hand on the worn floorboards. The sensation grew stronger, a rhythmic pulse that reminded him of a sleeping heart, gradually quickening as it woke. "The ley lines are stable," he said, his connection to the earth allowing him to sense the magical currents flowing beneath the inn. "But something's changing in how they interact with the building." The fire in the hearth shifted from warm orange to a deep midnight blue, flames dancing in strange geometric patterns. Draven straightened, instinctively moving between the hearth and the others, though he sensed no malice in the transformation. The blue flames cast elongated shadows across the common room floor, shadows that moved independently of their sources. Draven watched, transfixed, as the shadows flowed together like liquid darkness, forming the silhouette of a door where only solid stone should exist, an outline of perfect proportions etched in darkness against the hearth's weathered surface. "It's responding to the ley line restoration," Lenora whispered, approaching slowly. Her locket had begun to glow, warming against her skin as she neared the manifestation. Draven noticed how the shadow door pulsed in rhythm with her locket's glow, the 2 magical signatures recognizing one another. "Like it was waiting for the magic to stabilize before revealing itself." Theron adjusted his veil-born lens, studying the phenomenon with scholarly intensity. "The magical signature is ancient, predating most of Willowmire's construction." Draven felt a strange pull toward the shadow door, a certainty that as guardian of the hearth and crust, he needed to approach. The stones beneath his feet hummed with anticipation as he stepped forward, placing his palm against the hearth where the shadow door had manifested. The stone felt unusually warm beneath his touch, not from the fire, but from something deeper. With a sound like ancient hinges moving for the first time in centuries, a seam appeared in the previously solid hearthstone. Draven pulled his hand back, watching in amazement as reality gently parted, not breaking or cracking the material, but seemingly phasing through it. The seam widened to reveal a small, dust-covered alcove hidden within the foundation itself. Nestled on a velvet cushion, untouched by the centuries it must have waited there, rested a key unlike any they'd seen before, crafted from a silvery metal that seemed to capture and reflect the room's shadows rather than its light. "The Veilkeeper's key," Draven breathed, the name rising unbidden to his mind, though he was certain he'd never heard it before. Yet, as guardian of the inn, something deep within his being recognized this artifact, understood its significance even as its purpose remained mysterious. "It's been waiting here all along." The air in the common room grew heavy with potential, magical energy condensing around them like the pressure before a storm. Jill scampered closer, her calibrator spinning wildly in her hands. "It's connected to the ley lines, but not in the same way as the grimoire," she reported, glancing between her device and the key. "More like it's meant to work with them?" Her t-shirt had changed to read, "Ancient Tech Detected" in blocky letters. As if responding to its name, the key rose from its resting place, hovering momentarily before floating across the room. Draven stood perfectly still as the artifact approached him, stopping directly before his chest. All conversation ceased as everyone watched this impossible object presenting itself to him, offering both invitation and challenge in its silent, patient hovering. "I don't think this is coincidence," Theron observed quietly, stepping closer to examine the key through his lens. "The grimoire's reset has awakened something dormant within the inn itself, something connected to the original purpose of this place." Amara set her tray down with a gentle clink, her wings casting prismatic patterns on the wall as she moved beside Draven. "The inn has always felt more alive than most buildings," she said softly. "Like it was waiting for something." Draven felt the weight of responsibility settle over him. Whatever this key unlocked, whatever purpose the inn had been built to serve beyond shelter and comfort, the task of discovering it fell to him. His role as guardian extended beyond the physical protection of the building and its inhabitants. It included stewardship of its secrets. With careful reverence, Draven extended his hand, allowing the key to settle onto his palm. The metal was surprisingly light, almost weightless, yet carried an undeniable presence, like holding a sliver of concentrated night sky. The moment they connected, every enchantment in the inn pulsed in perfect synchronicity. The candles flared brighter, the enchanted furniture sighed contentedly, and even the plants in Amara's window boxes suddenly bloomed despite the late hour. The hearthstone shifted once more to reveal not just an alcove, but the beginning of a passageway descending beneath the inn. A staircase of ancient design illuminated by lights that hadn't burned for centuries. Draven peered down into the revealed passage, a stairway spiraling gently downward into darkness. As the key grew warm in his grasp, soft blue lights flickered to life along the walls of the staircase, revealing intricate carvings that resembled the flow of ley lines converging beneath Willowmire. Somewhere deep below, the distinct sound of a lock waiting to be opened echoed up through the passage, a metallic resonance that the key in his hand seemed to answer with a sympathetic vibration. Jill scampered to the edge of the staircase, her curiosity overriding caution. "There's another chamber down there! My calibrator is going crazy!" Lenora stepped beside Draven, her locket pulsing with a steady rhythm. "The Veilborn knew about this place," she said softly. "My locket recognizes the magic here." Theron adjusted his monocle, studying the descending passage. "These markings are similar to those in the workshop we found, but more refined, as if this was built later, with greater understanding." Draven felt the key shift in his palm, orienting itself toward the depths below. The inn seemed to hold its breath around them, waiting for its guardian to take the next step. Whatever lay beneath the hearth and crust had been waiting a very long time to be rediscovered.
Thank you for listening. Please visit me at winvalentine.com to stay up to date. Please subscribe, leave a comment, and review.